魔法が降る散髪と出会ったエクエストリアの地でダークエネルギーの危機疑念に満ちた王国ゼブラ帝国とポニー悲惨な戦争で迷信に煽られ欲望に消費されます。プリンセスらはとても暗い時代に権力を握りトワイライトと友人たちに導かれて後戻りはしません。戦争の残酷な怒りが大地を貪り尽くし、かつて繁栄していたエクエストリアは今では核の荒れ地となっています。魔法とフォーランドが出会ったウェイストランドで全てが失われたように見える時間違いなく希望の物語、暗闇と絶望の中を挑戦する旅にリトルペットの荒涼とした土地を見よう。ニシェと呼ばれるバンカー、嵐からの避難所、戦争で引き裂かれたこの世界で活躍するユニコーン、リトルピップ、グランドペガサスエンクレイブ、彼らは空に向かって逃げます。果てしなく続く雲、かつての記憶、ポップスターのベルベット、レネディが忍者のモンモデル、リトルピップはこの荒涼とした世界で追求します。ロックピッキングとハッキング、彼女の芸術を生き延びるウェイストランドの危険を乗り越えながら彼女は自分の役割を果たします。魔法とフォーランドが出会ったウェイストランドで全てが失われたように見える時間違いなく希望の物語、暗闇と絶望の中を挑戦する旅にリトルペットの荒涼とした土地を見こう。大地に刻まれた過去の傷跡、リトルピップは砂の中を進み続けます。廃墟の世界、それでもまだ夢が咲くウェイストランドの心には新しい日が迫っているかもしれない。知らんだ戦争の響きは夜のささやきのようにリトルピップ、光を放つピーコー、ウェイストランドの陰に希望が舞い上がり始めます。彼らを一緒に再建し新しい扉を開きます。
What do you think will happen to Silverbell? I asked Velvet as the Sky Bandit pushed his way through the smoke-yellowed sky.
I truly don't know,
Velvet replied, giving a polite cough.
I hope, with their horn reformed, that her magic will swiftly return. But the wasteland has never seemed that forgiving.
She coughed again, and I found myself joining her. We were skirting the edge of the forest, heading towards Splendid Valley by the way of Ponyville. The fires of Everfree Forest were choking the air in every direction around it. The forest had been burning for over a week now. It was consumed in flames and a thick fog of smoke, but from what I could see, it seemed absurdly intact.
Damn, you'd think the whole place would be ash by now,
Calamity called out, flying low to keep us out of the thicker smoke.
Hey, Pyrelight, you sure this ain't a phoenix forest?
Pyrelight let out a derisive hoot. Our attention was snatched by the sound of a gunshot. It was rapidly followed by several more. Calamity diverted towards the sound, and soon we came upon a gunfight. Two groups were battling between the cover of rocks in what looked like the charred corpse of a river serpent.
Looks like raiders,
Calamity called back. Raiders? Seriously? I already wiped out the raiders in Ponyville. What did they do? Respawn? Who were they attacking? I asked, bringing up my EFS and trying to get a fix on both groups through the haze.
Other raiders, I think.
Calamity begged, and I got a better look. Sure enough, 3 younger raiders seemed to be holding out against 4 older ones. Neither side had lost a pony yet, but one of the 2 bucks in the younger group had taken a shot to the leg and was bleeding badly. I was mildly surprised that Calamity hadn't started shooting yet.
Shouldn't we help?
Velvet Remedy asked, moving to the window next to me.
Help who?
Calamity questioned.
I ain't sure who the good guys are here, if any, Pony. And I'm feeling a bit gun-shy after recent events. Don't want to start shooting at the wrong folk.
Velvet Remedy gave an exaggerated sigh.
There are more ways than that to help.
She waved her horn as it began to glow. Below us, Velvet Remedy's shield began to snake between the two groups of fighters.
Excuse me.
Velvet's magically amplified voice rang out.
Could you please lower your weapons for a moment and tell me why you are fighting?
What the hell? One of the older raiders responded by tipping up the muzzle of his rifle and taking a shot at Velvet Remedy. The bullet struck the now armored wall of our passenger wagon.
Wrong,
Velvet informed him. Magic burst from her horn, striking him with her anesthetic spell. The raider buck toppled, paralyzed.
Let's try that again.
I had fluttered out my zebra rifle, thinking I really needed a weapon that used more common ammunition and did not set ponies horrifically on fire, and was holding myself in reserve. Calamity and I exchanged glances as we let Velvet Remedy's tactic play out. "Do you have a death wish or something?" one of the other older raiders shouted out. "Are you out of your fucking mind?" More shots rang out. Both sides were still trying to shoot each other through Velvet's shield. Neither was having any luck. "They're raiders!" one of the younger bucks shouted up at us. "They wiped out the Republic!" "They wiped out the what now?" I asked, confused.
Little town up north of here,
Calamity informed us.
I protected a few caravans traveling between it and New Appaloosa. Bizarre cult-like group of weirdos, but not bad ponies. Certainly didn't deserve to be slaughtered.
"And who are you?" Velvet asked.
Whoa!
Calamity shouted as one of the larger group hurled a homemade explosive at the Sky Bandit. I caught it in my telekinesis, pulling Velvet out of the window as the bomb exploded in the air, sending shards of glass and nails in every direction. Steelhoof stepped between Zenith and the window, his armor deflecting the shrapnel that found its way inside. I heard Calamity bite back a cry of pain as a nail tore through one of his wings. His barding in the Sky Bandit protected him from the rest. "We're heroes!" The younger mare and her group of 3 yelled up at us as the 2 bucks next to her reloaded.
You look like raiders,
Velvet Remedy pointed out cautiously. "What?" one of the younger bucks cried out in surprise. "Oh, the barding!" I blinked, feeling my life had somehow come full circle. "Okay," I called out, moving back into the window and aiming the zebra rifle. One of the raiders shot at us again, missing the entire Sky Bandit.
You sure, Lil Pip? We don't know.
We know one side is shooting at us.
Steelhooves pointed out impatiently, opening the door of the passenger wagon as the missile launcher opened on his battle saddle. "Fuck!" some pony shouted from below. "It's one of those outcast rangers!" Whoosh! Steelhooves' missiles shot out. One hit Velvet Remedy's shield, which collapsed in the fiery blast. The other plowed through the fire and struck the ground at the hooves of the older raiders in an explosion of bloody meat. 2 managed to dive to safety, but their fellow raiders were bloody, smoldering giblets. The 2 survivors turned their attention fully towards us. One of them pulled out another homemade grenade. I prepared to grab it with my magic. "Let me give you a taste of what I have to offer." I suddenly understood. The spell was so simple. It was barely more than telekinesis, the easiest thing, really. My horn began to glow. The splattered blood from the torn raider chunks began to flow together, pooling, lifting. I realized this was the first spell, the little teaser offered to any pony who might be what? Fitting? Worthy? Weak enough? "Now just form the blade. Be unwavering." "No!" I shouted, my scream simultaneous with the raider's throw. The blood splashed back to the ground, seeping into the soil. Velvet Remedy threw another shield up, this time between us and the raiders, deflecting the bomb. It exploded, sending its shrapnel into the shield. No! I was shaking. Cold sweat had broken over me. But I had refused. I would rather be a one-trick pony than have a spell like that. "I've never seen a zebra before." The olive buck walked around Zenith as she watched him apprehensively. "I mean, not a real one. You don't look like the ones in the pictures." He tilted his head, brushing a wisp of eggplant-colored mane from his face. "Can your eyes really glow?" Steelhooves made short work of the battle, and we had landed. Velvet Remedy was tending to the wounded buck, and Calamity was talking to the group's mayor, who had recognized the Pegasus from the tales of his caravan protecting. Her eagerness to chat with him about hunting raiders had convinced him we had aided the correct side. We had yet to trade names. "Haven't you heard about the Wasteland heroine?" the younger mayor in scavenged raider armor said excitedly. "She and her friends swoop in and save the day, shooting the bad guys and monsters dead. Pow, pow, pow!" The amber mare's magenta eyes were wide, and she was nearly squealing. "We're going to be just like her!" My ears fell back. I cringed a little inside, happy I was not wearing my stable barding anymore. Calamity was looking at me, a hoof to his muzzle, snickering. Damn it, why was he snickering?
Are you sure she'd want you putting yourself at risk hunting raiders?
Velvet Remedy asked carefully as she wrapped the buck's hind leg in healing bandages.
I'm sure the Wasteland heroine wouldn't want you getting hurt.
The way she massaged the name made me flush with embarrassment. The radio was bad enough. I took a step back behind Steelhooves, my ears burning. "Oh no," her patient insisted, a khaki-coated pony with the vanilla-colored mane said. "But she wants us to help make Equestria better. DJ Pone 3 says we all need to learn from her example."
"She can't be everywhere at once,"
the olive-coated second buck explained.
"It's up to the rest of us to be brave and step up, helping fight the good fight."
This was too much. I never deserved my reputation, but after Arbu, this was unbearable. Why should any pony idolize me? I wanted to bury myself in a hole somewhere until this was over. "You're a lifesaver," the khaki-coated buck told Velvet Remedy as she finished binding his wound. "If anything, the equestrian wasteland needs more ponies like you." Velvet blinked in surprise.
"Why, thank you," she breathed.
"Hey!" the buck exclaimed, his eyes widening as he stared at Velvet Remedy. "You sound kind of like that gal on the radio, the one who sings the new songs." Firelight landed on Velvet's tail and sang out a musical note. Velvet Remedy blushed.
"You have a good ear."
At least she was used to having fans.
"Wow,"
Olive Buck said, staring at Steelhooves.
"Are you really one of those renegade Steel Ranger heroes?"
Steelhooves whinnied.
I am.
"That is so cool."
"And so you're hunting raiders?" Calamity asked, sounding impressed. "Yep, we're on a rescue mission," the enthusiastic Amber Mare said. A scowl broke over her face. "These raiders murdered every adult in the Republic and took the fillies and colts back to their fort. I guess they wanted to keep them for themselves. We're going in after them." "Probably wanted playthings," the khaki buck snorted, his voice filled with loathing. Calamity bristled. Velvet Remedy gasped.
"They did what?"
"Where is this fort?" I asked, stepping forward, my personal embarrassment forgotten. The olive-coated buck pointed a hoof.
"There's an old hut on the far side of Ponyville, right up next to the Everfree Forest."
Damn it! I thought I had cleared Ponyville of raiders. This place must have been far enough out that I missed it.
"They've turned it into the center of a small compound."
How many?
Steelhooves asked.
"About 12. Minus these 4, so 8. But they have guns and dogs."
Zenith looked at me.
"No more distractions?"
she asked calmly. I bit my lower lip. Steelhooves neighed.
The rest of you can go ahead if you wish, but Applejack would not want her rangers to ignore a cry for help.
The 3 younger ponies were staring at us. I nodded. The goddess will just have to wait another hour or 2. We had a chance to help, and I wasn't going to turn my back. No distractions be damned. Velvet Remedy was trembling.
"That's..."
I nodded. I wasn't surprised now that I had missed this raider group. The cottage that they had built their compound around really was a bit removed from the rest of town. It was surrounded by a large fence of rust and razor wire and sharpened poles impaling the heads of rabbits, squirrels, and other small animals. Sickly poisoned trees twisted up from the barren ground, providing support for sniper nest. Dead birds hung from their branches, strung together like wind chimes. A small river slogged through the property, coming out of the Everfree Forest, the water gray with ash. Inside the fence were kennels, some of which were used for the angry, malnourished guard dogs that roamed about inside. As for the other kennels, through my binoculars, I could see the mangled body of a pony in one of them.
Fluttershy's cottage,
Steelhooves confirmed. The fence on the far side of the cottage lay in broken ruin. Several trees on that side had been uprooted, and a few kennels had been crushed flat. It looked like something huge had lumbered out of the Everfree forest, barely noticing what it stepped on. A couple raider ponies were standing over the wreckage, poking at it, while a third was keeping the dogs from escaping with a shield spell much like Velvet's. I passed the binoculars to Calamity. Could you give us a flyover? Make sure there's nothing we are missing? The Pegasus took off his hat, threw the binocular strap around his neck, and kicked his hat back onto his head.
Gotcha, little Pip. One aerial recon coming up.
The Amber Mare stared as Calamity stretched out his wings and flew. Pegasuses are cool.
Pegasi.
Velvet Remedy corrected automatically. Yeah, those two.
We should split up.
Steelhooves recommended.
Hit the main hut and the yard simultaneously. Keep them divided.
I agreed. You should go with these ponies and take the ones in the yard. Zenith can free any captives and get them to safety while you four take out the—
3.
Velvet interrupted.
You're not sending this buck into battle with a wounded leg,
She scolded.
especially when he might have to evade dogs.
I frowned and nodded. You're right, I wasn't thinking. The fact that I regularly charged into combat wounded didn't mean it was smart, especially since this little group of wannabe heroes didn't have a Velvet Remedy of their own. I looked to Steelhooves. It looks like most of the foals must be inside the cottage. Calamity and I will sneak in and take them out. I looked to Velvet. I would like you right behind us with your shield spell ready. I don't want any of the kids caught in crossfire. She nodded primly. Wait, the khaki buck said. You're taking her with you? Are you insane? Velvet Remedy gave him a questioning scowl.
I'm not helpless.
You're a healer. You should be protected, kept out of combat. I understood his logic. The loss of Velvet Remedy was the loss of not just one pony, but countless. Velvet huffed.
Why not put me in a pretty little cage then?
Calamity landed before an argument could break out.
3 raiders in the yard, including a unicorn with defensive spells. 2 snipers in the nest, rest are inside.
He frowned.
I spotted lots of mutilated carcasses, but only 2 living colts in cages. They're letting the dogs nip at 'em. Others might be inside as well.
I looked at Velvet with sudden concern as I remembered the horrors I had encountered in the Ponyville Library and Carousel Boutique. Velvet, are you sure you don't want to stay behind on this one? From what I've seen, these raiders take pleasure in desecrating the former homes of Fluttershy's closest friends.
Velvet Remedy walked forward. I'm not staying behind. Let's go.
Calamity flew me in through an open window on the second floor of Fluttershy's cottage. As soon as I had my footing, I levitated Velvet Remedy in after us, covering my muzzle, my eyes watering from the stench. The inside of the cottage was beyond foul. The bedroom had been willfully destroyed. The bed, still displaying a bit of its butterfly motif in the carving, had been set on fire with a broken lantern and the burnt remains used as a toilet, repeatedly. Pictures were knocked from the shelves and smashed. Books were defiled. A fireplace was filled with a pile of skulls, some with rotting meat still on the bones. The rotting carcasses of small animals hung from the rafters. Some sort of wicked bluish ivy had crawled up one wall and intertwined with the rafters before dying. I suspected the raiders had poisoned the ground, killing all plant life, as well as any animals unfortunate enough to try to find food or water here. Velvet Remedy rushed to the window and threw up. I felt disgusted, not only at what I was seeing and smelling, but because I wasn't at the window doing the same. Velvet Remedy moved back from the window as we heard the voices from downstairs. You want a knife? Little Bucky didn't need a knife. A cruel mare's voice laughed.
Oh, give the kid a knife, a buck growled. Makes it more interesting.
I slowly crept towards the stairwell, Calamity in front of me. Now remember, kids. A third voice chuckled as I reached the railing and looked down. The room below was filled with old, rusty cages. Most were empty, but there were nearly half a dozen foals locked up inside some of them. They were all staring down at the center of the room, eyes wide with terror. Several were crying. The center of the floor had been torn up. 2 fillies and a colt were in the hole, a tangled mesh of rusty barbed wire ringing it. One of the fillies was crumpled in the dirt, bleeding from multiple wounds, the flesh torn from her scalp. The colt looked battered and was breathing heavily, keeping weight off one foreleg. Both he and the standing filly were shaking, tears running down their young faces. The raiders were gathered around their crude, homemade version of the pit, smoking, drinking, and lounging on furniture that integrated the bones of ponies. The one that survives gets the bodies of their parents back. Blam!
How dare you!
Velvet Remedy screamed, swiveling her combat shotgun towards the second raider as the first fell.
The wasteland isn't hard enough, sick enough, without you monsters making it worse.
Blam! The second shot tore the left hind leg and flank off the second raider. He collapsed, screaming in a pool of blood.
And in Fluttershy's house?
Velvet Remedy tossed her shield up over the children as she marched down the stairs, her expression full of unbridled fury. I watched, frozen. "I'll have your head on a fucking plate," the raider mare screamed as she dove for a riot shotgun. Blam! Our shotgun surgeon splattered open the chest of the wounded raider.
How dare you be this foul?
Outside, we could hear explosions interspersed with the irregular gunshot. Steelhooves was engaging the enemy. The raider mare swung around, the riot shotgun in her muzzle, and found herself facing down Velvet Remedy's barrel. The raider seemed to freeze, staring at the black hole of her death. Our unicorn was trembling with rage.
"I've never killed a pony before,"
she said, her voice soft but still amplified by her spell. This is Velvet's Arbu, I thought suddenly. At least she had the benefit that no pony anywhere would question the vileness of the pony she was eradicating. At least she was saving children, not scarring them. Blam! Velvet lowered the shotgun, turning away from the third raider's raggedly decapitated body.
"As far as I'm concerned, I still haven't."
"I didn't want to." The little colt Bucky was bawling. I didn't mean it. They made me do it. I didn't want to hurt her." The little filly with the head injury was dead. She had expired before we could get to her. Velvet Remedy hugged the colt, soothing him as best she could despite looking shell-shocked herself. We had saved 9 foals in all. There had been 3 outside, one with a black coat who had curled up so far inside his cage that even Calamity hadn't spotted him. To our surprise, he was a Pegasus, great-grandson of a Dashite named Radar. Calamity had heard of the rogue Pegasus.
"Last one to give the Enclave the kiss-off,"
he told me.
"Before my time."
I was putting the burden of getting the foals to safety on the 3 young heroes. The yard of the cottage had a wagon filled with cages, undoubtedly how the raiders had brought the foals here. It would serve as lightly armored transportation. I had seen that the wounded buck now had the riot shotgun. Once Calamity had worked his repair wizardry on it, the riot shotgun had become a truly respectable weapon. Even better than Velvet's own. They should be able to make it to New Appaloosa, as long as they went straight there. New Appaloosa wasn't my favorite place to send refugees, but it was the only place close. Junction R7 was too far, and the only place closer had apparently been the Republic. They couldn't go back there. "I wish we could come with you," I told the Amber Mare, realizing I'd never gotten her name. "But we really have to be going." She nodded. "Thank you. The Wasteland heroine would be proud of you." I looked obliquely, reddening. Yeah, I hope so." I kicked my hoof in the dirt. "Any pony ever tell you you're cute like that?" she asked, then gave me a little kiss on the cheek before scampering off to her friends. They were trying to coax the little colts and fillies onto the wagon. I blinked, my thoughts blown apart. Within half an hour, the wagon was pulling away, hauled by the 2 unwounded young heroes. Steelhooves had ensured the raiders outside never got to harm them, and they were headed to New Appaloosa with the story of the heroism and awesome might of Applejack's Rangers. I could almost feel a warmth radiating off of Steelhooves. He had done Applejack proud, and he knew it. I hoped he was finally beginning to really heal. I turned and looked at Velvet. She had managed to hold it together until the wagon was moving. But as I watched, she began to tremble, then collapsed into sobs. Calamity was there to catch her.
Why does it all have to be so horrible?
Velvet sobbed.
How can these horrible creatures be ponies?
I stared at the ground, having wondered the same thing.
We fight and hurt and bleed to try to make Equestria better,
Velvet said, burying her face into Calamity's neck.
But you can't stop something until you take away its reason for being that way.
I thought of the pink cloud.
But there's no reason for the raiders. No reason for them to be so vile. No reason at all.
The sun was setting as Calamity landed the Sky Bandit at the edge of Splendid Valley. All about us were dead ponies and the strewn wreckage of a military camp. One of Red Eye's banners, slightly scorched, flapped in the wind.
Well, we're fucked,
Calamity stated as he detached himself from the Sky Bandit's harness. After the other morning, he had jury-rigged a quick-release mechanism. He had spent the last few hours skirting the boundary of the valley, looking for this camp. This was one of those parts of the plan I had told him before extracting my memories. The notes I had left myself on my pip-buck were very vague, clearly written to be reassuring but not informative, but they did include a mention that we were supposed to stop here just before flying into the valley itself. I wasn't sure exactly why, but I suspected it had to do with whatever I had gone into Red Eye's encampment around Timpani Tower for. Something important enough that I took another party time menthol, so I was really hoping it was damn vital. Or maybe not, seeing as whomever we were supposed to meet here had been dead for days. Large black birds were picking at the carcasses. I felt queasy as one of them pulled out the eyeball from the armored corpse of a brown earth stallion.
These wounds are from alicorn spells,
Steelhooves noted, moving amongst the bodies.
The goddess's children did this.
A total massacre, and not a single alicorn dead. Damn.
I'm guessing this means the goddess and Red Eye ain't even pretending to be on the same side anymore.
Not necessarily.
Steelhooves offered.
This could be a preemptive strike. Or maybe she just didn't like part of his army sitting this close.
The more I saw, the more this struck me as part of the forces that withdrew from Timpani Tower.
Either way, I doubt Red Eye has the benefit of instant communication. There's a good chance he doesn't know this happened. And when he finds out, the goddess could pass this off as an unfortunate attack by something out of Everfree.
Is that it then?
Calamity asked me.
Plan over?
I shook my head. I don't know. I was the wrong person to ask. I looked around for Zenith. She disappeared again. Velvet was curled up in the Sky Bandit. Hirelight was stroking her with a wing.
Look, if we're still a go,
Calamity told me,
I want to leave Velvet back here with Steelhooves. She's not in any shape to be doing anything else right now.
I agreed, assuming of course that the plan allowed them to remain behind. Damn it, where had the zebra vanished off to this time? I rotated and jumped back as I found myself muzzle to muzzle with the striped face of our zebra.
What we need is still here,
she said cryptically, her exotic voice low and urgent.
We best move swiftly. I have seen the goddess's children just beyond the ridge. They are engaged with the Hydra, but the battle will not last long.
A Hydra? I suddenly guessed what had stomped its way past the slaver encampment in Fluttershy's cottage.
Do what you must do, little Pip.
I nodded, both relieved that things were still on track and stunned by the thought of the Hydra. Part of me really wanted to see that battle, but I knew I wouldn't. I checked the notes on my pip-buck just to make sure, but I was right. Now it was time for me to put on the blindfold. I peeked. I couldn't help myself. As Calamity soared across Splendid Valley, hauling the Sky Bandit behind him, I heard the roars of the Hydra and I just had to look. One peek couldn't hurt, right? The first thing I saw was that I was alone in the Sky Bandit. That shocked me. I felt certain that at least Zenith would be with me as well. I scrambled to the window, looking out. But there was nothing to see. Splendid Valley stretched on for miles. I could see Mary Pony on the horizon, and the crater filled with hundreds of hellhound holes. Thunder cracked, and the Hydra roared again, telling me that I was looking out the wrong side of the passenger wagon.
What you moving around so much for?
Calamity asked as I shifted to the opposite window. I felt a pang of guilt, but it was swiftly washed away by the spectacle of the battle. One alicorn lay crushed and bloody on the ground. A second was in the mouth of the Hydra's head, farthest to its left. The monster was absolutely huge, and the head was almost able to swallow the alicorn whole. Only her wings protruded from its closed maw, fluttering limply as it chewed the life out of her. 3 more alicorns swooped around the Hydra, dodging the remaining heads as they snapped at their prey. One of the Hydra heads sucked in a deep breath and blasted out some sort of gas, enveloping one of the goddess's magically shielded children. The purple alicorn's shield seemed to protect her. She tilted up a wing, spinning in place, as the second head's maw opened wide and folded in her wings. There was a flash of light where the alicorn used to be. The head of the gaping Hydra exploded with a wet sound, the crumpled and blood-soaked form of the purple alicorn falling to the ground. I gaped. The alicorn had sacrificed itself and teleported inside the monster's skull. Quickly, I blindfolded myself again, thankful that my head was too small for such a grotesque tactic. "Welcome back, my guest." A chorus of voices drowned out my thoughts. "My children will guide you, that you may bask in the presence of the great and powerful goddess." My head began to throb. I felt the sky bandit touch down. I waited. According to my notes, Calamity would tell me when I could take the blindfold off. I heard him releasing himself from the harness. I listened as his hoofsteps drew near. He stopped just outside the door, and we waited. "Why do you loiter?" "Don't you know?" I thought at her.
Okay, Lil Pip,
Calamity said. I lifted the blindfold. There were 2 dark green alicorns standing on the path ahead, and I could see dozens gathered around the Merry Pony ruins, just standing there, staring at us, mindlessly. No, one-mindedly. I shuddered.
I'm not gonna be here when y'all are finished,
Calamity told me, his extreme dislike of this plan clear with every word. My eyes opened wide. I knew I was going in alone, but I hadn't realized my ride was leaving without me. What the hell? How was I supposed to... My Pegasus friend pointed towards a section of the rubble.
There's your ride out.
I followed his hoof and spotted a bit of pink hidden in the wreckage. The Griffin Chaser, too. I had wondered what had become of that after we left old Olney. The goddess grows impatient. Yeah, I'm on my way, I thought. I've got what you've asked for. Just hold your alicorns. There was only one set of instructions left in my notes. Keep your eyes forward, sparkle up, stall, and wait for the signal. This time, the goddess's alicorns had not led me to the observation room, but right into the heart of the goddess herself. I levitated above the dusky lake of IMP and stared up between the vats at the floating face of the goddess. Lights on my EFS compass indicated the 2 green alicorns flanking me, and then a vague, untargetable haze that seemed to fill the rest of the room. The haze was brightest when I swiveled my head towards the vat that Trixie had fallen into so many decades ago. I found myself dreading this. Even as I spoke with her, telling the goddess what I had found, I knew that I was just delaying the inevitable. The black book was in my saddlebags, cold against my flank, and I had brought it here. On purpose. I was about to let it fall into the hooves of the absolute worst pony who could ever gain it. On purpose. There was no amount of heroic acts or lives saved that would make up for this evil. Weather control? That is all. The goddess expected more from Red Eye. What manner of threat is that? You're the one that assumed what he was after in the Ministry of Awesome was a threat to you, I reminded the Trixie thing. Speaking aloud because just thinking at the floating light shadow pony head was just a little too creepy. Then clearly this single pony project is a threat, and just a very clever one that will take the goddess a moment to comprehend. But just a moment. Ah, yes. I stared, trying not to let my disbelief project too strongly. Or maybe it was not the single Pegasus project that he was after. Tell me everything you saw in the Ministry of Awesome. Well, stalling wasn't going to be hard. Stall? Why do you stall? foolish little pony. There is nothing you can do that is of concern or consequence to the mighty goddess. Standing there, staring at the amorphous nothing before me, I began to suspect she was right. How the hell was I supposed to stop the goddess? Shoot her? A lot? Unless I picked up bullets of goddess killing, that just wasn't going to do a damn thing. And she had every spell of the alicorns. Probably every spell of Trixie, Twilight Sparkle, Mosaic, and Gestalt. If not every unicorn she had consumed. She could think me dead. This was hopeless. Yes! Your silly little plan against the goddess is hopeless. The goddess is not impressed. You... Wait, who? What? Who? What are you, an owl now? I suddenly thought of Wordsworth. You thought of names! Think the names again! Oh, oops. There was no way I could have foreseen the star orb when making this plan. Did I just trip up on something? Stall. Well, here goes nothing. I thought of the orbs, remembering them as best I could. Every detail, focusing most heavily on the star orb. I spent what felt like hours replaying Canterlot in my head. Even when I sensed the approach of others, more alicorns, I assumed, I did not stop. I went over each memory orb multiple times, but kept coming back to the star orb. Whenever I did, the goddess grew quiet in my mind. I think the memory stunned her. Finally, she demanded I stop. Enough of that memory! It is not important! I suspected deeply that it was the most important memory ever. But I didn't have time to investigate my suspicions. The location identifier started flashing on my eyes forward sparkle. But it wasn't telling me where I was. How could it? I'd been in the same place for hours. In fact, it wasn't telling me anything, just flashing, getting my attention. This must be the signal, but what do I do now? Then it told me. Run! Zenith has planted the balefire bomb beneath Mary Pony. Your friends are safely away. You have 38 minutes to get clear. Run! What? The balefire bomb is here? How did it get here? How did Zenith get past all the hellhounds? I knew she was sneaky, but that was beyond the pale. How could I have asked her to take that risk? And was I supposed to get out of range on the damn pedal machine? That's insane! What was I doing standing here? Why the hell would I have gone into this place? Why would I have... Even as I panicked, the pieces of my plan fell into place. Of course I needed to be unnaturally persuasive. What could have been more difficult, more worthy of resorting to party-time mentals, than talking Red-Eye into giving me the bomb? No wonder he started pulling out after that. He was taking the bomb to the camp. Timpani Tower hadn't been under a mega-spell threat in over a week. I'd made homage safe before I'd even left.
What we need is still here,
Zenith had said. I remembered how small the balefire bomb looked in Pinky Bell's barn. Small enough a filly could move it around, if with difficulty. I remembered going to speak with God, but I'd cut out the memory of what had happened in Shattered Hoof. Blackwing, I remembered saying. I was hoping to see you. I have something I need to ask you for, and I hoped we could come to an arrangement. I remembered all the times I had lost track of Zenith in battle, how she'd managed to follow me without the Twilight Society catching her. Zenith had Blackwing's Zebra Stealth Cloak, and Zebra Stealth Cloak's even mute scent. You have 37 minutes to get clear. But why would I have... Don't watch any of these until after you/I get the Black Book and take it to Mary Pony. I'd written that to myself, then told Calamity to allow me to view those 2 orbs we had picked up from the merchant just before we went to Shattered Hoof. The argument between Applejack and Rarity flashed through my head. You said you were gonna get rid of that cursed thing. I said I would burn it, and I tried, but as you can see, it doesn't burn. I even tried to have Spike burn it. All that did was send it to Princess Celestia. Well, you still should have gotten rid of it. How? I doubt anything short of a megaspell could destroy it. And I certainly don't want to dispose of the book where it could find its way into the wrong hooves. I didn't bring the Black Book here to give it to the goddess. I brought it here to destroy it once and for all. Crush 2 eggs under 1 hoof. The little pony in my head was prancing nervously, trying to shout down my thoughts with the scream of bomb! Bomb! Get away from the bomb! The zebra! Crap! I floated the black book out of my saddlebags and tossed it into the taint. It splashed, then bobbed, the twisted and profane black leather floating with the debris. No! Think of all the great things you could do! I backpedaled, my brain finally working. I needed to get out of here now! You could save Twilight Sparkle! My eyes were still locked on the book, but the little pony in my head was screaming. There was no time for that anymore. Thump. I backed into some pony. My panic skyrocketed, my heart skipping a beat, and my levitation magic imploded, dropping me into the murky lake of taint. I spun around to see who was blocking my exit. 3 ponies in Enclave armor stood blocking the doorway. In front of them, a stately dusk-colored Pegasus flew forward, dressed in sophisticated gray barding with a sleek military elegance.
Greetings, goddess,
The Pegasus called out, staring up at Trixie's light show, seeming unfazed.
Allow me to introduce myself. I am Harbinger, and I am here on behalf of the Enclave. It's an Enclave experiment, all right,
Calamity had said about the science project we had found in Old Olney.
under orders of Harbinger, one of the Enclave High Council.
The goddess had more important things on her mind. Children, flee! As did I. I desperately searched for a way around them. I could try floating them, but they had wings. I wouldn't be able to hold them in place just by lifting their hooves off the ground. I could try to fight my way through, but these were Enclave. It could be like fighting 3 or 4 calamities, and I would so thoroughly lose. Even if I won, my injuries would assure I didn't get out in time. You have 36 minutes to get clear.
There is no need to flee,
Harbinger assured the goddess calmly.
We mean you no harm. In fact, I have come to offer you an alliance between the Enclave and the goddess.
I froze, my jaw dropping. Wait, what? For the briefest moment, I forgot about the bomb, turning to stare at the Pegasus. The goddess was ultimately genocidal. Her plans for Equestria meant the end of all ponies, and worse, the end of all individuality. She was a horror, and the Enclave wanted to ally with her? Fly, my children! Save yourselves! Okay, and part of me was a little bit impressed with the goddess. Trixie knew she was about to die, and her final act was to save the alicorns. Damn.
We have recently become aware of what the pony named Red Eye is doing,
Harbinger stated.
We know he opposes you and has plans to overthrow you. His intentions with the towers pose a clear and imminent danger to the Enclave and its citizens. His intentions are nothing short of an act of war.
Oh, this was not happening. I pranced anxiously in the taint, looking around for an alternate escape route. Oh, goddesses! Even if I found one, there wouldn't be enough time for me to get away.
But the Enclave military is,
Harbinger permitted himself a chuckle.
let us just say, formidable. Should we combine our efforts, I have no doubt that we can deal with Red Eye and eliminate the threat he poses in its entirety, swiftly.
You have 35 minutes to get clear. Oh no, no! This is bad! Need to find a way out, now!
And with the threat of Red Eye and his plots wiped away,
Harbinger concluded, smiling the earnest grin of a politician,
you can rule all of Equestria below unchallenged. We will remain above, unthreatened. And we will all know peace in our time.
The observation room! It was designed to protect against a megaspell detonation. It had saved Twilight Sparkle before. Of course, it had also trapped her inside, but I'd worry about that later. Breaking into full gallop, I telekinetically launched myself to one of the remaining catwalks and ran for the observation room.
What's she doing? Harbinger asked. Ambrosia, after her!
One of the black carapace Pegasi took to the air, giving chase. My heart was pounding in my chest. An odd itch was creeping through the insides of my legs, spreading out. You have 34 minutes to get clear. I dashed into the observation room, looking around frantically. Last time, this place sealed up in reaction to the balefire bomb's explosion. But this time, it would go off right under Mary Pony. In the time it took the shutters to close, I'd be dead from heat alone. But I knew Twilight Sparkle wouldn't create a safe room with such a fatal flaw. There had to be some way of manually telling the safe room to seal. You have 33 minutes to get clear. Hold, Ambrosia ordered as she landed outside, folding her wings and trotting through the door. I paid her no attention, searching with mounting panic. I said hold, the armored Enclave mayor demanded. As in, freeze right where you're fucking standing, or I'll turn you into a glowing pile of soup. Bomb! I shouted at her in frustration, scanning all the controls and monitors for anything that might trigger the room's lockdown. What bomb? She barked. What are you talking about? I said freeze! I heard the magical energy weapons built into her armor begin to power up. Relief washed over me as I spotted the removable panel. I froze, looking towards Ambrosia, smiling as my horn glowed. Behind me, the screws on each corner of the panel rotated and fell out. The panel dropped to the floor with a clunk. The sound caught the Enclave soldier's attention. When she looked towards the panel, so did I. There was a nice big red button marked, Push to initiate safe room protocol. I gave it a hard buck. What did you do? Ambrosia cried out as the door closed and the armored plate came down. She spun, watching massive armored shutters lower over the windows. What did you just do? You have 32 minutes to get clear.
Good morning, children. This is DJ Pone 3 coming at you over the airwaves. And guess what's riding hot on my tail? That's right, the news. That bright light and roll of thunder that a lot of you reported from the vicinity of Splendid Valley just over 40 hours ago? The one a lot of you said was like a megaspell going off? Turns out it was a megaspell going off, right in the heart of Splendid Valley. Now, I don't have a lot of details, but I can confirm that a whole mess of alicorns fled the valley less than half an hour before the detonation. And I can now confirm reports that our wasteland heroine was on the Ponyville side of Splendid Valley earlier that day. Now, I don't know yet if there's any connection, but if I was a betting pony, I'd say our bringer of light had her hoof in what happened out there. Not really the light I was talking about, Stable Dweller. Our prayers go out to you, and I hope you're okay. If you or any pony has any further information, please let me know right away. As for reports of odd behavior from the alicorns in the wake of this occurrence, or claims of seeing odd black ponies flying through the sky, I can only...
Greetings, citizens of the Equestrian Wasteland. This is the Grand Pegasus Enclave. We have commandeered this broadcast to deliver an important message to all ponies. Do not be afraid. We are here to save you. Footnote, maximum level. Quest perk added, touched by taint 2. Exposure to taint has altered your physiology. You do not take immediate damage from radiation. In fact, you gain extra healing while being exposed to it. However, radiation continues to build up in your system as normal. Chapter 39. This Coming Storm. We all gotta go sometime. I was just hoping for something more... heroic. Souls. Souls are the spirit and essence of a pony, the fundamental core of their nature, and the kernel of life that exists beyond the biology of flesh and blood and mental synapses. I have seen empirical evidence of the reality of souls. Beyond that, my beliefs in an afterlife, where the souls of dead ponies continued in eternal peace, and in transcendent souls of Celestia and Luna as goddesses who watched over us with love and pity and hope, these surpassed the foundations of knowledge and were the architecture of faith. But the two things I did know? Souls had a living power, and a soul was a hard thing to kill. There was no way I could know for sure if the Black Book had been destroyed. But if it was not, then it was either buried under rubble or fused into a crater of glass. The Black Book hadn't needed to be the conduit of some eldritch cosmic horror, or its pages filled with blasphemous magic, to corrupt those close to it. It was enough that the book was the host to a wicked and twisted soul, the soul of an insane, maleficent zebra. The Black Book called out to those around it who were susceptible to its influence. Two alicorns walked into the throne room. One sensed the presence of the Black Book, the other did not. Calamity had not reacted to it when I had found it. My other friends had been near it as they traveled with me. But it had sunk barbed hooks into my mind even before I had retrieved it. We had encountered 2 alicorns who had been affected by the temptations of the Black Book without ever having seen it or opened its pages. Nightseer had been transformed by the book's proximity. She had been one of those who the goddess had sent to find the book. Did her telepathy leave her especially defenseless? Had the Black Book filled the void in her mind left by the absence of the goddess? I was vulnerable to it. My weaknesses, addiction, curiosity, and the shame of having only a single spell, played to its strengths. The soul of the Black Book had been particularly ancient and powerful. I had possessed the Black Book for less than 2 days and had already begun to tempt me. Clumsily, perhaps at first, the book wasn't telepathic like the goddess. Most of the horrors in my nightmare I had provided myself. The book merely used the tools my fevered night terrors gave it. And still, I did not have the strength alone to withstand its first probing attacks. To be able to stand against that influence as it continuously tried to erode you away, to hold to any part of yourself after years with the book, much less to take its twisted gifts and create something noble and good from them, that would take a level of moral endurance and fortitude almost beyond comprehension. Be unwavering. How often had those 6 ponies from the past, through the radiance of their souls, given me insights I couldn't have had myself, or allowed me to tap reserves of strength and will that I shouldn't have been able to muster? They had saved me and guided me since finding Applejack and Old Appaloosa, their influence growing with each statuette I found. But it was only after I had brought them all together that they had been able to intervene on my behalf more directly. I believe it was no coincidence that Rarity was the first to appear. My mind and soul had ever so briefly become the battleground for 2 warring influences. One powerful soul of evil and madness against 6 shards that shone with virtue and hope of Rarity and her 5 closest friends. The shards of the statuettes were not truly those of the Ministry mares. I suppose they were more like Rarity's soul wearing perfect disguises. But they shone with the true nature of those other ponies. They burned with the love and compassion and virtue and nobility of each of the Ministry mares in turn. They were eternal, metaphysical images of the deepest, truest nature of those ponies, lit up like beacons, fueled by a shining piece of Rarity herself. Rarity, whose magical talent had always been in the shadow of Twilight Sparkle, must have seemed like easy prey to the zebra soul within the Black Book. It had been wrong. She was one of the bearers of the elements of harmony for a reason. And when the soul images of the Ministry mares were brought together, they brought the inner fire that fuels the elements of harmony with them. They had proven more powerful, even as mere shards, than the whole soul residing in the book. Or at least powerful enough to give me the strength I needed to fend it off. If the Black Book could not stand against the gestalt of the Ministry mare's souls when they were only shards, how could it have stood against the soul of Twilight Sparkle, combined in unity with 3 of the most magically powerful mares of her time? The Black Book was not telepathic, but it could sense souls around it, knowing instinctively whom it could manipulate and whom it could not. That last temptation of the book had an air of desperation to it. The zebra soul had no way of knowing I was about to destroy its soul jar. It had been reaction to something else. The Black Book sensed the goddess, and it had been afraid. What happens to a soul when it no longer has a body to hold it? Does it truly transcend? Does it spread out, no longer contained, like the hydrogen in a balloon that has been popped, until it's no longer truly a soul, indistinguishable from the environment? What of the souls trapped together in the horror that was the goddess? My goal had been to destroy the physical reality of the goddess and free the souls trapped inside. To allow Twilight Sparkle, Trixie, and the others the rest they deserved and had been denied. I had not expected the goddess to try to save her children, but I had not expected the impact of the 6 memory orbs either. By showing those memories to the goddess, I had awoken something in Trixie. The goddess had become lost, and I believe part of her was able to find herself in those memories. The star orb had been created for comparison. By showing that memory to the goddess, I had acted like Rarity's mirror had for Pinkie Pie. Just like I had hoped the memories of the balloon orb might stir whatever still remained of Twilight Sparkle. And what about my own soul? If I died here, would Celestia and Luna welcome me or turn me away in horror and disgust? I knew what I had done, and my soul was blackened from it. I had finally taken that step off the cliff. I had sacrificed my own morality and goodness to save the Equestrian wasteland. I was red-eye now, through and through, and there would be a price for that. 38 minutes would have been plenty of time, But that time was never meant for me. It was time enough for Zenith and Calamity to escape. I had been willing to forfeit my own life. 38 minutes would have been enough for the alicorns of the goddess to have scoured Mary Pony, found the bomb, and disarmed whatever timer Red-Eye had constructed for it. But the Balefire bomb had never been in Mary Pony. 38 minutes was not long enough for the alicorns to have fought their way through the maze of hellhound warrens and found the bomb hidden dozens of yards beneath Mary Pony's foundations. The Balefire bomb had gone off in a subterranean detonation directly beneath us. I awoke in pitch darkness. I felt sick, even worse than in the past. My body was hot, my mouth was dry. My stomach twisted painfully, but there was nothing in it to heave. My body was covered in sweat. There was a crushing weight on my lower body that brought back memories of a nightmare. Being trapped under a wall, crying out while I watched Calamity and Velvet Remedy walk away. There was a hiss from the darkness below. The floor beneath me slanted away. I would have slid down into the hissing blackness, but I was pinned. My pip-buck was clicking slowly. For a few terrifying minutes, I had no idea where I was. Then I remembered the bomb, remembered running for the safe room, bucking the emergency button. I didn't recall a whole lot after that. My memories were a jumble, but I did remember feeling the almighty thwomp from somewhere underneath us. The feeling of the whole room being thrust upwards as the bomb annihilated everything above it. A brief moment of weightlessness and the rush of falling. Click. Click. I turned on my eyes forward sparkle, wondering when I had turned it off. A dozen warnings flashed across it. The safe room had survived 2 megaspells, one almost point blank. But there was a micro-fracture somewhere in its protective walls, and radiation was leaking in. Considering how hot it must be outside, the fact that I was still alive and the room wasn't an unbearable oven spoke amazing praise of Twilight and her ministry. But I was swiftly reaching fatal levels of exposure. I floated a rat away from my saddlebags, bracing against the horrid taste. According to my inventory sorter, the other medical supplies I had packed, several healing potions and a vial of Zenith's bleeding stopper goop, were all gone. I had been conscious before, but I had no recollection of it. The magic of the safe room must have prevented me from being turned to paste by the concussive force of the blast alone. Even still, with the fall I must have taken, I was lucky I didn't break my neck, or anything else. According to my EFS, I was remarkably unbattered, for a mare who was dying. Wait, hadn't there been some pony else in here with me? Peering into the darkness, I tried to remember. My EFS compass was telling me I was alone. I lifted my pip leg and turned on the light. Oh, merciful goddesses! My pip-buck light shone down a room, tilted at an insane angle. The terminal bank had torn from the wall, the concrete of the ceiling had collapsed in, revealing the shiny purple-tinted metal above it. A large slab of the concrete lay across me, pinning me in place. Below, the lower third of the room was filled with discolored water, rubble, and the mangled filing cabinet. A small spray was coming from a section in the wall which had torn open. Something floated in the dark pool beneath me. It was a more spacious coffin than the healing booth, but I had been foolish to think this room would save me. I was trapped, locked inside, and even if I could escape, outside was instant death. I'm out of food, and the safe room's water talisman seems to have been corrupted, Twilight had said. At least I'm fairly confident that pure water isn't supposed to be that color. The water talisman was tainted. The body of what had once been Ambrosia was beneath that water, mostly. Her body had bulged and metasized under the taint, straining against the armor. A blob of malformed flesh had pushed out through the open visor like a tongue. A fleshy, grotesquely misshapen worm floated on the surface of the water. I screamed as I realized it was one of my own hind legs. After several long minutes of terror, I realized I could feel both of my hind legs. Barely able to breathe, I shifted my light, trying to look under the slab that was crushing me. Both my hind legs were there, intact and healthy, except one was the pink of exposed skin with only a light fuzz of a coat. I had lost my leg in the fall, and I had regrown it. I didn't think it was possible to feel even sicker, but I did. A deep, soul-aching horror filled me as I realized that I wasn't even a pony anymore. I was something else. I wanted to cry. to scream. Was I a ghoul transformed by the bomb? Or was this from my exposure to the taint? How far removed was I now from being one of the goddess's children? At least the radiation would kill me before the room filled enough for me to drown. Unless I was enough of a pseudo-alicorn that the radiation wouldn't kill me. I prayed that it was. Please, please, Celestia, I beg you, have mercy on me. I turned off my light. It was better not seeing. Something wrenched the safe room. The concrete slab scraped against me as it shifted, drawing blood. The wounds were already closing as I tried to brace myself, worried that the slab might slide off. Then I felt the whole room lift, soaring into the air. The tainted water washed over me as the room righted itself. The misshaped flesh blob that had once been my leg washed up against me. I screamed in horror at the slimy touch of my desecrated former flesh. A violent grinding filled the air, and the metal shutters over the windows pulled away, revealing a purple-tinted sky of clouds filled with glowing ash. The armored glass shattered, the razor-sharp shards hovering and then whisking away. My pit-buck began to click rapidly. Somewhere above, I spotted the dark silhouette of a wagon and a glowing light of green and gold. For a moment, I thought it was pyrelight, but then I realized the glow was coming from a Pegasus. Had my friends come to rescue me? How? And at what cost? Oh, Calamity, I thought, weeping without tears. What have you done? But something was wrong. A purple glow enveloped me, a second floating the slab off my leg. I was levitated out through the obliterated window. The super alicorn, her coat a dark purple to the point of black, stared at me with glowing eyes as she casually tossed away the safe room, performing telekinesis that would have overstrained me with effortless ease. The clouds above seemed awfully close. I glanced downward. We were very, very high. Below, the second crater of Splendid Valley glowed in the aftermath. With the beat of her wings, she flew up level with the wagon above us, bringing me with her. I realized at once that the wagon was not the Sky Bandit, and the glowing Pegasus was not Calamity. Ditsy-do? The super-irradiated ghoul grinned happily at me, a sickly golden-green light emanating from her mouth and around her teeth. The creatures of radiation do not merely heal in its presence. If they absorb enough of it, they grow stronger, more powerful. Ditsy-do had come into Splendid Valley looking for me. She had saved me. She and... The super alicorn set me on the front bench of the Absolutely Everything delivery wagon right behind Ditsy-do. Without the glow of her magic, the purple tint vanished from the sky, traded for a sickly green. My pit-buck's clicking went insane. We were high enough above the crater for the radiation levels to be merely bad, but Ditsy-do was shedding enough radiation to make this a very short rescue. The glowing ghoul smiled and pointed back at the wagon. I turned around, looking in through a small window. Inside the wagon were crates of Radaway, the packets glowing an inviting orange. I quickly levitated several and began to drink, turning back to thank her. I stopped as my eyes caught the cutie mark on the super alicorn's flank. A large pink star surrounded by smaller white ones. The super alicorn was silent, impassive. Her gaze seemed fixed on my saddlebags. I was struck by a flash of insight. The goddess sent her children away, but she was telepathic, maintaining contact with them. When her body was destroyed, and the souls of the countless ponies who had been consumed in her were set free, some of them, the strongest ones, found their way into the bodies of her fleeing children. Possession. But those bodies already had souls of their own. It was unlikely this could last. Already the cutie mark on the super alicorn was beginning to fade. I scrambled. If this was Twilight Sparkle in any way, there was something she needed to hear. I turned up the volume on my ear bloom and levitated it towards her as I found the file. The voice of Pinkie Pie, tinny and distorted, crackled through the air. Hi, Twilight! It's me! I have you with me now, so you'll kind of be with me anyway. But it's not the same. I want the real Twilight Sparkle. I want my friend back. Please? I'll do anything. The super alicorn had hovered, seeming transfixed by the sound, until the message ended. Then, wordlessly, she turned and began to fly away. The cutie mark on her flank was already completely gone. "Twilight, wait!" I cried out after the disappearing alicorn. "Star Sparkle is still alive! And Spike!" But whatever part of Twilight Sparkle my words might once have been able to reach were gone now. Evaporated. Or, if my heart could hope, just asleep. I wanted to cry, but my body couldn't produce tears. I drank another of those horrid rataways as Ditzy-Doo turned and began flying us out of Splendid Valley. Ditzy-Doo brought the wagon low as we reached the edge of the valley. We began flying along the border, moving more slowly. We were searching for something, and I wanted to ask what, but Ditzy-Doo couldn't speak. "What did you do? What did you just do?" The voice of Ambrosia fluttered through my mind. I fought to remember. I'd told her about the bomb. I was sure about that. I couldn't recall exactly what I said, but an antsy mare with a magical energy battle saddle didn't exactly engender a desire to lie. Her response had been to try to call Harbinger through the broadcaster built into her helmet. "This room is designed to stop megaspells," I recalled telling her. "Your radio isn't going to penetrate." She had looked at me with panic. "I have to tell Harbinger. He has to get out of here. We have to pull back." Her words had sparked a burst of fear in my breast. "How many ponies do you have outside?" The ground passed slowly beneath us. I couldn't remember any more. I caught them on my eyes forward sparkle, friendly lights appearing on my EFS compass before I actually spotted my friends. As we approached a clearing not far from the devastated Red-Eye camp, Steelhooves appeared, pulling camouflage netting off of the Sky Bandit. Velvet Remedy, Zenith, and Calamity emerged from within. They looked worn, weary, and bedraggled. Calamity immediately took to the air while Velvet and Zenith scanned the skies. Pyrelight was missing from the group. Where was Pyrelight?
Did you find anything this time?
My Pegasus friend shouted. I tried to jump up, but my body just didn't have the energy. So instead I waved. He couldn't see me anyway. Ditzy-Doo was too bright. Ditzy-Doo flew us in closer, pulling up and hovering at the edge of the clearing. I downed yet another rataway as she waved Calamity back. I felt weak, sick, half dead. My body was alien to me now. I wasn't me anymore. But all of that paled in comparison to the wash of joy at the impending reunion. I needed to get to Timpani Tower, get cleansed of the taint I had suffered, assess what was left of me, and, if Homage would still have me, spend it forever with her and my friends. A short forever, unfortunately. I had cleared the way for Red-Eye to ascend, and he had a host of unicorns he planned to sacrifice in the process. With the threats of the goddess and the Black Book taken care of, I now had a new quest before me, to brave the Everfree Forest and rescue those unicorns from Red-Eye's cathedral. I probably didn't have a lot of time. Now that Red-Eye couldn't count on alicorns for protection anymore, he would likely act fast. But I was in no shape to fight a radroach, much less infiltrate a stronghold. My body was weeping for me to give it care and rest. I couldn't push it further until I had done so.
Hey, it's Lil Pip!
Calamity shouted ecstatically.
Hey, every pony! Ditzy's brought back Lil Pip! She's alive!
Velvet Remedy and Zenith began to stomp in applause. Velvet gave out a thankful shout. Steelhooves whinnied.
Thank Applejack.
He turned to the others.
Okay, let's get out of here. I don't like being in one place too long, especially this close to...
The ground erupted. Fountains of dirt burst into the air as half a dozen hellhounds tore themselves out of the ground. Ditzy-Doo pulled up as one of them swung her magical energy rifle around and fired at us. Velvet Remedy let out a scream. Calamity spun in the air, kicking the lever of his battle saddle, switching ammo. One of the hellhounds closed on Zenith, taking a swipe. The zebra ducked, turning and bucking the hellhound in the chest, dropping her. Steelhooves began to fire, his grenade machine gun tearing apart one of the hellhounds as she aimed a multi-gem magical shotgun towards Velvet and Zenith.
Get to the wagon!
Calamity shouted as he took a shot, staggering a hellhound who was trying to climb onto the Sky Bandit. The earth beneath Steelhooves blasted upwards as a hellhound lashed up out of the ground. The hellhound's claws slashed in a long arc, slicing through Steelhooves' armor. Steelhooves' armored body fell to the broken ground with a heavy thud. His armored head rolled a few yards away. The world stopped. The battle still raged, but it was someplace far away. All the color and sound seemed to mute, leaving just me, the beating of my heart, and the slow rocking of Steelhoof's head. Steelhoof's was dead. A cold, wet chill ran down my body. There was no coming back from that. I had seen Zenith decapitate a Canterlot zebra, but the little pony in my head was shaking in denial. No, she insisted. There will be an ugly warping sound, and he'll be right back with us, just like always. Steelhoof's was dead. I couldn't move. I couldn't feel. Couldn't breathe. My mind was locked up. The gears jammed. The hellhounds weren't going to give me a moment to process, much less to grieve. The hellhound who killed Steelhoof stepped forward, skewered his claws through Steelhoof's helmet, then spun and hurled the armored head of my companion, trying to knock us out of the sky. Ditzy-Doo dodged, and Steelhoof's head slammed against her wagon next to me, splintering wood. The impact cracked his helmet's headlamp. Something snapped inside me. My horn burst with light, layer upon layer of overglow, brighter than even Ditzy-Doo. The hellhounds were surrounded with light as they shot upwards into the sky, all of them, higher and higher until they were nothing but dark specks. Then they weren't visible at all. Steelhoofs! Velvet screamed, dashing to the fallen headless body and wrapping it in her forelegs. All the others turned, eyes wide as they realized we had lost one of our own. Thud! The ground shook as the first hellhound fell out of the sky. The mangled, broken body oozed. Thud! 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 Thud!
Do you even know what balefire is?
Another flash of memory tugged at me as we approached New Appaloosa. We were flying low, moving quickly. Zenith stood on the Sky Bandit, watching the clouds. I got the impression we should be walking, but my condition was too severe for me to even try the journey.
Ain't safe to fly no more,
Calamity called out to me, flying as close as he could to the absolutely everything wagon without suffering ditzy exposure.
Damn Enclave have patrols everywhere, and anything airborne tends to catch their attention. Not that the Sky Bandit exactly has a low profile, considering our cloud breach last month.
We just couldn't catch a break.
You sure it was Harbinger that you saw Mary Pony?
Calamity asked as we began to slow.
That's who he said he was,
I called back, hating how much effort it took to shout.
Damn. I figured this had to be big when a whole regiment of the Enclave descended on Mary Pony. Zenith and I barely made it out of there. But we blew up a member of the Enclave High Council? I could use one of your creative swears about now, Lil Pip.
Calamity frowned.
Congratulations, we just declared war on the Enclave.
Ouch! But even as I grimaced, I realized that the Enclave had showed up knowing that Red Eye was plotting against the goddess. If anything, they would suspect he had been behind the bomb, and I had been his agent, which on a very real level was absolutely accurate. From the Enclave's perspective, Red Eye had just declared war. I could see Pyrelight circling above the city, a single bird of prey. She let out a hoot as the two wagons landed, Ditzy-Doo setting down a little distance from the sky wagon. Pyrelight dove out of the air, disappearing into the town.
Maybe he got out?
I offered weakly.
Not much chance of that,
Calamity called back.
Moment the alicorns were clear, a huge alicorn shield wrapped around all of Mary Pony. I reckon she was trying to trap you inside with her. No pony got out.
Or she was trying to contain the blast, protect her fleeing children. With a shield that powerful, generated by the goddess herself, the only thing that would get out through it was her telepathy. Until the second that bomb killed her. That was, assuming she didn't realize that the bomb wasn't within her shield. In truth, the balefire bomb was planted far enough beneath the facility that it very well could have been outside her shield. And if she suspected that, maybe she was trying to save herself. Either way, it didn't matter. The megaspell augmented balefire had proven greater than the goddess's power.
It's magical fire,
I had offered, answering Ambrosia, even as I realized I really didn't know what balefire was, other than green and radioactive. It's bottled necromancy-enhanced dragon's breath, Ambrosia had told me. The magical disintegrative type of dragon's breath that can send you someplace else. In the case of balefire, probably straight to hell. Based on the possession of the super alicorn, who had probably been a normal alicorn until Twilight Sparkle flew around New Crater and Splendid Valley searching for survivors. Ambrosia's guess was almost certainly wrong, but the concept was still chilling. Something Rarity had said struck me. I even tried to have Spike burn it. All that did was send it to Princess Celestia. I remembered thinking of Spike roasting an Enclave pony inside her armor. It was horrid and sickening to witness, but I felt a little better about it if I could imagine he was sending her soul straight to Celestia, which led to the hurting reality of the body being carried inside the Sky Bandit. Should we have Steelhooves cremated? Would Spike be willing?
We can't stay here,
Calamity said, the normal cheer gone from his voice. He looked at Ditzy-Doo.
None of us.
Ditzy-Doo nodded sadly. She dropped one of her chalkboards and wrote on it, "Is this permanent?"
Nah, I reckon it should bleed off just like when Pyrelight soaked in the Philadelphia crater,
Calamity assured her.
But Pyrelight took days to return to normal,
Velvet Remedy reminded them. Her eyes were still wet and puffy with tears. She had been riding with Steelhooves' body and head, keeping watch over him.
And Ditzy-Doo has taken far more radiation than Pyrelight did. It could be weeks.
The sweet ghoul mare looked panicked. She quickly erased her chalkboard and wrote, "Silverbell," in large letters. Velvet Remedy nodded, smiling sadly.
I'll stay here and watch over her.
You can't, I said, speaking up finally. We're not allowed inside town. Zenith looked up in surprise.
We are not?
She asked, her exotic voice betraying her own depression.
When did we offend this town?
Before your time, Calamity said.
Back when it was just Lil Pip, Velvet, and me. Well, then I am not barred, it would seem,
Zenith asserted. Turning to Ditzy-Doo, she smiled gently.
It would be a pleasure to watch Silverbell for you while you have to be away.
Ditzy-Doo forgot herself, swooping up to the zebra and giving Zenith a tight, albeit squishy, hug. Zenith stiffened, but bit back any response. The ghoul Pegasus swiftly backed away, writing "sorry" on her chalkboard.
Hey, look, Ditzy,
Calamity offered.
I might know where y'all could get some help. There's a mare up in Friendship City who's been researching radiation and its effects on creatures. If any pony can help you shed this off quicker, it would be her.
Ditzy smiled brightly, one of her eyes rolling upward as she visibly fought her urge to hug Calamity now.
Why don't you travel with us for a spell?
Calamity offered.
Ain't safe to travel alone. And we're headed that way, ain't we, Little Pip?
Timpani Tower, I nodded, realizing we couldn't cremate Steelhooves' body. He wasn't ours. That lock first. We have to take Steelhooves back to Stable 29. The massive gate to New Appaloosa rumbled open. The Griffin bodyguard, whom I had seen with Ditzy-Doo before, flew out, Silverbell scampering after him. Her eyes went wide as she saw Ditzy-Doo.
Mommy, you look like Pyrelight!
The little lavender filly began to charge across the road between us, trying to reach her. Zenith swiftly caught her, holding her back.
Mommy!
I heard a strangled sound. I wasn't sure if it was from Velvet or Ditzy-Doo. The glowing Pegasus rubbed her hoof against her chalkboard, erasing Silverbell's name, and wrote something else before picking up the chalkboard again. Silverbell struggled against the restraining legs of Zenith and began to cry. Ditzy-Doo trotted halfway to where Zenith was holding Silverbell, as close as she dared to get, and set the chalkboard down on the street. Stay away, love, Mommy's poison. The clouds had begun to darken, threatening the equestrian wasteland with another storm. Dark shadows moved just behind the surface of the clouds. As we watched, the shadows took the shape of great black warships descending beneath the cloud curtain. Each warship was a huge deployment hangar and platforms for massive magical energy cannons, flanked by blackest thunder clouds and moving through the air on a dozen propellers. Through my binoculars, I could barely make out the swarms of black dots that were armored Pegasi flying in formations between the warships.
Raptors,
Calamity announced grimly, watching as the warships descended lower, altering course slightly.
Dragon killers.
I allowed my magic to expire, dropping my binoculars onto the ground next to me. I was at a loss for an appropriately colorful metaphor. Anything involving Luna's horn now struck me as grievously inappropriate. My gaze found Ditzy-Doo, the brightest point of light. She was enwrapped in a lead-lined cloak, something she had the Griffin fetch from her shop. An old mailbag hung from her side, but her hoofs, face, and wings still burned like an emerald furnace. I recalled something Homage said as DJ Pone 3, claiming a male pony had delivered a letter from Ditsy-Doo. Beneath the anti-radiation barding Ditsy-Doo had provided me, and my own barding beneath, my own coat was growing back over my hind leg. My new hind leg. Just thinking about that felt deeply wrong. I'd been drinking enough Radaway to purge most of the radiation from my system, even traveling in the back of the Absolutely Everything delivery wagon. But I still felt weak and twisted up inside. We were just a hill back from Trixie's cottage. In theory, we had stopped for lunch, but no pony was eating. I couldn't stomach anything, Ditsy-Doo didn't have to eat, and neither Velvet nor Calamity had any appetite. They'd both just stared at their cans of beans until Ditsy-Doo trotted up, dropping her chalkboard which said, "Your poor beans are getting all lonely. They want to be with their stomach friends." Calamity had chuckled and nibbled a little after that. Velvet Remedy had just given a sad smile. I drank another Radaway.
They've been coming down out of the sky like that the last 2 days,
Calamity informed me.
Ponies are freaking out, going into hiding. Whole damn wasteland feels like it's under martial law.
He looked askance at me.
They took over the broadcast this morning, both Red Eye and DJ Pone 3. Radio's now all Enclave all the time.
I put in my ear bloom and turned on my Pitbuck's radio, trying to ignore the squirming feeling in my insides. Instead of Homage's music or DJ Pone 3's voice, I caught the end of a Pegasus anthem.
Greetings, ponies of Equestria. By now, you have seen our ships in the sky overhead. Perhaps our Pegasi have even landed in your streets. But there is no need for alarm. Our scouts are merely assessing the current situation before we determine how best we can help you.
I switched it off. I'd heard better propaganda from Red Eye.
I'm not trying to doubt myself here,
Calamity admitted.
I left because I realized the Enclave never intended to rejoin the rest of Equestria. The Enclave wasn't interested in helping down here. Now I'm second-guessing a lot of things.
They tried to make a deal with the goddess,
I told him.
They aren't here to help.
Yeah,
Calamity said dourly.
I really didn't figure they were. This is just the backup plan.
Calamity started packing up the camouflage netting again.
Where did you get that?
I asked.
Steel hooves.
Calamity sighed.
When the Enclave first appeared, he procured this from Crossroads. Said we needed to keep the Sky Bandit covered whenever we weren't moving.
I swallowed. I started to think of all the time Steel Hooves had protected us, but ended up thinking about his voice, that deep masculine rumble, like Flutterguy's voice, Watcher had claimed, and how I'd never hear it from him again. My burning eyes wanted to cry.
He was real good at that,
Calamity said solemnly.
thinking tactically.
We shared a moment of silence. Minutes later, we were flying again. We had been trying to keep low, but the terrain was about to make that difficult. Calamity winged us upwards, gaining altitude as we passed over the ruins of Trixie's cottage. There were several alicorns standing around it. They didn't pay us more than a fleeting glance. If anything, I would have said they looked lost.
Tomorrow,
Crossroads told us. I blinked with surprise. We were in the security center of Stable 29. A somber air hung over the entire stable. Steelhoof's body had been taken into the Crusader mainframe room by an honor guard. Tomorrow? I asked, swaying slightly. My body felt so weak. My hooves wanted a rest. My mind was fogged, but I was fairly sure that the new acting elder's announcement was abnormal. Isn't that awfully fast? Star Paladin Crossroads neighed.
every Steel Ranger outcast who would be able to make it is already here. Applejack's Rangers,
Calamity spoke up. At Crossroads' querying look, Calamity explained,
I know that ain't an official name, but that's how Steelhooves thought of y'all.
Looking down at his hooves, he added,
Should honor it, that's all I'm saying.
The brown mare with the cropped yellow mane nodded.
As I said, all the Applejack's Rangers who would be able to attend the Elder's funeral are already here. There's no delay. It would be unseemly to allow his body to go unburied.
I imagine there were internal matters to address as well. Steelhooves had been the leader and symbol that all these Rangers had rallied around. With him gone, Crossroads had to act quickly to keep the Rangers from falling apart. Every pony seemed to expect Crossroads to step into the role of elder. Minnie already acted as if she was, but I sensed there was official protocol to be attended, and Crossroads was not willing to take those steps while Steelhooves remained unburied. Her love and respect for him were too much to allow that.
Will you be able to attend? Wild manticores couldn't drag us away,
Calamity said. I quickly offered a prayer to Luna that Calamity's words didn't beg prophecy. I nodded.
I couldn't travel any more tonight if I wanted to.
I smiled grimly. I was having trouble standing.
We'll stay the night, so long as it is all right with you. And you have a place Ditsy-Doo can stay safely.
Crossroads smiled grimly.
Your glowing friend. We can put her in one of the shielded rooms in maintenance,
she explained.
I'm not going to turn away Sun Pony just because she is a ghoul, especially not on the eve of Steelhoof's funeral. But I can't have her trotting about the stable either. She is dangerous to those around her.
I nodded. I knew Ditsy-Doo would understand. Where? Nope, that was it. My legs decided that they were done with this standing thing and wanted to try something else. How about falling over? Yup, that sounded good. Thump.
Lil Pip!
Calamity reared, his voice full of worry.
I'm fine.
I told him quickly.
Floor's nice. I think I'll just stay down here for a little while.
Crossroads stepped forward.
What's wrong with her? Lil Pip was in Splendid Valley when the megaspell went off,
Calamity told her worriedly.
She keeps breaking all the rules and surviving the impossible, and I think reality is kicking her tail for it. I'll have our medics,
Crossroads was saying.
I'm getting Velvet.
Calamity swore, turning and flying out of the room. I sighed. All this fuss. I just needed to rest a bit. Just a little nap. Dark gray clouds hung over the equestrian wasteland the next morning. A cold wind blew across the grass, bringing the scent of impending rain. Soft rumbles of thunder growled in the depths of the cloud curtain. Somewhere in the distance, the cracking booms of some sort of gunfire echoed across the landscape. We were gathered on the greens of the rolling hills near Steelhoof's shack. The wind rippled the dark water of the lake. Behind us, Ditsy-Doo stood near a single large tree on the hilltop. She had draped a large black sheet over her lead cloak, her glowing face and hooves shining out from under it. The ghoul Pegasus had somehow known to bring several such sheets. I sat in a wheelchair just up the hill from the rows of armor-clad rangers that flanked both sides of the procession. I had been up for little over an hour. I had passed out on the floor of the security center and slept all night in the stable clinic. The rest had done me a world of good, but I still felt terrible and alien in my own body. Velvet Remedy had washed me, hardly speaking a word the entire time, then insisted I attend the funeral off my hooves. Calamity had created black dresses for both Velvet Remedy and myself out of additional sheets provided by Ditsy-Doo, again demonstrating his freaky knowledge of sewing. The cloth matched the color of my heart. I was drowning in sorrow, but I still hadn't managed to cry. I felt like I was broken. The rangers on each side of the aisle stomped slowly in unison, a processional beat. 6 rangers in ceremonial barding walked slowly down the cleared aisle, their mouths holding the rods that held up the platform upon which Steelhoof's body rested. I noticed that Strawberry Lemonade was one of the pallbearers. Tears were spilling from her eyes as she kept step with the larger stallions, walking Steelhoofs to the hole in the ground that would be his final resting place. Sun Pony had welded Steelhoof's head back on. Somehow, that was what got to me most. My breath caught, then came out in shudders. My whole body began to tremble, racked with sobs. Velvet Remedy reached up a hoof and held me gently. She had been crying softly since we left Stable 29, and most of the trip here yesterday. Now she comforted me while the dam inside me broke. My eyes burned fiercely. I still had no tears, but my whole body did what my eyes could not. Star Paladin Crossroads stepped forward as the pallbearers reached the pit. She began to say the words she had written the night before, words spoken on Steelhoof's behalf.
Applejack's Rangers,
Crossroads began.
That's what Elder Steelhoof's called us.
My mind drifted as Crossroads spoke. I went back to when Steelhoofs first began traveling with us. So, why are you still with us? I had asked Steelhoofs.
Maybe I have nothing better to do.
Lived through more than any of us could imagine, Crossroads was saying. He survived more than we could fathom. And through the centuries, his heart never strayed from his love and commitment to one single mare.
I doubted him. He had kept his motivations, like his feelings, close to his chest. I remembered with pain that there was a time I considered bucking him to the curb.
I follow you because you are a better pony than I am, and you remind me of some pony else. You honestly strive to help and protect other ponies. I believe she would have approved of you.
He'd said that when I'd called him into question.
I haven't been faithful to my oath for a long time, but at your side, I can be again.
Nothing more appropriate than to repeat the words he spoke to us all.
Crossroads reminded the rangers gathered before her.
In the words of Steelhooves, I call on you to stop and consider your oath. Consider where you are and what you are doing. Do your loyalties lie with Applejack, the mayor of the Ministry of Wartime Technology, the creator of the Steel Ranger armor, and the mare who by her own hooves, the sweat of her brow and the honesty of her heart forged the Steel Rangers?
Another memory galloped on the hooves of the last. Steelhooves and I staring out over the harbor, looking towards Friendship City.
I need to thank you, little Pip.
For what? I had asked.
For failing.
Steelhooves had answered, surprising me.
All this time, you have been some pony to look up to. You have made me want to be a better pony. But at the same time, you were too good. You are an impossible standard. Tonight, you have made it easier for me to live with myself.
I curled up against Velvet Remedy, burying my face in her dress.
Applejack was put in charge of the Ministry of Wartime Technology because she was the bearer of one of the elements of harmony, and the ruler of Equestria recognized the caliber of that. Do you think it was the virtue in her soul or the jewelry on her neck that made Applejack a bearer?
The mayor, who was soon to replace Steelhooves, continued to speak his words with the reverence they deserved.
Today, you must choose with whom your oath lies.
Another memory surfaced, filling me with fresh pain for my friend and for all he had lost.
It's better that my child never knew me.
Steelhooves had been a haunted pony. The shadows of his past, his sins and mistakes, pressed down on him.
I'm sorry, little Pip. I did everything I could to make them believe taking Stable 2 was a mistake. I have been for decades. But after you two showed up, and they realized there was still a functional stable down there,
I had been so angry at him, even though he had tried his best. Part of me had wanted to kill him on the spot. He didn't resist or fight back. Instead, he had stepped up, becoming the better pony he had wanted to be.
Thank you, Steelhooves,
Zenith had said,
for helping my daughter's village. I know it must be hard for an old soldier to help zebrakin.
Applejack would have wanted her Steel Rangers to protect all good people, not just ponies.
He had struggled with his own prejudice, and was finally beginning to overcome that too. He had taken steps on a path to recovery that he would now never be able to complete. I tried to remember the last thing I heard him say. A warning urging us to move, but the words themselves slipped from my memory. Instead, the actual words I clearly remembered my friend speaking were,
The rest of you can go ahead if you wish, but Applejack would not want her rangers to ignore a cry for help.
Carry on in his name and in his memory,
Crossroads said, concluding her eulogy. There was a pregnant silence, broken only by the wind and the sounds of strange gunfire that continued in the distance unabated.
Is there any pony else who wishes to speak?
Crossroads offered, the sadness soaking her voice.
Before we lower Steelhooves into his final rest?
I pulled myself from Velvet Remedy and focused my magic. Rolling forward, she walked beside me as we made our way to the front. I turned towards the expectant heads of the rangers. I opened my muzzle, but my voice caught in my throat. Another sob shuddered through me. I stared down. Again, Velvet put a steadying hoof on my shoulder. I swallowed heavily. I only knew Applesnack for a short time. But I may have known him better than any pony. He shared things with me. Memories.
I stopped. I couldn't continue. Instead, I lifted my pip-buck-infused leg. Velvet Remedy's horn began to glow. There's nothing I can say to do him justice. But as Apple Snack is lowered, I want to play this song. It was his and Applejack's song. I started the music. Velvet's magic amplified it beautifully, allowing it to carry across the grassy hills, wafting over the pits of sand and out across the lake like a breeze.
I want to calm the storm, but the war is in your eyes. How can I shield you from the horror and the lies, when all that once held meaning is shattered, ruined, bleeding? And the whispers in the darkness tell me we won't survive.
As the song played, the knight stepped forward, setting down the platform where Steelhoof's body rested, encased still in his Steel Ranger's armor, adorned with red trim, and Applejack's cutie mark painted on the flank. The platform rested over the pit, the poles resting on the edges of the freshly dug earth.
All things will end in time, this coming storm won't linger. Why should we live as if there's nothing more? So hold me 'neath the thunderclouds, my heart held in your hooves. Our love will keep the monsters from our door.
The song was only marred by the rumble of distant thunder and the persistent sound of weapons fire. Strawberry Lemonade stepped away, her tear-reddened eyes meeting mine. Then she turned away, looking into the distance. I heard the sharp intake of air as Strawberry Lemonade gasped. I lifted my gaze in the direction she was staring. Far, far away, I could see the mountain range that ran through Equestria, the silhouette of Canterlot jutting from the tallest cliffside, wrapped in a haze of pink that had been slowly bleeding away over the last few days. Dark forms hovered around the city, sparking flashes of colored light.
For I know tomorrow will be a better day, yes. I believe tomorrow can be a better day.
A few other rangers were turning to look, although most kept their focus reverently on Steelhooves. Against the better judgment of my aching heart, I floated out my binoculars and turned them towards Canterlot. Enclave raptors, several of them, were firing on the Canterlot ruins. No, I realized as a spike of disbelief and dread lanced through me. They were firing under the city. Oh, goddesses, they couldn't! But even as I thought the words, the reinforced supports beneath the royal city gave way. The city above shifted, white towers cracking and breaking apart, as the whole of Canterlot crashed down the mountainside. The rumble echoed all over the equestrian wasteland, almost indistinguishable from the rest of the distant thunder. A black pit swallowed my heart. "We'll come back for her," I had promised. "Until then, she's safe here." My last promise to Steelhooves. And now I would never be able to keep it. The Enclave had destroyed the Canterlot ruins, casually killing every pony in Stable City. The wind cut into my mane as I stood before the grave marker that one of the ranger ponies had already created. It was a beautiful, stately marker fashioned from a large chunk of polished rose granite that had been scavenged from the Fetlock Chamber of Commerce. Red and gray, Steelhooves colors. Here rests Elder Steelhooves Applesnack, forefather of Applejack's Rangers. Steadfast, enduring, unwavering, and a true friend. Calamity stood beside me, Velvet Remedy just behind. "Zenith should be here," I noted mournfully.
Yep,
Agreed Calamity.
she's here in spirit.
Velvet Remedy reminded us. I looked down at the base of the gravestone and the special holder that had been fashioned there.
She ain't the only one,
Calamity said, following my gaze. In that special niche rested the orange statuette with the blonde mane and tail, which I told Crossroads that she would find in Steelhoof's shack. The words, "Be strong," were barely visible where the base was set into the granite. His little pony would watch over him forever. The spirit of Applejack would never leave his side. I rolled slowly down the hall of Stable 29, my thoughts filled with shadows and regrets and pain. I'd failed Steelhooves. He was dead, and I had failed him. He'd only asked the one thing of me. He'd asked me to save just one pony, but I had left Star Sparkle in Canterlot, and now she was dead. I wondered if the Enclave even knew they had wiped out a village of ponies. If they had bothered to check before they started their attack. If they even cared. I reached the end of the hall and looked up at the lit banner above the door. Final scratch. I lifted a hoof and clopped it against the door. "Velvet?" A voice drifted from inside.
I want to be alone.
"Velvet, please." I knew she was taking the loss of Steelhooves hard, but I had begun to really worry when Calamity had told me she had locked herself in Vinyl Scratch's room. "It's time for us to go."
I said I wanted to be alone.
She shouted from behind the door, making me flinch. "Velvet?" Something was wrong. Even more wrong than I knew. "Please talk to me." I heard the door unlock. The metal slid away with a pneumatic hiss. Velvet Remedy was standing there, looking wrecked, a cross expression on her face. Her horn was glowing.
You don't want to talk to me right now, little Pip. Now go.
I focused, beginning to roll inside. She telekinetically threw something at me, hitting me in the chest. I looked down at the object, which had bounced off me and fallen into my lap. It was a box of memory orbs. Steelhooves memory orbs.
You knew,
Velvet said firmly, but surprisingly without accusation.
Calamity told me that much. But I didn't realize Steelhooves knew too. All of you did.
Oh, goddess. She'd looked at his memories. She'd seen him dying on the battlefield the day that Fluttershy first tested the megaspells. Velvet! I began only to find there was nothing I could possibly say other than, "I'm sorry."
Just go.
I choked. I was trying. I should have.
Told me?
She questioned, a strange smirk crossing her muzzle.
I know why you didn't. You were trying to spare me the truth, trying to save me. And the others, I suspect. That's what you do, isn't it?
There was something in her voice I deeply disliked. I had been fearing this day for weeks, sure that the truth about Fluttershy's role in the end of things would devastate Velvet Remedy. But I was expecting rage, screaming. Not this. "Fluttershy, she made a mistake," I offered, wanting to tell Velvet that the megaspell bombs weren't really Fluttershy's fault, that all the death and destruction shouldn't be laid at her idol's hooves, that it was okay to still love Fluttershy.
Fluttershy created something beautiful,
Velvet Remedy interjected sternly, brooking no room for argument.
The only mistake she made was that she gave it to any pony.
Well, I should be relieved to hear her say that, right? So why wasn't I?
Now, if you'll excuse me, I want to be alone,
She said gravely.
I don't think I can travel with you anymore.
What? I breathed, my wounded heart breaking. I couldn't lose another friend, not now. Why? Velvet Remedy huffed, becoming truly cross.
You really want to leave, little Pip, before I say something we will both regret.
She began to walk away, trying to close the door behind her. It refused to shut, sensing I was in the way. But... Velvet Remedy spun, stomping.
Fluttershy's mistake was giving the megaspells to other ponies. She created magics of life and healing. How could I not love her for that?
She glared.
But it was beyond naive to think she could give megaspells to anyone without them being turned into something horrible.
I fought to respond, but my brain wasn't working. I felt paralyzed as I watched one of my dearest friends seem to self-destruct.
Oh, I understand why she thought other ponies would use the spells for good. I've been just as stupid. I've spent all my life wanting to help ponies because I've held this idiotic, naive belief that deep inside we are inherently good, that we deserve to be helped, to be saved.
Her words were giving me unpleasant flashbacks to Mr. Topaz. We are basically good. Velvet Remedy laughed a broken, nasty laugh.
Haven't you been paying attention, little Pip?
She scolded.
Did you somehow miss Arbu? How about Fluttershy's cottage? Or every other damn thing we've seen?
She shook her head.
Deep inside, we're all raiders.
My muzzle hung open. No, that's not true. I knew Velvet Remedy was hurting. I prayed this was her pain speaking. I couldn't bear seeing her like this.
No,
she countered.
Even the best of us fall to evil at the drop of a hat. Do you know what the worst thing I have ever done in my life was?
I suspected she was about to bring up killing the raiders in Fluttershy's home, but she surprised me.
It was when I tried to use you to make Calamity jealous. I knew you loved me, and
She lowered her head.
It was horrible. What I tried to do was cruel and unkind. I didn't deserve forgiveness.
I wanted to reach out and hug her, to hold her.
But I forgave you,
I told her softly. We all have moments of
evil,
she interrupted.
That's the point, little Pip. Hell, you're possibly the most selfless noble pony in the wasteland. And look what you've done. We're here attending Steelhoof's funeral because you decided to set off a mega spell in their den.
I reeled as if she had bucked me.
Honestly, I know you just think of them as monsters. And I even know why you had to do it. The goddess was a threat to everyone and everything. But you blew up their home to get at her, little Pip.
Oh, goddesses.
You massacred all those monster families with their little monster children.
Her tone was sad and without malice, but each word slammed into me with the force of a sledgehammer.
Honestly, what did you expect them to do? Roll over? Play dead?
She looked directly into my eyes.
Steelhooves is dead because of what you did.
My whole body went numb.
And the worst part is, it was the right thing to do.
All of this, Steelhoof's death, it was all my fault.
And you are the best of us.
She reached up and pushed me out of the doorway with a hoof.
I'm not coming with you, little Pip. I can't save the wasteland if I can't believe the ponies in it are worth saving.
The metal door slid shut between us. I fell out of my wheelchair and curled up on the floor, hurt beyond the telling of it. Finally, the tears came, and they wouldn't stop. Calamity came looking for me. I didn't want to move. I just wanted to die. I did this, I moaned, unable to cry anymore.
Now you stop that right now, you hear?
Calamity ordered.
You risked your own life and nearly lost it saving the Equestrian wasteland from one of the biggest threats I could imagine. You're a big damn hero, and I won't stand for none of this self-pity.
That bomb killed how many? Hellhounds, Pegasi. How many unintended dead? Just to take out the goddess. I imagined even Red Eye would be appalled at how I had discarded my morals.
Way I see it, you saved every pony,
Calamity told me.
And weren't your fault the damn Enclave showed up when they did. No pony could have predicted that.
How about the Hellhounds? Calamity nickered.
Oh, damn it, Velvet.
He stomped.
The Hellhounds are nothing but murderous, territorial monsters who kill ponies indiscriminately. They have been for centuries. Y'all saved countless lives by wiping so many of them out.
He was right, but that didn't stop me from thinking of magical dragon's fire burning away monster families filled with helpless, screaming children.
Let's go get your whale, Lil Pip.
I blinked, looking up at him. You're coming with me? I was actually surprised that the Pegasus nodded.
I want to stay with Velvet, Be here for her.
Calamity told me, flapping his wings in his discomfort.
But y'all need to get to Manhattan, and it ain't safe for y'all to travel alone. A sick heroine and a ghoul merchant?
He shook his head.
She'll be hurting something fierce. But if I don't come along, I reckon you might not make it. And I ain't aiming to lose any more friends this week.
Manhattan. Homage. My heart was bleeding out. I needed her so badly. But the idea of seeing her again filled me with dread. How could she possibly want anything to do with me after all I've done? After what I had become? He leaned down and gave me a nuzzle.
Especially not my first one.
I felt a brush of warmth against my bleak, dying heart. Thank you. I'm sorry for pulling you away from her.
From what I gather, y'all have given her more help than I could. If there's any way out of the darkness she's in right now, those little statue thingies are the best guide she could hope for.
Sometimes my Pegasus friend was startlingly wise. Calamity and I huddled together in the back of the delivery wagon, clad in anti-radiation barding. Our ghoul friend had smiled broadly as she produced the second suit from the back of the wagon, this one tailored for a Pegasus stallion. I was beginning to think Ditzy-Doo really did carry absolutely everything we might need. Calamity had strapped his battle saddle on over the anti-radiation barding, foregoing his normal armor. Even with the barding, we were having to consume Radaway at least once every hour. Calamity didn't have to be in here with me, but he insisted. I was both thankful and annoyed with him for it. Calamity didn't want to risk taking the Sky Bandit into Manhattan. Crossroads had confirmed reports of a lot of Enclave operating within the city. So, we would either have to go in on hoof or in Ditzy-Doo's wagon. The trip shouldn't take more than a few hours. We were going to stop by Timpani Tower first, drop me off. Then Calamity was going to go with Ditzy-Doo to Friendship City. If Homage would still have me, I hoped to spend a week wrapped in her embrace.
All pony feathers,
Calamity said, looking up from our 14th game.
Best of 39?
I was beginning to suspect he was letting me win. Really, no pony could be this bad at tic-tac-toe. I felt the wagon slow.
All hail.
Calamity spat as two Enclave Pegasi shot past the wagon and yawed, circling back towards us. "Halt, Pegasus!" one of them called out, her armor magnifying her voice and altering it with an intimidating reverb. "Identify... Great leaders, what the hell is that thing?" Not good. They're shooting at us? I gasped. The two Enclave Pegasi had opened fire on Ditzy-Doo. The wagon went into an abrupt dive. Calamity and I tumbled against the wall of the wagon along with several crates. One, containing dozens of packets of Radaway, spilled open, scattering glowing orange packets. Several fell through the window that looked out the front of the wagon. I pulled myself to the window and peeked out as the wagon began to pull up, twisting as Ditzy-Doo made a hard turn, weaving through the piers of the Luna line. Smoke curled off a hole in her lead barding just behind her left wing, glowing ichor seeping from her wounded flesh. Above me, part of the roof glowed, a hole the size of a fold disintegrating away. I floated out little Macintosh, pushing myself onto a toppled crate until I could see one of the attacking Pegasi through the opening. I slid into Sats. Calamity launched himself out of the back of the wagon, taking wing as I fired several shots into the black carapace of the Enclave soldier. Two of the bullets glanced off the armor, but the third penetrated. I ducked back down, needing to reload with either armor-piercing or magical bullets. The wagon shifted again, all of the crates sliding towards the open rear gate as Ditzy-Doo tried to gain altitude. I cast out a levitation net, trying to keep Ditzy-Doo from losing all the wear she was carrying. A bolt of magical energy flew into the wagon, striking one of the metal boxes and melting it, destroying whatever had been inside. I could hear Calamity's battle saddle firing. Deadshot Calamity. I was sure he hit his mark. One of the Enclave Pegasi was swooping in right behind us. The gems in her battle saddle crackled, glowing brighter as the Pegasus switched to more powerfully charged sparkle packs. I lifted little Macintosh, my targeting spell allowing me to lock onto the Pegasus' head. I hadn't had time to swap bullets, but if I could hit the visor, I was sure my shot would go through. I was thrown back violently as Ditzy-Doo suddenly came to a complete stop. The chasing Pegasus tried to pull up, but slammed jarringly into the back of the wagon's roof. We started moving again as the black carapace-clad Pegasi dropped to the ground, unconscious. I was cleaning up the crates, levitating them into order when Calamity flew back in.
Sorry, Lil Pip, but I couldn't bring myself to kill the fellow,
he said, his muzzle etched in a grimace.
I grounded him with a shot through the wing, but we're likely to have more trouble from that lot.
He looked away.
I used to be one of those soldiers.
I understood. Do you want to talk about it? Calamity shook his head.
Not right yet. Let's get you better first,
he said, looking for time.
But yeah, I reckon I'm gonna have to talk about this, and sooner than later.
Oh, it just keeps getting better, I groaned as we spotted the Enclave array on the top of Timpani Tower. Ditzy-Doo veered away, looking for a safe place to land, someplace out of sight. We would have to approach Timpani on hoof. Or, more precisely, I would. The Enclave presence in Timpani meant that it was no place for either of my Pegasi friends. A memory resurfaced. "Open it back up!" Ambrosia had yelled, ordering me as the antenna-like weapons on her battle saddle had glowed threateningly. "You open this room right now, or I swear by the council I will teach you what it's like to melt!" I can't. I had tried to reason with her. I'm as trapped as you are. This room can only be opened from the outside. And based on the videos I had seen on my first trip to Mary Pony, only by the goddess. That was all. Just a flash. A fragment of those 30-plus minutes I was missing. Ditzy-Doo landed in the darkened mouth of a crumbling chariot wash. She unhitched herself from the wagon, digging a healing potion out of the mailbag slung at her side. "Ditzy-Doo? Calamity? Would you wait here for me?" I asked plaintively. "Just a few hours, in case I can't get in, or something goes wrong, in case Homage kicks me out." Ditzy-Doo nodded swiftly, then dropped her chalkboard and wrote a single word. "Muffins?" I smiled. If I can get Homage to bake some more, absolutely. A few minutes later, I was walking through the rubble towards Timpani Tower. The building seemed so much more imposing from street level. It towered upwards, the only truly intact building anywhere close in its size, rising out of the graveyard of Manhattan like a lighthouse, serving as both beacon and warning. My hooves trod between empty cans of food, old campfires, and a dozen other reminders that part of Red Eye's army had camped around the tower, cutting it off from the rest of the Equestrian wasteland, threatening to destroy it with a balefire bomb. The balefire bomb I had talked Red Eye into sending to Splendid Valley so I could use it to kill the goddess and destroy the Black Book, and kill countless others, including Steelhooves in the act of it. The thought clawed at my heart. The little pony in my head wept quietly. I stopped, leaning against a giant S, one of the more intact letters which had come crashing down from the face of the building. I wasn't breathing right. I wanted to collapse again, and I couldn't tell if it was from the sorrow threatening to overwhelm me or the weakness that was wrecking my body. They felt like one and the same. Ahead, I saw the main entrance to Timpani Tower had been armored over. The whole lower floors were barricaded with a yard of magically fused rubble. The only way in, other than the roof, was through the 4-star station above me. I had known this, of course, but it didn't make the idea of levitating up to the station any less exhausting. I looked upwards and saw the black insectoid form of an armored Enclave soldier striding across one of the tracks above me. With a flick of my hoof, I turned on the MG Stealth Buck 2 and became invisible. "What do you mean she's not here?" I cried as I followed Lifebloom. Lifebloom led me through the secret parts of Timpani Tower, places that neither the citizens of the tower nor its new armor-clad guests knew of.
Just that, little Pip.
Lifebloom affirmed.
The Enclave shut down her broadcast. Apparently, they have the ability to override whatever any of the rest of us are doing with those towers.
"But it will still be my project, right?" Rainbow Dash had asked. "It will still be the Ministry of Awesome?" The Enclave didn't control the central hub for the Single Pegasus project, but they controlled who knew how many Ministry of Awesome hubs were above the clouds. And Rainbow Dash had assured that the Ministry of Awesome had overriding authority. I knew my homage. She wouldn't stand for being shut down. She would see the truth got out if it killed her. When did she leave? I asked, worried more for her now than I had been when Timpani Tower faced Red Eye's bomb. That at least I had been in a position to prevent.
Yesterday morning, just a few hours after they took control of the airwaves.
Lifebloom told me as we reached the chamber where he would purge the taint still trapped in my body.
She took a bunch of those override devices, like the one she gave you for the Philadelphia Tower. She said she had an idea.
You go, homage, I whispered, wanting to cheer for her despite my worries and fears. Dipsy-Doo's hooves touched down on the docks of Friendship Island.
Oddly nice being able to approach Friendship City without being shot at, ain't it?
Calamity asked me as he hopped out of the back of the wagon. Yep, I said, mimicking his accent decently. He chuckled. Dipsy-Doo detached from the wagon and shook herself, the little-lined cloak fluttering. She had been disappointed but understanding about the lack of muffins. Calamity had been concerned when my stay at Timpani Tower had proved so short-lived. But without homage, and with the Pegasi in black carapace-like armor walking through the public areas of the ritzy building, I had found myself without reason or desire to stay. Watching a couple armored Enclave ponies looking into the window of my locked-up former cheese shop as they chatted about how they should require hero discounts was the final buck that drove me back outside. A guard pony was approaching us, her eyes shifting between the two Pegasi.
So, it's a visit from the great and benevolent Enclave, is it?
Calamity coughed, stomping a bit.
Not hardly.
Really?
The guard asked, moving closer.
Then let me see your flank.
I raised an eyebrow at that. But Calamity turned, taking the anti-radiation barding in his teeth and pulling it up over his flank, revealing the scar in the shape of a cloud and lightning bolt that had destroyed his cutie mark.
All right then,
the guard mare said, relaxing visibly.
Welcome to Friendship City.
She gave us a pleasant smile. Her eyes scanned over the wagon, then looked at Dipsy-Doo, widening in surprise.
Ditzy? The Wasteland Survival Guide, Ditzy?
Dipsy-Doo gave a happy clop at the recognition.
DJ Pone 3 had said you were a ghoul, but he never said you were a glowing one.
Dipsy-Doo set down her chalkboard and wrote on it before kicking it over to the guard. Glow is new. Too much Splendid Valley. Friendship City can fix? The guard read the chalkboard and looked uncertain but hopeful.
Well, if there's any pony who could help, it would be Dr. Freshwater. She's in charge of the science station built into Friendship Island. She created the water purifiers about a decade back and has spent the last few years working on unlocking the mysteries of what she calls the Children of the Bombs.
Cheery, I thought aloud, suspecting that I might very well fit into that category. Lifebloom had magically purged me of taint, but I had been exposed to a lot of it, both through direct contact with the dirty IMP Lake and Mary pony, and later in trace aerosol amounts from the leak in the safe room. According to Lifebloom, all my internal organs were in the right places, and I hadn't started to change size or grow wings. But the taint had altered me on a fundamental biological level. According to the unicorn, I was closer to being an alicorn than to being a pony. I did not consider this a good thing. The goddess claimed the alicorns were improved and superior, better suited than ponies to survive and thrive in the new world and their natural successors. I just felt a stranger in my own skin. The guard gave me a look.
And anything I can help you with, friend?
I thought a moment.
We're here to help Dipsy-Doo, and we'll be staying as long as that takes.
Can you give us a quick picture of Friendship City? The guard nodded.
You bet I can. Basic rundown is this. Friendship City tries to be a good place for decent ponies to live with as much freedom and safety as we can offer. The island makes that pretty easy.
We don't get much trouble from raiders or slavers out here.
Usually, just the occasional sea serpent or ratigator. We occasionally get refugees or folks looking to settle down. We do the best we can for them,
although we're beginning to run out of room. Raspberry Tart wants to start building shacks around the base of the main city, but Mayor Blackseas is impeding the expansion. She doesn't want Friendship Island becoming a shanty town. I nodded, taking mental notes.
Friendship City is run by a council of 3 August ponies. Dr. Freshwater, who I already told you heads up the science station. Mayor Blackseas, who speaks for the general citizenry. And Chief Lantern, who is head of the guard. If you're looking for temporary housing, your best bet is in the Warm Smiles Inn. You can also seek refuge in the common room for free, but I don't recommend it.
The guard scowled.
The place is run by Raspberry Tart. Mayor says she runs things crooked. Don't know about that, but I do know she takes advantage of the lack of supervision she had fostered around that place.
Ditzy Doo bristled and neighed, stomping a hoof. At my questioning look, she trotted over and recovered her chalkboard, erasing it with her hoof, and writing, "RT does bad business. No muffins for her." The guard began to lead us around to the science station entrance, which backdoored onto the docks. Despite the city's name, the entrance looked anything but friendly. Thick armored slabs operated by pneumatics sealed the science station with armor-shielded turrets covering the approach. There was no lock and no terminal, just a camera. The door could only be opened by some pony inside. A little green mat of faux grass and white flowers lay at the foot of the door saying, "Welcome."
Raspberry Tart is the head of the Merchants Union. Mayor Blacksea says she's building a case to get her thrown out of the city, but the others won't act unless they have proof, for fear that she'll take too many of the merchants with her.
The guard rolled her eyes.
That is, assuming she could even get out the front door.
The guard waved a hoof at the camera, smiling. I heard the turrets power down as the thick slab slid open with a deep-throated hiss.
Now, I'm afraid you will have to turn in your weapons at the door,
the guard mayor cautioned.
Friendship City is a friendly place, friends, and we want to keep it that way. You'll get them back once you leave. I recommend you take a moment to introduce yourselves to Mayor Blackseas as soon as you get Ditzy Doo settled in. You'll find her in Blackseas Supplies.
She then smiled to Calamity.
And I imagine you'll want to be paying a visit to Radar, our resident Dashite.
Calamity gaped in dumbfounded surprise.
"Radar still alive?"
He gasped.
"And he's here?"
Yes, indeed. Ancient as dirt, but still flapping his wings. He was in charge of the science station back when Friendship City was founded. Helped turn the city into the place it is.
I blinked, suddenly remembering a chapter from the Wasteland Survival Guide on the founding of some city somewhere. I'd only skimmed the chapter at the time I read the book, after all. I had been more interested in basic survival tips than grandiose concepts like settlement building. And then I remembered Calamity's assertion that a Pegasus had helped string up the rope bridges connecting the freestanding sections of Friendship Bridge. The guard grinned at Calamity's expression.
I take it you weren't really expecting to see another Dashite in your lifetime.
I giggled at my companion. Might want to pick up your jaw before you come in. Calamity was turning in his battle saddle at the guard station just inside when a water-blue unicorn pony with a short shock of raspberry mane and a matching short tail trotted up with a sense of urgency. Dressed in her lab coat, she looked very scientific.
"Hello, every pony. Welcome to the Friendship City Science Station, where we're making a better tomorrow for all pony kind. Please come in," she encouraged. "I'm Dr. Freshwater. This is my facility. Please make yourself at home. Don't touch anything."
She shook my hoof, then spun immediately to Ditzy.
"Ditzy Doo, is it?"
Dr. Freshwater asked, floating on a pair of glasses and trotting over to get a closer look at our glowing ghoul Pegasus. She fluttered out a small device that began to clickety-click just like the radiation sensor in my pip-buck. Ditzy Doo nodded, apparently at ease with the abrupt invasion of personal space.
"Let's quickly get you to the radiation testing chamber, shall we? My, your output is impressive. And this is a new condition? When did you become like this? Where did you get such exposure? No, don't stop to write anything. Just come along."
The doctor was already trotting away, motioning with her tail for Ditzy Doo to follow.
"Let's get you all hooked up."
Ditzy Doo glanced back over her wings, giving us a look that I couldn't interpret because her eyes were doing that weird thing of hers again. Then she fluttered off after an impatient Dr. Freshwater, who seemed eager to poke and prod her in the name of science. "She'll be all right, won't she?" I asked a passing lab pony.
"Oh yeah, sure,"
the pony drawled.
Once she's got that glowing one strapped in, she'll stay on the safe side of the glass.
I meant Ditzy do,
I said crossly as the lab pony ambled away.
I'm sure she'll be fine.
Calamity assured me as he flew up next to me, battle saddle free.
Dr. Freshwater seems a bit odd, sure. But if she can help Ditzy Doo go back to Silverbell any faster, I'm sure the old mare will be happy to put up with the test.
I shuddered, disliking the idea. This was why we were here, why Ditzy had wanted to come. But that didn't make me feel comfortable with it. I hoped they did right by her.
Zebra potions.
The elderly Pegasus insisted proudly when Calamity rather bluntly asked about his longevity. Radar thumped a sienna hoof against his chest, wincing slightly, and exclaimed,
Ain't nothing better. Them strappers have unlocked all manner o' secrets with their brewins. You'd be amazed.
Actually, I can believe it,
I told the wrinkled old sienna pony, whose close-cropped mane might have been white even before the turn of the century. I chuckled, eyeing Calamity, who looked caught between an urge to dash and a desire to break into squeeze of, oh my gosh! It was a reunion he had never expected with the pony he had never known. But the mere idea that he wasn't the only Dashite in the equestrian wasteland seemed to have overwhelmed him.
That darn upstart young and Freshwater may have usurped my position on the city council, even taken over my place as head researcher. But she can't force me to retire. Not while there's plenty of life in mind in me.
Radar insisted.
I'm as fit as I ever was.
To prove it, the old Pegasus stretched out his wings and flew halfway across his loft in the back of the science station. He made it 3 full yards before having to land, wheezing frightfully.
Whoa there,
Calamity said, the spell he seemed to be under breaking. He flew up to the wobbling elderly Pegasus, trying up to steady him, but Radar pushed the younger Dashite away.
I said I was fit. Don't need no help.
He looked between us.
Now, who are your folk and what can old Radar do you for? I'm Calamity,
my friend said warmly.
And this is my best friend, Lil Pip. I'm a Dashite, down from the clouds for about 7 years now. I thought I was the only one around. I mean, I heard stories of you. But you left the Enclave so long ago. And now they've come back,
Radar pointed out.
Hell of a bad bit of timing.
Calamity nodded morosely. Radar looked Calamity up and down.
Tell me, what do you think they're here for? I don't know,
Calamity admitted.
But I don't think they're here to save the wasteland.
The elderly Pegasus smirked.
Ah, so you don't buy the horse apples they're shoveling over the radio none neither.
Calamity shook his head.
Good book. I was beginning to think it was just me. And you, what's your name?
Radar turned to me.
And how about you, youngin'? You think they come down from the big old sky to save your tail?
Little Pip,
I reminded him.
And no, I definitely don't.
Radar smiled, nodding sagely.
Well, way I see it, it's got to do with the Sustainable Pegasus Project. That's the key to the Enclave's power.
How so?
I asked.
Agriculture, you silly cord,
Radar stated.
Without the towers, the Enclave can't feed the ponies. The Pegasi wouldn't be able to survive cut off above the cloud curtain. Remember when you asked about what we ate up there, and I joked about cloud seeding?
Calamity had told us, referring to a conversation we had the morning after the Pinky Bell farm.
I don't know what them towers were originally meant to do, but I know what the Enclave has repurposed them to do. And that's to enchant the clouds for miles round them so that we can grow crops right up in the sky. Without that, Radar insisted, the Enclave falls.
Red-Eye plans to take control of the SPP. He wants to control the weather.
Radar scoffed, muttering under his breath.
Good luck with that.
I remembered what Calamity said back in Spike's cave.
Only time they can act as one is when they're feeling threatened. Then, from their perspective,
Radar surmised,
it's him or them.
Luna's shuddering moonquakes, I cursed, getting a raised eyebrow from the elderly Pegasus and a whispered, "She does this a lot," from Calamity. We could have seen this coming. I looked at Calamity in sullen weariness. When we first learned that Red Eye was messing with the Philadelphia Tower, we could have at least guessed that the Enclave would be stepping in sooner or later. By the time we had left Canterlot, we should have known for sure. I bit my lower lip. It was only a matter of time. The moment they cottoned on to Red Eye's plan.
Ain't like the Enclave has been paying the Equestrian Wasteland all that much attention,
Calamity told me.
Least it never seemed like they did to me. Few scouting parties every year.
Wait! Radar suddenly flew up to me, his snout pressing against mine.
You said your name was Little Pip?
Yes? I stammered, taken aback.
You ever been to the Ministry of Awesome? Before the grand and mighty Enclave tore all the Canterlot down from the mountain?
I watched the monitor as Radar keyed up the sequence.
Y'all have been in the Ministry of Awesome?
Calamity asked Radar, unable to conceal his shock.
Yeah, I was,
Radar replied.
Was decades ago. Not long after they burned my cutie mark off of me. I was hoping to find answers.
He looked at us as the monitor came to life, showing first static and then a scene of the MAW basement, the shield dominating the center.
I didn't get no farther than the security station, and I zoomed out of theirs, leaving the whole damn place on high alert behind me. But I did manage to snatch up this little gem from the security logs.
I watched the monitor. The timestamp on the log was old. A few years post-apocalypse. What did you mean, good luck with that? I asked as I watched the minutes tick by on the recording.
What now?
When I said Red Eye was planning to take over the SPP, I reminded him. You said, good luck with that. Radar made a sound of understanding.
Well, the whole damn Enclave's been trying to get into the central hub for generations now. If they can't do it, I don't see how Red Eye has a chance.
He's got a plan, I said confidently.
Does he now?
Radar scoffed.
Well, I'd love to hear it, 'cause that place is locked up tighter than my ex-wife's anus.
Oh, goddesses, how I did not need the images of that conjured.
Place has the best defenses Equestria could build. Has a super shield round it so powerful, nothing had been able to penetrate it. Suppose it has super guns too, but they're all inside the shield, and that shield is so over-designed that they're pretty much useless.
I know that the Enclave has built a whole base round it, Calamity added. Whole mass of troops just to guard a place nobody can get into. Radar chuckled, grinning at Calamity.
Never found any pony who could get through. Enclave High Council figures the shield's keyed only to Rainbow Dash herself. And Dash had no surviving kin, so when she left, she pretty much screwed the powers that were out of their prize.
Bet they took that well, Calamity grinned back.
Deemed her a traitor like they did.
Radar spat.
Sent Griffin Mercs to kill her and bring back her head. Hoped some pony wearing Rainbow Dash round the neck might be able to walk through.
Calamity and I gasped in horror. I turned from the monitor. The Enclave wanted... That's... goddesses. Radar agreed grimly, correcting me in one point.
Well, they weren't exactly the Enclave quite yet, but they were getting there right quick.
What happened? Radar stated simply,
Well, either they ain't never got her head, or they did and it didn't work.
Pinkie Pie! Rainbow Dash's voice floated up from the monitor. I shifted back to see the rather bedraggled Cyan Pegasus walking into the basement. The security camera zoomed in, following her. You hear? Pinkie Pie! She tried again, sounding so small in the vast room. I brought them, just like you asked. What's this about? Her words echoed off the walls. The light of hope in her wide eyes slowly diminished. Rainbow Dash stopped a few yards in front of the shield, the magical light painting shadows across her features as she looked around.
You weren't kidding about the health potions, by the way. I'm down to my last one, and I still need to make it out of that pink stew outside. That stuff is awful.
The room remained still and silent. The light in her eyes went out entirely, her expression becoming painfully sad.
You're not here, are you?
Rainbow Dash asked, the emptiness around her.
I guess that means you didn't make it either.
Rainbow Dash stepped solemnly through the shield. She walked up to the little pedestal sitting at its center and the memory orb box resting upon it, its lid slightly ajar. Rainbow Dash nudged it open with her nose, revealing 3 memory orbs and spaces for 3 more. The 2nd, 3rd, and 5th were missing.
I don't know what you needed these for, or who this little pip you mentioned in your note is, but I hope it's as important as you said it is.
Rainbow Dash frowned, her voice soft and sad. She reached into her saddlebags and pulled a memory orb out with her teeth, gently setting it in the spot reserved for the butterfly orb.
Wasn't easy getting these things, especially with Gilda on my tail, but even she isn't brave enough to follow me into what's become of Canterlot, much less my own ministry.
She put the star orb into its resting place.
But she's waiting for me out there, and after that pink crap, I'm not sure I can take her.
Rainbow Dash fished the final memory orb, the one to be placed in the holder with her own cutie mark. She paused, staring at the little emblem of the cloud and its rainbow lightning bolt, then sighed and put the orb into its place. Rainbow Dash shifted her attention to the orb in the 4th holder, the balloon orb.
But I trust you. You know that. You said this was important, and I believe you. And I wouldn't leave my friend hanging. Even after she was...
The last word was barely a whisper.
Gone.
A single tear trailed down her cheek as she gave a weary smirk.
One last prank, right? Together as always.
She lifted a hoof and pressed the orb box closed, the click of the lock loud in the sepulchre room. I reached out and touched the monitor screen, tears welling in my own eyes. Rainbow Dash turned and started to walk away. As she reached the inside of the shield, she stopped, her face screwed up with determination.
But you know what, Pinkie Pie? Since you're not here, I'm changing the rules.
Rainbow Dash spun around and trotted over to the mainframe on the far side of the shielded area.
If some pony comes poking around in here, I want to know. I'm setting an alarm to go off in every Ministry of Awesome hub. If I'm still alive, I want to meet this little pip of yours.
Dash paused.
Sorry, Pinks,
she said, looking back over her shoulder.
I hope you don't mind.
I watched the rest of the recording in stunned, comprehending silence. Friendship City rose above us, concentric rings of stores and homes, connected by walkways and platforms that spun out from a central spiraling stairwell, ascending through the chimney-like open space like a plume of smoke rising to the head of the Pony of Friendship. Crowds of ponies moved up and down the spiral stair, diverting onto the catwalks and merging with the traffic that surrounded the layers of scavenged material structures built into the interior walls of the massive statue. A city built from junk. A fair portion of it pulled from ships which had been sunk in the harbor. A small forest of support beams further congested the lower levels. Ponies gathered around a watering hole called Sparkles, run by a friendly but slightly frazzled mare with the cutie mark of a Sparkle Cola on her flank. Her assistants moved between the tables nearby, taking orders and delivering homogeneous deep-fried foodstuffs. From a radio nearby blared the sound of heavy horns, marching drums, and rumbling thunder. Enclave music. Pony stopped to stare at us as Calamity and I walked through Friendship City. Conversations died on unfinished sentences. For once, their gazes weren't oppressing me. It was the presence of a Pegasus in their midst that snatched their attention. Invariably, their eyes would quickly search out Calamity's flank. We no longer wore the anti-radiation barding, having left it with one of Dr. Freshwater's more amiable assistants. Without barding or battle saddle, Calamity looked strangely naked beneath his desperado hat. At the sight of Calamity's Dashite brand, nervous faces broke into smiles. We were soon mobbed by strangers wherever we went, all offering friendly greetings to my Pegasus friend and his little mare companion. I had garnered no attention at all, until two Friendship City security guards approached, wearing heavy barding in cheery pastel colors that closely matched their manes.
Welcome to Friendship City, Calamity.
One of them smiled, offering a hoof. Word of our visit had spread faster than the crowds had allowed us to travel.
And you must be the stable dweller that DJ Pone 3 keeps cheering. It's an honor to meet you, miss.
I felt myself blushing hard as I stared up at the security pony.
Sorry about shooting at you last week,
the pony said, looking chagrined, offering me his hoof. I was reaching out to shake it when his dour partner groused sullenly.
I'm not.
I froze. The guard looked to his partner in dismay, but the other guard pony stood her ground.
She shot those foals' parents right in front of them,
she said, glaring at me.
With bullets of fire.
My hoof dropped back to the scrap metal floor.
They call you Hellmare, you know,
the guard glowered.
The kids.
The other guard, the buck, put a hoof over his face in embarrassment.
All right, Nightbright, let's just go.
He looked at us regretfully.
Sorry about that, folks.
As the two guards moved away, Nightbright looked back over her shoulder and mouthed slowly,
bullets of fire.
Welcome to Black Sea Supplies. The black-maned indigo mare at the counter greeted us genially as she took in the sight of us.
My name's Black Seas. I am the mayor of this fine city and the owner of this fine store. And you must be Little Pip and Calamity.
She smiled.
Word gets around. Thank you for stopping in. What can I do for you today?
I looked around, feeling dazed. The small cargo ship that Black Sea Supplies was built out of had been cut apart and imported into the Pony of Friendship, then rebuilt almost completely. Metal flooring and rows of shelves had been welded into the hold. Narrow metal stairs led up to the living quarters, which had once been the captain's cabin. An old model precursor to the terminal, a combination of monitor and intercom system, was built into the wall behind a counter that looked like it had been scavenged from a diner. Calamity fluttered forward to meet Mayor Black Seas.
Pleased to meet you.
He grinned back affably.
Mind if I take a poke around your store? I'm looking to do some trading.
Well, that's a damn fine coincidence.
Black Seas grinned back.
That's what Black Sea Supplies is here for, after all. We got about everything you might be looking for. Here, let me show you.
I watched in foggy amusement as Black Seas and Calamity dove into business. My Pegasus friend looking to unload a lot of what he scavenged from the Ministry of Image in return for bottle caps, ammo, and medical supplies, with an emphasis on Rataway. Black Seas was a skilled and charismatic barter mare, though, and soon had him shopping for a gift for Velvet Remedy. Something to touch her heart and remind her that there really is good in ponies worth fighting for. My thoughts were still drowning in the cold reminder of Arbu, leaving me detached from my surroundings and the conversation in front of me. I barely reacted when the door opened and an arsenic-colored stallion brushed by, carrying a walking stick in his muzzle. I only reacted when the stick transformed into a magical energy blaster and he fired it at the mayor. Calamity was faster, flying into Black Seas, knocking her out of the path of the shot and into a shelf of lunchboxes, sensor modules, and garden gnomes, which rained down on the indigo mare. The blast of lethal magic struck a display of steam gauge assemblies, pulverizing it. My first reaction was to pull out little Macintosh, but with a start I realized my most trusted weapon was not with me. Calamity pivoted, hooves dropping to the floor as he stood between the assassin and Black Seas. The stallion shifted to get another shot, realizing he would have to take Calamity out to get at his target. I lashed out with my telekinesis, lifting the arsenic-colored pony and pushing him against the wall, where two shelves blocked his view of both my friend and the mare. I wrapped my magic around his neck, squeezing. The stallion kicked and flailed, his eyes bulging, the magical weapon dropping to the floor with a clatter. Black Seas was climbing back onto her hooves, a couple garden gnomes rolling off her back as the assassin lost consciousness. I released him. The mare blinked slowly, shaking her head.
Well, looks like your reputation as heroes is well-founded, she said, wincing slightly from a sprain. Thanks for saving my life.
It's what we do,
Calamity said, more for my benefit, I suspected, than hers.
Why you reckon he was out to kill you?
The mayor frowned.
I'm pretty damn sure Raspberry Tart was behind this,
she proclaimed, trotting over to the old terminal. She pressed one of the buttons under the monitor and barked,
Tart, I need to speak with you right now.
The indigo pony tapped her hoof impatiently, glancing to Calamity.
Would you be a dear and tie that bastard up?
Her eyes dropped to the magical energy weapon on the floor.
How the hell did Lantern miss that?
I stepped up to where the weapon had tumbled, floating it upwards to examine it. It was a model I had never encountered before, but then I was barely knowledgeable about magical energy weapons. You might want to ask Grandpa Rattle about that, I suggested. The spell disguising the blaster as a stick was too similar to the old buck's magical research to be a coincidence.
I have a shotgun.
I couldn't imagine Grandpa Rattle working with murderous ponies, though. At least, not willingly. I was suddenly fearful for the crazy old buck. The monitor flickered to life, showing the face of a grossly overweight pomegranate mare with a yellow mane and an overly charismatic smile.
Oh, Mayor Blackseas! How good it is to hear from you!
Her words virtually oozed out of the speaker above the monitor.
And to what do I owe the honor of your call this evening?
You know exactly why I'm calling you murderous bitch.
Blacksea spat, stomping her hoof.
You just sent a pony to kill me.
Language!
She chided, her smile unfazed by the accusation.
Now, it is hardly befitting the mayor of our glorious city to use such foul sentiment, or to go slinging such dreadful false accusations.
You deny it, then?
Blackseas narrowed her eyes.
Well, seeing as the would-be assassin failed, I'm sure we can put this to rest after Chief Lantern has a day or two with him in her interrogation room.
Oh?
The blob of a mare looked surprised.
He survived, then? Good. The sooner the chief can ferret out the true culprit, the better, no? Although it will cut into your opportunities for slander. More's the pity.
I trotted up, floating the intended murder weapon in front of me. Blackseas looked at it, then back to Raspberry Tart.
And I don't suppose you have any idea how a weapon like this could have found its way into Friendship City?
Shouldn't you be asking that of Chief Lantern?
She suggested.
Blacksea snickered. We both know that anything that finds its way into Friendship City behind her back has gotten in through you.
The pomegranate mare feigned offense.
Despite what you claim, Mayor, the common room is not a den of smugglers and thieves. And as the voice of the ponies, I would think you should have more faith in them.
Her words washed over my ears like slime.
Besides, let's be honest, if I wanted to kill you, I would never use so crude a method. I'd poison your food.
Raspberry Tart got the reaction she was looking for. Blacksea's eyes widened just for a moment before narrowing again. The overweight mare virtually purred in pleasure. I was beginning to deeply and egregiously dislike Raspberry Tart.
Now, be a darling and keep me informed, would you, Mayor?
Raspberry Tart pressured.
As head of the Merchants' Union, I have a right to know about shenanigans that threaten the peace and safety of our little ponies.
Of course,
Mayor Blackseas groused before cutting the connection. The mayor's expression was cloudy.
Slimy worm of a mare. Now Chief Lantern will have to spare guards for this viper, just to make sure he doesn't have an unpleasantly life-ending accident before he can be questioned.
She kicked one of the scattered garden gnomes.
And I'm going to be obsessing over where I get my food.
Any way we can help?
I offered. The mayor raised her eyebrows.
Can you get a confession?
She shook her head.
You've already helped me more than I could ask, but...
She thought a moment.
If you can sneak a listening device into her office above the common room, I may be able to catch her saying something about this mess that I can take to the council.
I grinned, crossing my pit-buck bonded foreleg in front of me. Sneaky is one of my specialties. My plan was simple. I'll use my stealth buck to turn invisible, slip past Raspberry Tart's guards and defenses. Even if she's in the room, I'll be able to plant the listening device and get out unnoticed. I looked down at the MG Stealth Buck 2 set into my pip leg. I'd already used it to get in and then out of Timpani Tower. The device hadn't had much time to recharge, but if I moved swiftly and all went well, I would only need about 10 minutes.
I don't like the timing of this,
Calamity said, flying over me as I pushed my way through Friendship City towards Sparkles. My innards had stopped queasing after Lifebloom had purged me of taint, and over the last few hours, my stomach began to rumble, reminding me that I hadn't swallowed anything other than water and Radaway in days. At least half of my weakness was from starvation. You think the attack on the mare has something to do with us? I asked. Calamity had echoed my own concerns. For the attack to take place right after we walked into the store was a hell of a coincidence, and I was growing unfond of coincidences.
Well, no,
Calamity admitted.
Not us particularly. Between Red Eye and the Enclave and the death of the goddess, there's just too much going on right now for me to believe this is just happening now by chance.
He let out a growl of frustration and drooped in defeat, hanging limply from his wings.
Hell, for all we know, the hellhounds might be plotting this. Pony napping and coercion ain't exactly outside their limited vocabulary.
So this could be my fault, I moaned, staring at the floor. Add it to the list.
Hey now.
Calamity perked up, landing in front of me.
None of this is your fault, girl. Red Eye been plotting against the goddess in the Enclave since long before y'all stepped out of that stable.
He argued with confidence.
He was working on ways to get into the Ministry of Awesome, and chances are he'd already found one.
He did already have griffins to help shut down the security systems.
All you did was bump up the clock on the Enclave's arrival, and I reckon that's probably a good thing if it throws a bump under Red Eye's wagon.
I turned away, but Calamity grasped my head between his hooves and made me look at him, his wings flapping as he lifted back off the walkway.
You're blaming yourself for those dead hellhounds? Maybe even steel hooves?
My wince betrayed me.
Well, you can just stop that nonsense right now, you hear? You got that bomb away from Red Eye and used it to take out a genocidal threat. What do you think Red Eye would have done with it if you hadn't?
He stared into my eyes forcefully.
At best, he'd have done the same himself. At worst, he'd have used it on a pony population center strong enough to stand in his way. Hell, he was already threatened Timpani Tower with it.
I realized I was crying.
Oh, damn it, Lil Pip,
Calamity said, his expression softening.
Come here now. Let me get you something to eat.
I followed him obediently. The crowd had thinned around Sparkles. The waitress mares were looking thankful for the respite. The music on the radio had been replaced by an authoritative voice.
Colluding with a monstrosity in Splendid Valley which called herself the Goddess. The Goddess was the mother of the horrific alicorns who had been tormenting the Equestrian wasteland, endangering the lives of all good ponies like yourselves. But the fiendish plot of Red Eye and the Goddess made the murders at Alicorn hooves, and magic pale in comparison. My face slapped into Calamity's backside as the Pegasus stopped abruptly, his ears up listening. It was their intention to rip you from your homes and from your families, to force you to endure an agonizing, taint-driven transformation that would render you into mindless slaves. Red Eye and the Goddess have been working together not just to take your freedoms or your lives, but to annihilate individuality and devour your very souls. I stumbled back, shaking my head, then joined Calamity, wondering what the Enclave was up to. If they thought the Goddess was so bad, I whispered to my friend, why did they try to ally with her? Naturally, the Grand Pegasus Enclave could not let this stand. We may have been gone for a while, but we have not forgotten our unicorn and earth pony brothers and sisters, and we were not about to allow these abominations to violate and destroy all of you. That is why we detonated a megaspell beneath the home of the Goddess, the Merry Pony facility in Splendid Valley. My jaw dropped, the world seeming to spin out from under me. Who the hell are you? Raspberry Tart spat as she saw me. What the hell are you doing in my loft? How did you get past my guards?
I had planted the listening device and had been halfway out the door when the stealth buck died. The tub of pony flesh wobbled around to face me from her place on the lounge bed behind her desk.
Gizmo, get in here!
I felt a pony move swiftly behind me, blocking my exit.
Gizmo, escort our uninvited guest out.
The bulbous pomegranate mare requested of the stallion behind me.
Preferably through a window.
Wait, I said, thinking swiftly. I'm here about the contract on Black Seas. Raspberry Tart raised a mocking eyebrow.
What contract? Ah, now I remember you. You were standing in the background when our good mare called me up to start slinging accusations.
She hefted up one of her slab-like hooves, signaling the stallion behind me to wait.
What do you want?
The gears in my head spun. The pony who tried to kill the mare was sloppy and stupid. And now the mare trusts me. I gave her my best conspiring smile. I could do the job easily. And correctly. But it wouldn't be cheap.
Raspberry Tart sighed. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Did you really think you could pull the wool over my eyes that easily?
I found myself picturing the attempt to cover her with wool. The rolls of fat and massive jowls. Not enough sheep in the world, I muttered aloud before I could stop myself. She rolled her eyes.
You know, I really don't like being insulted, especially from home invaders. Gizmo, tear the little pony's legs off, would you?
Oops! I cantered, circling to see Gizmo. My eyes widened as I took in the surgical scars and the mechanical wings. Gizmo was a cyber pony, almost certainly a refugee from Stable 101. Gizmo spun, spreading out his wings to slash at me. I dodged to the side, the blades of those wings whisking through the air inches from my eyes. I couldn't guess if those cybernetic wings would actually allow the Earth pony to fly like a Pegasus, but the feathers were razor sharp. Gizmo somersaulted, his wings lifting and slicing through the air at me as I dove for cover, casting about for something to use as a weapon. Gizmo spun again and bucked, turning the chair I had moved behind into a battering ram that knocked me over. My armor took the blow, leaving me winded but unhurt.
Gizmo, stop playing with your food,
Raspberry Tart ordered lazily.
Just finish her already.
I scrambled for the door. Gizmo jumped up onto a couch and leapt into the air, spreading out his wings. Maybe he couldn't actually fly with them, but they allowed him to glide. He swooped across the room and landed on me with all hooves, driving me to the floor. I focused, my horn glowing. I was weak and weaponless, but I'd fought my way through Canterlot, damn it, and old Nay. There was no way I was going to fall to some 2-bit crook's augmented mook. I felt a hoof press down against the back of my head as Gizmo shifted so he could angle a wing at my neck. Then I heard the squelching sound as I telekinetically drove my screwdriver down through his ear and into his brain. Gizmo collapsed off me, twitching. It took him almost a minute to die. Pushing myself back up, I turned towards Raspberry Tart. All right, let's try that again.
Or I could just finish you off myself.
I don't think you could, I snarked. I'm not a pie. My horn glowed as I levitated Gizmo's body, pointing one of his razor wings towards her broad throat. Now, one last time. Raspberry Tart took fresh stock of me.
You might just be useful after all.
Chief Lantern was waiting with the mare when Calamity and I returned to Black Sea Supplies. Did you get all that? I asked eagerly the moment I trotted through the door.
Yes.
Black Seas informed me, with a heavy tone, her expression cloudier than ever. I drew up short. This was not the demeanor of a mare who just had her rival floated to her on a silver platter.
And almost immediately after, I got a call from Raspberry Tart, reporting your attempt to barter for my murder.
I stammered. What? Wait, I was just trying to get her to say something that I wasn't actually offering. Chief Lantern waved a hoof.
Don't worry, girl. We know that. It would take an amazingly stupid assassin to negotiate a contract against a target she knew was listening through a device she planted herself.
Oh! I breathed a sigh of relief.
But Raspberry Tart covered her tail, made it look like she was just playing along in order to bring another wannabe assassin to justice. We can't use anything she said to you against her.
Calamity bristled.
Well, how about her sicking that cyber pony on Lil Pip? You were invading her home,
Chief Lantern told me.
Anyway, it doesn't matter now.
Black Seas claimed.
We've got bigger problems.
Calamity whinnied.
What now?
Mayor Black Seas moved over to the terminal.
Just after she called us, Raspberry Tart made another call.
She pressed a button. An unfamiliar stallion's voice sounded through the speaker.
Hello, who is this? Well, hello to you too, darling.
Raspberry Tart's voice slithered.
We're all set for your visit. I've cleared the way. When your boys get here, the doors will be open and waiting for them. The hackage they're looking for doesn't suspect a thing. But we have had one small setback.
Those aren't the words I like, the stallion informed her coolly. You shouldn't be telling me words I don't like.
Mayor Black Seas is still going to be a problem,
Raspberry Tart whined. The mayor and the security chief exchanged glances as they listened. I could hear a heavy sigh through the speaker.
The mayor of that rusty monument you call a city was your responsibility. We're more than ready and capable of doing things the hard way if we meet any resistance. Of course,
Raspberry Tart said, sounding a little worried now.
The stallion neighed. Personally, I would prefer the hard way. Tends not to leave loose ends. No, that won't be necessary, darling. How long until we can expect your arrival?
There was a snort from the unidentified stallion.
Our raptors are 80 minutes out. Should give you plenty of time to fix your little problem. Or flee the city.
The Enclave was coming for Friendship City. I could just turn myself over to them, I offered meekly. The ponies gathered in the council room with me stared appraisingly.
What makes you think you are the one they're after?
Dr. Freshwater asked, raising an eyebrow. Well, I grimaced. I had no reason for my assumption other than the timing and the fact that it always seemed to be me. Who else would it be?
Oh, hell no!
Calamity spat. He turned to the others.
Y'all ain't handing over any pony to the Enclave.
He paused, his determination melting into hope.
Are ya?
The door opened behind us and Chief Lantern marched in, followed by several security ponies.
Raspberry Tart's gone. Looks like she took one of the boats. Good riddance,
Mayor Black Seas nickered.
We can't worry about her now. Question is, do we fight, evacuate, or both?
Do we have enough boats to evacuate every pony?
Dr. Freshwater asked, turning to the security chief. The pony shook his head sadly.
Maybe we did about 5 years ago, but not anymore. We can get maybe a third of the population packed into the boats we have. Slightly less, seeing as Tart took one of them.
To be fair, I noted disdainfully, she kinda took a whole one up herself. Calamity shook his head.
If their target might be on one of those boats, they'll sink 'em all.
Chief Lantern growled.
We fight then. That's what we have those harbor guns for.
Dr. Freshwater looked at the others.
Are we seriously not going to put negotiation on the table? Based on that recording, they only want one pony. How can we put the lives of every pony in this city at risk for just one?
She stared at us imploringly.
Shouldn't we even ask who they want?
And if it's you,
Calamity nickered,
then what?
The doctor frowned.
Well, then I tried to get away, alone.
Can we try to communicate with them using Raspberry Tart's terminal?
I suggested. If I was the Enclave's target, I was more than willing to give myself up to spare the city. And I was sure Calamity felt the same. But letting the Enclave close in on the city while we waited to find out who they were after felt like a tactical disaster. Not for the first time, I wondered what Steelhooves would recommend. Have recommended. The little pony in my head reminded me. bringing heavy clouds of sorrow. Chief Lantern shook his head.
Already tried that. They're not responding.
Not a good sign.
Sounds to me like they've decided to do this the hard way anyhow.
I turned on my Pip-Buck radio, listening to the Enclave's overriding broadcast in my earbloom. I didn't expect to glean any real clue as to what they were up to, but I felt I'd better start keeping appraised of what they were saying. For the moment, I was only getting dark, funeral-esque marching anthems. Steelhoof's funeral had been this morning. The loss of my friend wrapped my heart in chokingly tight sorrow, and the dour tones of the music were cutting at me like sharp metal wings. Calamity was off assisting Chief Lantern. A quick inspection of the harbor guns had revealed sabotage, apparently part of Raspberry Tart's clearing the way for the Enclave. The damage had been inexpert, and Calamity was certain they could have at least half of the harbor guns working again before the Enclave arrived, but they had to work fast. I followed Dr. Freshwater to the observation room and stared through the anti-radiation window. Greenish-yellow light poured brightly through the glass. Inside, Ditsy-Doo saw me approach the window and waved a wing. A device mounted into the wall clickety-clicked, reading the ambient radiation inside the room.
Let's try it again.
One of the lab technicians, a cream-coated unicorn with a cornflower blue mane, spoke into a microphone.
Focus.
The unicorn technician began to walk Ditsy-Doo through the mental exercises that young unicorn fillies and colts use to practice telekinesis. But Ditsy-Doo wasn't a unicorn. She had no magic. What could they be expecting? Whoosh! The radiation counter squealed as the light in the room became momentarily blinding. Ditsy-Doo tumbled to the floor comically, the burst of energy from her own body knocking her off kilter.
Oh, very good.
The unicorn technician cheered into the microphone, clapping his hooves together in applause.
Keep that up and you'll be able to purge yourself of this radiation in just a couple days.
Inside the chamber, Ditsy-Doo pranced joyfully.
Now, let's go again.
The unicorn said with a happy chuckle,
but this time, try to keep centered so you don't keep knocking yourself over.
I smiled to Ditsy-Doo and applauded too. Somehow, watching her joy made the storm clouds over my own head scatter, if just for a little while. The music in my earbloom ended, and a voice began to speak. I turned away from the glass, listening. I didn't want Ditsy-Doo to see the expressions I expected to play across my face.
Greetings, ponies of the Equestrian Wasteland. The Grand Pegasus Enclave embraces our earthbound brothers and sisters. I know many of you are mourning the loss of Canterlot, such an iconic symbol of the Equestria that was. But that royal city was destroyed centuries ago, and all that remained was a breeding ground for monsters and poisons. Sometimes, in order to allow the body to heal, we must cut out the infected flesh.
I could feel the scowl foaming on my muzzle. I didn't like where this was going. It felt like more than just excusing their attack on the Canterlot ruins.
Burn away the diseased areas before the infection spreads.
I winced as a blast of static cut through the broadcast, nearly making me kick off my earbloom.
Good evening, children.
DJ Pone 3's voice burst over the airwaves.
It's me again, your old pal DJ Pone 3, coming to you from a secret location somewhere in the Equestrian Wasteland. You didn't think I'd abandon the Equestrian Wasteland just because of the Enclave, did you, children? Now, old DJ Pone 3 ain't got a lot of time before Big Sister Enclave shuts this down. So let's get right to it, shall we? That's right. It's time for the news.
Yes! The little pony in my head was bouncing around gleefully.
Yes, 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 yes! Now, first up, the truth about what went down in Mary Pony. Now, I've got my information from irrefutable sources here, children, and I've got to admit, the Enclave is right about one thing. The goddess was as big and bad a threat as they're making her out to be. But that's where the truth stops and lies begin.
Irrefutable sources, I assumed, meant she'd been watching from the towers. But wait.
Now, I don't know what the Enclave were out at Mary Pony for, but it sure as hell wasn't to take out the biggest threat the Equestrian Wasteland has ever known. No, that deed was performed by none other than your and my favorite heroine, the Stable Dweller.
My ears were burning, but I was too happy just hearing Homage's voice, disguised as it was, to mind.
And the bomb she used to do it was the very one Red Eye was threatening Timpani Tower with for weeks. Turns out, our heroine talked Red Eye into giving up his big trump card.
Oh, irrefutable sources. Homage had watched my memories.
So that casts serious doubt on the whole Red Eye Goddess Alliance the Enclave has been spouting off about. They're lying to you, children, plain and simple. Now, DJ Pone 3 still doesn't know what they're up to, but I can tell you this. The Grand Pegasus Enclave are not your friends. Now keep an ear out because I'll be—
Another burst of static, and DJ Pone 3's voice was gone. I floated off my ear bloom and held it to my breast, basking in the knowledge that Homage was out there, still alive and fighting the good fight in her own very important way. Attention, citizens of Friendship City. The armor-altered voice boomed over the city's public address loudspeakers. We are here to take into custody a Pegasus wanted for crimes against the Grand Pegasus Enclave. His name is Radar. You can recognize him by the following brand on his flank. I stared up at the nearest loudspeaker, a gray box attached to one of the support beams outside Sparkles. I had just made it back to the watering hole and was waiting for Calamity's return when the Enclave announcement started. I checked my Pip-Buck's clock. The Enclave was early. We had almost 20 more minutes. The mayor had made her own announcement, urging ponies to return to their homes less than 10 minutes ago. Mayor Blackseas had called it an exercise, knowing that panic would cost lives. But an exercise didn't have a lot of motivating power. The central chimney wasn't anywhere close to cleared. Our Raptors are 80 minutes out. But their armored troops were much faster. Failure to produce this Pegasus and turn him over to the Enclave will be considered an act of collusion. Prompt compliance will be rewarded. Refusal will be met with force. The ponies who had stopped to stare and listen began to panic. Ponies began racing up and down the stairs, pushing into each other. A cobalt-coated buck screamed as he was knocked over the railing, falling 3 stories to slam heavily into the ponies racing about the floor below. Somewhere, the voice of a scared foal cried out. I launched out of my seat, looking around for the source of the voice. With a bang, the doors into the central chimney swung open, and the nightmarishly armored forms of 4 Enclave Pegasi moved in, their scorpion-like tails curling slowly, the antenna-like integrated weapons of their Enclave armor pulsing with colored light.
Every pony, stay where you are,
One of the Pegasi.
We are the Enclave. We are here to bring one pony to justice.
Many ponies stopped, frozen in their tracks. Others raced for the nearest doors, diving inside. I could hear the foal crying under the thunder of hundreds of frightened whispers.
We will be searching the premises,
The Pegasus informed the crowd.
Do not attempt to hide. Do not attempt to flee. Do not attempt to interfere. Obey, and we will be out of your mains in short order.
The Pegasus beside him stepped up as the 2 behind started to fan out, moving through the crowd. The Pegasus called out,
Any pony with information leading to the swift arrest of the Pegasus Radar will be rewarded with a finder's fee of 5,000 bits.
To their credit, not a single pony in Friendship City stepped up to take the offer.
Fuck you!
A mint-coated buck shouted from the spiral stairwell. The Enclave pony looked up at him. The gems on her armor glistened. The ponies around the buck scattered as he was turned into a glittering pile of ash before their eyes. 2 more ponies in the crowd broke into a run, trying to make the door of one of the shops. The glowing bolts of magical energy threaded the crowd, striking down their targets. One of the ponies vaporized, her ashes scattering across the door she had been trying to reach. The other collapsed onto her side, screaming in pain.
I repeat, do not attempt to hide. Do not attempt to flee. Do not attempt to interfere. Obey.
I was trembling. If I had had my sniper rifle, all 4 of them would be dead right now. One of the black-clad Pegasi started to move through the patrons of Sparkles. She stepped close to me, walking around behind me as she looked me over. I forced myself to stand there silently, knowing any action could put ponies in danger. She paused, her visor turned towards the Pip-Buck melded to my leg. Everfree wins, she whispered in revulsion, moving quickly past. I caught the sight of the little wine-colored filly curled up under the foot of the spiral stairs, shivering and whimpering. My heart went out to her. I started to inch closer, hoping I could comfort her. I made it halfway when she saw me, her eyes opening wide with utter terror. "Helmer!" she screamed, scrambling up and fleeing from the sight of me. "No!" Bzzzt! "No!" The foal's momentum had carried the glistening pink ash as she glowed and disintegrated, fanning it out across the metal floor. My world shattered apart. I collapsed, my hooves raising to my muzzle as if they could contain my screams. "No!"
Brightwind, you shot a filly.
My whole body was shaking and couldn't stop. The tears couldn't stop. Oh, goddesses, no!
Fly steady, soldier.
Fly steady.
The second Pegasus rounded on the first.
You just shot a filly.
Helmer! I'd killed the filly just as surely as Brightwind had. I had killed her by trying to help. The image of her vanishing in a spreading cloud of pinkish glitter kept playing over and over in my mind. I couldn't think of anything else. The first Pegasus, Brightwind, turned to her accuser.
We had our orders, and you will obey them. Now fly steady.
She wasn't running to warn Radar or to hide him. She was just scared.
I take it back. I cried out silently to Celestia and Luna. I take it back. I didn't try to help. I didn't let her see me. Please bring her back. Please, let me take it back. But no amount of regret or pleading with the goddesses would make the sparkling ash spiral upwards and be reborn in a flash of light. We can't know that, soldier. Brightwind insisted defensively. Now, either shut up and fly steady or get your tail back to the raptor and I'll deal with you later.
I didn't sign up for this,
the Pegasus said, turning away from Brightwind and flying back the way they came. The thunder of the harbor gun signaled the arrival of the raptors. Friendship City had not given up their resident Dashite. The Enclave began a full attack at the 69th minute mark. I had crawled over to the ashes of the Arbu filly, gathering them together with my telekinesis. That's as far as I had gotten when Calamity found me, flying and loaded down with all our weapons.
Lil Pip, what are you doing?
He shouted as a lancing blast of crimson magical energy speared through the upper levels of the Pony of Friendship, slicing through homes and catwalks. The Pegasus grabbed me, dragging me away as chunks of walkway and scaffolding came raining down. I couldn't find anything to put her in, I said, looking up into the eyes of my friend, showing him the glowing ball of ash wrapped gingerly in my magic. It was so small. It seemed hardly enough to have been a filly. Calamity sat me down in the shelter of sparkles as another blast from one of the raptor's magical energy cannons burnt a hole the size of a chariot through the side of the statue, engulfing warm smiles in. If there were any ponies inside, they were incinerated within seconds by the fuchsia-colored flames. Calamity looked at the ash I was holding, his bewildered expression shifting to wounded understanding. He looked around and dug an empty sparkle cola bottle out of a trash bin.
Here, Lil Pip. Put her in here.
My world had become that ash. With gentle reverence, I magically funneled the filly into the bottle. It glowed a soft off pink. I floated out a bottle cap, screwing it on tight.
Okay, Little Pip, she's taken care of.
Calamity was telling me.
Now I need you back. I know it's hard and I know it hurts, but we need you here and now.
I stared at him, wondering how he could be so close and yet so far away.
Do you understand me, Lil Pip?
All around us, ponies were fleeing in terror, trying to get to the exits. They didn't care that there weren't enough boats. The thundering of the harbor guns was thinning out. Calamity slapped me, hard across the face with his forehoof. I gasped, lifting a hoof to my cheek in surprise. I could hear screams and nearby explosions.
Ponies' lives are counting on you, Lil Pip,
Calamity said, drawing my attention to a focus.
Y'all gotta pull yourself together. Hurt tomorrow, help today.
I slowly nodded, coming to my senses like a swimmer fighting her way to the ocean's surface. Tucking the bottle of ash into my saddlebags, I looked to Calamity. What can I do to help? Calamity smiled, looking ready to collapse in relief.
They came in with 3 raptors.
Radar told us as we reached one of the sniper platforms in the crown of the Pony of Friendship.
Harbor guns took out one of them.
I looked into the sky at the 2 dark warships hovering over Friendship Island as dozens of Pegasi swarmed about the statue. Chief Lantern and 2 security ponies fired at the attacking Enclave soldiers as quickly as they could find targets, ducking behind low barricades as the Pegasi returned fire. Beside me, Calamity swiftly assembled Spitfire's thunder. The cannons of the left Raptor flashed, sending magical energy blasts into the statue, tearing through its reinforced copper skin and into the city beyond. The other Raptor floated impassively.
That second raptor stopped firing after taking out the last of the harbor guns.
Radar informed me.
We need to take out the last raptor.
Shaking his head, he added,
Really wish I knew why they were so hot to get me.
Radar looked at me apologetically.
I would have gone out myself, but Freshwater wouldn't let me. Threatened to shoot me if I tried.
He looked up.
I'd go now, but it don't matter anymore.
He was right. The Enclave had gone this far. They weren't planning on leaving survivors. An Enclave Pegasus pulling a war wagon drove towards the ponies spilling out of the statue. With a kick of her hoof, a door beneath the wagon snapped open and bombs began to fall. Helpless ponies below were rent apart, their bodies flung in tatters by detonations of savage energy. Calamity stood up, taking aim. Spitfire's thunder tore at the air, the shot piercing the war wagon. The explosion ripped apart the sky.
Good shot.
Radar praised gently. Calamity was breathing heavily, looking near tears himself.
Not fast enough. Ain't none of this worth me,
Radar said. I found his gaze down to the blasted ground, bloody with the shredded bodies of innocent ponies. The crushing grief that had overwhelmed my soul was breaking apart, slowly replaced with a building war cry. This wasn't right. This was evil, and I had to stop it.
I think you can turn this whole thing around if you can shut down that last raptor,
Radar repeated.
I'd do it myself, but...
He looked down.
Not as fit as I used to be.
Looking up again, he added,
And not a word of that to Dr. Freshwater, you hear?
We'll do it,
I told Radar. Turning to Calamity,
I have a plan.
I stared at the burning wreckage of the docks. The Enclave had bombed the ships. No pony was getting off the island by boat. The delivery wagon for absolutely everything was scattered in burning fragments across the water and along the sagging demolished piers. I looked to Ditzy Doo in empathetic horror, but the glowing ghoul merely shrugged, writing, "It's just a wagon," on her chalkboard. As the glowing Pegasus flew out over the devastation, my eyes caught sight of something crimson and green floating in the water. A pony's forehoof, bloody and ragged. A memory bubbled to the surface of my brain. "Help me!" Ambrosia had rasped. She had been dying inside her armor, pinned by part of the terminal bank, half sunk in the tainted water that was spraying into the room. Her body already twisted and malformed. I hadn't been able to reach her. I had barely been quick enough spreading Xena's goop over the ragged stump of my hind leg before I had bled out. I downed every healing potion I had, but the loss of blood had left me so weak and dizzy. I couldn't levitate anything heavier than one of the coffee cups. My blood had left a wet crimson river pouring out from beneath the slab that was holding me down, flowing down into the tainted water, making it pink in the light of my pitbuck. "Help me!" She had whimpered, her voice filled with torment. "Please kill me!" I had wanted to. For the love of merciful Celestia, I had wanted to. But shy of trying to beat her to death with a coffee cup, there had been nothing I could do. Then a voice in my head had reminded me that wasn't true. There was one thing I could do. I remembered focusing my magic, lifting up her visor. Her eyes hadn't been in the right places anymore. Only one of them, engorged and strange, had stared out at me, tortured beyond the telling of it. As I stood near the docks, watching that bobbing severed hoof, I recalled thinking, maybe not a sword, but there is enough blood for a dagger. The memory broke, leaving me shaken. I tried to dredge up what had happened next, but there was only blackness where the memory should have been. It took her less than a minute fluttering about in the debris and floating crates before our friendly ghoul returned to me, her eyes looking in different directions, a smile on her muzzle and a stealth buck in her hooves. I shook myself from my morbid reverie and added the stealth buck to the other equipment I had acquisitioned. I shuddered. What had happened to me that I could look at a poor pony's dismembered stump and not want to scream? The equestrian wasteland had poisoned my soul. Above us, the hostile raptor fired a blast at the crown of the pony of friendship, engulfing one of the sniper platforms in deadly magic. I pulled Ditsy-Doo with me, taking cover against the copper robes of the statue as chunks of burning flesh rained down. Calamity swooped up next to us, dodging falling debris as he dropped 2 sets of Enclave armor at my hooves, scavenged from the bodies of Pegasi taken out by the snipers.
2? I asked him. I can't wear one of those.
I pointed out dryly.
Horn, no wings.
Ditsy-Doo jabbed me with a hoof.
What?
My eyes widened as I literally put 2 and 2 together.
Wait, Ditsy, you can't come with us. We're going into a fight.
She's lived 200 years.
Calamity reminded me.
I reckon she can take care of herself, little miss 2 months out of the stable.
Ditsy-Doo leveled a look at me as explosions shook the island. Calamity hefted up Spitfire's thunder, searching for the war wagon on a bombing run.
Okay, fine, you're coming.
I acquiesced, locking the stealth buck into my pip leg and locking everything we weren't taking, including Calamity's battle saddle, in a nearby crate.
Suit up.
Ditsy-Doo gave me a one-hoofed salute and started dressing, hiding her brilliant ghoulish body completely inside the black insectoid armor.
This is Raptor Pyrocumulus to Raptor Altostratus. Respond immediately.
As Calamity and Ditsy-Doo, disguised as Enclave soldiers, flew us closer to the black maw of the attacking raptor's hangar, my pip leg had latched onto a new signal, one which wasn't playing the Enclave's continuous public broadcast, and decrypted it. I found myself listening to the Pegasi's inter-warship military frequency.
This is Commander Thundershear of the Raptor Pyrocumulus to Commander Icebreak of the Raptor Altostratus. Why have you stopped firing?
The authoritative voice of the commanding stallion asked, clearly attempting to communicate with the unresponsive second raptor.
You are required to respond.
Calamity landed on the raptor's lower flight deck, dropping my invisible self and the sacks I was carrying onto the black metal floor, lined with small, pulsing guide lights. He trotted up to the hangar door, looking over access terminal. I moved up next to him, Ditsy-Doo watching our flank as he attempted to hack into it. As expected, the access terminal had a cloud interface. I could offer him advice, but once again, I was denied the chance to do this myself. Commander Thundershear, this is Commander Icebreak. The enemy is defenseless. The battle has been won. Raptor Altostratus is standing down. The Pegasus Mare replied in a dignified, reserved voice. A wing is standing by to retrieve the prisoner as soon as Raptor Pyrocumulus disengages. Ditsy-Doo gave a little dance in her armor. Apparently she was picking up the transmission too. The rebellion of the second raptor filled her heart with delight.
Almost got it.
Calamity grunted. I turned back to the terminal, scanning the lines of code he had brought up. Somewhere in that matrix was the password.
Commander Icebreak, those are not your orders. Resume firing.
With all due respect, Commander Thundershear, no. After 2 failed tries, we located the correct password. Pragmatism. The heavy blast doors sealing the hangar slid open. Inside, the high ceiling was laced with humming lights, identical to those I grew up with in Stable 2, but more sparsely placed, leaving the hangar feeling dark and cold. Large, heavily armored windows along the roof let in the gray twilight of late evening between mounted magical energy turrets. I imagined that the hangar would have been bright and almost pleasant if those windows were letting in the pure sunlight of midday above the cloud curtain. Enclave technicians and internal soldiers wearing the light combat version of Enclave armor moved above busily. Rows of war wagons lined the edges of the hangar. Red fireboxes were mounted at intervals along the walls.
Racks of bombs stood between the observation windows at the far back. On the other side, Enclave officers split their attention between watching the hangar and monitoring the war chatter.
Damn it, Icebreak! Operation Cauterize is in effect. This is straight from the Enclave High Council.
The stallion commanding the raptor we had boarded reminded his peer.
You have your orders. Now lock your targets and resume firing, or you and your entire crew will be guilty of disaffection.
Ditsy-Doo and Calamity moved off together, moving like they had a purpose, like they belonged. So as long as they didn't do anything suspicious, they should be ignored. Meanwhile, I galloped silently towards the first war wagon. I only had one standard stealth buck's worth of time to do this, and I had already spent half of that just getting up here and inside. Raptor Pyrocumulus. The ponies of Raptor Altostratus regret to inform you that we will not slaughter helpless ground ponies, no matter what our orders say. I reached the first wagon and bucked the switch that opened its bomb door. Floating 2 of the homemade bombs out of the first sack, I wedged them up next to the war wagon's payload. The bombs had been built using the schematics for the bottle cap mine that Ditsy-Doo had given me. It felt like ages ago. But instead of cherry bombs and bottle caps, these lunchboxes carried explosive munitions, used in the, now destroyed, smaller caliber harbor guns. Mayor Blackseas had donated the supplies. Ditsy-Doo had helped me make them. A lot of them.
What?
Commander Thundershear sputtered in disbelief as I moved to the next war wagon.
By our great leaders, this is mutiny, Icebreak. Think about what you're doing. They'll have your crew for treason.
There was no response from Commander Icebreak or the other raptor. I planted 2 more bombs and moved to a third war wagon. Shadows played across the hangar. I looked up, watching through the ceiling windows as the huge magical energy cannons mounted on the raptor's top deck swiveled to the left. I could hear the belly-mounted cannon still firing on Friendship City.
Raptor Altostratus, this is Raptor Pyrocumulus.
The commander barked.
You will lock your targets and resume firing, or we will fire on you.
Finishing with the third wagon, I dashed to the first of the bomb racks, setting bombs as quickly as I could. I spared a glance towards Calamity and Ditsy-Doo. They had been waylaid by an Enclave officer who was demanding something of our speechless ghoul.
She can't talk,
Calamity was saying, prevaricating swiftly.
Battle wound to the throat.
Beside him, Ditsy-Doo nodded, eagerly backing Calamity's story.
Look, I'm her CO, so anything you need to ask her, you can ask me.
The Enclave officer, a youthful gray buck with a black mane and a quill for a cutie mark, looked between my 2 disguised friends, insisting,
We don't have any soldiers on Raptor Pyrocumulus with that kind of injury.
He stared at Calamity suspiciously.
And I don't recognize that accent. Where did you say you were from again?
Every pony in the hangar froze, turning their gazes upwards, as Raptor Pyrocumulus opened fire on her sister. I scrambled to place my makeshift explosives on the second and third bomb racks. I was getting close to where the officer was interrogating my Pegasus friends. Calamity flapped his wings in irritation.
Look,
he grumbled.
We're from the Altostratus. Command over there's gone disloyal. We got out while we could.
Well, that is to be commended,
the buck told him, wrenching his eyes from the windows above.
But under the circumstances, I'm afraid I'm going to have to place you both in the brig until the battle is over.
The young officer revolved in place, looking for the closest soldiers.
Your loyalty will be determined by a tribunal once we are cloudside again.
Aw, hell.
Calamity hissed as he stepped back, striking down the officer with a sting of his armored tail. Ditsy-Doo backtrotted, her body language betraying shock.
Time to go,
Calamity shouted as bolts of colored light whizzed throughout the hangar, the soldiers and defense turrets reacting swiftly. I floated the signal detonator out next to me, dropping the sack of lunchbox explosives at the base of the last bomb rack, and galloped. Beams of magical energy struck at Ditsy-Doo and Calamity, peeling away their protective magically powered armor. One of the shots disintegrated a plate of Ditsy's armor, the sickly yellow-green light of her irradiated ghoul body shining out of the hole in the black carapace. I kicked the stealth buck out of my pip leg, giving the turrets and soldiers another target. Thunder rumbled through the hangar from outside as one of the pyrocumulus cannons struck something vital in the altostratus.
Calamity and Ditzy-Doo shot out of the hangar, several Pegasi in hot pursuit. I felt the first scorching blast lance off my Canterlot police armor, sizzling it, as I reached the landing platform. I wrapped myself in my magic, making myself weightless, and jumped. Beneath us, the canted form of Raptor Altostratus was bellowing smoke. Its left side thundercloud dispersed, gaping holes glowing in its framework as it dropped slowly out of the sky. One of the pyrocumulus belly cannons swiveled and fired on the ruined warship as it crashed into Friendship Bridge, tearing apart catastrophically. I triggered the detonator. Behind me, light and heat erupted from the hangar of the pyrocumulus, a draconic roar building with the cascade of explosions. A blast of fire buffeted me, sending me spinning through the sky, my magic imploding as the bomb racks went up like a volcanic Armageddon, magical fire rending the Enclave warship in half. This time, it was Ditzy-Doo who caught me. Her Enclave armor was perforated, her helmet gone. Glowing ichor seeped out of numerous painful wounds, but she was grinning, one of her eyes staring at me as she gave a squeaky victory cheer. My heart lifted at her jubilation, but then sank again as I looked out at the burning pony of Friendship, the smoke of an incinerated city and murdered ponies blackly bellowing out of glowing wounds carved by destructive magical energy. We almost made it into Fetlock before the Enclave caught us. It was the dead of night. Thunderclouds above rumbled angrily, still threatening a terrible storm. We had fled Friendship Island, after magically snatching up the crate with all our belongings, drawing off as many of the remaining Enclave soldiers as we could. Most of them had abandoned the fight when all of their warships had fallen, but a few had been determined enough to continue mop-up and were engaged by the remaining security ponies.
Thanks to our help, a little over a quarter of Friendship City's population still survived.
Radar and Chief Lantern were not amongst the living. Both were killed when the pyrocumulus took out their sniper platform. Calamity had become withdrawn and laconic since the news. The survivors were still trapped on the island. The pyrocumulus had destroyed the docks and boats. The crash of the Altostratus had wiped out a section of the bridge. Once we got back to Stable 29, we intended to enlist the aid of the Applejack's Rangers. I was certain that the needs of nearly 200 suffering ponies would draw Velvet Remedy out of her shell. But Ditzy-Doo was wounded, more than she let on. And as we drew close to the edge of Manhattan, she had begun flagging. So we landed in the ruins of a building which, based on the plate and silverware design still visible on the badly deteriorated and half-buried sign, had once been a diner. Or from the horseshoe motif running along the top of its once standing wall, possibly a shoe shop. When the ruins had turned up empty, Calamity had taken Spitfire's thunder and had flown into the rubble of the apartment building next door, searching for food, Radaway, and anything else he could find. This left me sitting on the edge of the ruins, staring across the street. Ditzy-Doo had discarded the ruined Enclave armor and was splashing playfully in a glowing puddle of radioactive waste, spilled from the back of a wagon bearing the MAS logo. I couldn't help but smile at her antics as the glowing ghoul rolled in the waste, the radiation healing her wounds. This wasn't helping her condition, but now that the doctors of Friendship City had taught her how to relieve herself of the buildup quickly, Ditzy-Doo was considerably less worried. Catching my eye, she shook herself off, flinging glowing goop all over the wagon and the rubble around her, then began to trot back to me, closing her eyes and concentrating as she did so. Her body pulsed with a flash of radiation that drove her face planting into the broken asphalt of the street. She stood back up, her eyes reeling in different directions, then giggled at her own clumsiness. As she reached me, she set down her chalkboard, scribbling out, "Absolutely everything does not have boats. Must fix." "Don't worry," I assured her. "We'll get those ponies to safety." Ditzy-Doo nodded happily and kicked her chalkboard up, dipping her head and expertly catching the neck loop so that it hung against her fleshy breast.
Do not move.
The armor-augmented voice cut through the darkness. I immediately cursed myself, bringing my eyes forward sparkle up.
We have you surrounded.
There were red lights all over my compass. I looked towards the crate that still held most of my weapons. I had retrieved Little Macintosh, but the zebra rifle and the sniper rifle were still inside. I did a quick mental calculation of how many armor-piercing bullets I had left from my favorite gun, how long it would take to reload, and the chances they would kill my now unarmored ghoul companion before I could take them down. With a heavy sigh, I responded, "We surrender." Ditsy-Doo poked at the blue field of our magical energy cage with her hoof, making an ow sound, something she didn't need a tongue for. I stared through the field at the Enclave soldiers milling about outside. A technician Pegasus sat next to the terminal, which controlled the energy cages. There were others, but ours was the only one occupied. I noted glumly that it had a cloud interface. Next to it was an Enclave crate where little Macintosh was imprisoned. My pit buck was clicking steadily. Being locked in here with Ditsy-Doo was bathing me in radiation. I noticed gloomily that the scrapes and bruises I had acquired in Friendship City were all fading away, and that my stomach was beginning to churn unpleasantly, threatening to divest me of my precious lunch. Poke.
Ow!
Poke. Ow!
These ponies aren't from the attack on Friendship City,
I observed with a whisper, watching an Enclave officer toss her emptied bottle of Sunrise sarsaparilla into a trash bin that was beginning to overflow. I had glimpsed an Enclave antenna array as they marched us to the cages.
They've been camped here for a while now.
I looked to Ditsy-Doo.
Any guesses as to what they're up to?
Ditsy-Doo looked to me and shook her head, the last whiffs of her mane flapping about. Then she turned back to the blue cracking wall in front of her. Poke.
Ow!
A mustard-coated Pegasus, in the light Enclave combat armor, identical, I noted, to the armor I had first seen Rainbow Dash showing off to her friends, stopped his walking patrol to lift his visor and glare at Ditsy-Doo.
Would you cut that out?
He growled.
Y'all are giving me a headache.
Poke.
Ow!
Hey!
He barked to me.
Can't you make your little monster knock it off?
Nope, I replied as I caught movement in the corner of my eye. Gazing out, I saw Calamity moving up on a high ridge of rubble. Our cavalry had arrived. I shifted away and lowered my head, trying to look forlorn and pathetic, burying my face in my hooves to allow myself to serendipitously watch Calamity without alerting any of the ponies keeping an eye on us. Calamity shifted Spitfire's thunder into position, peering down the scope at all the Pegasi around us. I waited, my nerves alive with anticipation. Calamity stared at the other Pegasi and did not fire.
Calamity!
I whispered to myself. Slowly, Calamity pulled back, sliding Spitfire's thunder away, and disappeared. Ditsy-Doo dropped her chalkboard next to me. He isn't going to rescue us?
Calamity!
I thought, feeling apprehensive and a little hurt. What are you doing? Two Pegasi in fearsome onyx armor marched Calamity into the camp at the tips of their viciously sharp tails. The rust-colored Dashite walked in front of them, wings held high. Oh, damn it, Calamity!
Up you go!
One of the Pegasi ordered as the technician lowered the field around one of the magical energy cages. She prodded Calamity up onto the platform. He cantered around to stare at her as the blue field washed up between them. I moved as close to him as our cage would allow. The shielded cage was beginning to feel uncomfortably warm.
Calamity!
I hissed.
What?
Calamity just looked at me sadly.
Sorry, little Pip. I just couldn't.
Even after what they just did, are you serious? Calamity shifted uncomfortably and nodded, offering no explanation. But an explanation was forthcoming.
Well, look who we have here.
It was the Pegasus buck who had growled at Ditsy-Doo. He was trotting up, looking like a colt who had just gotten his cutie mark.
If it ain't my little brony.
His little what now?
Hello, Pride.
Calamity said sourly.
I see they're letting just any pony into the Enclave these days. Hey!
The mustard-coated pony hissed.
I ain't the traitor here. No.
Calamity jabbed.
Y'all just washed out. 3 times, no less.
You know him? I asked. Pride turned to me with a grin.
Oh, are y'all friends?
He looked from Calamity to us and back in exaggerated astonishment.
Well, what do you know? Lil Calamity actually managed to make some friends.
He rolled his eyes, adding,
A munchkin mare and a monster.
Pride smirked at us.
Y'all should really chose a better friend.
The Enclave buck said nastily.
Calamity here's a flying disaster.
Leaning close to me just beyond the blue field, Pride nickered like he was about to tell me a secret. I stood up, glaring through the energy barrier at him.
You know why Father named him Calamity?
The buck asked far too loudly. Father? Pride was Calamity's brother? No wonder he wouldn't shoot. I suddenly flashed back to the first argument Velvet Remedy had with us about eating meat.
Oh, we can eat meat all right, just don't much like to. Ain't really good for our diet,
Calamity had asserted.
My brothers used to challenge me to hot dog eating contest, which mostly meant them shoving the disgusting things down my throat.
Calamity's brother grinned maliciously.
'Cause he killed our mother coming out.
I dropped back on my haunches, the cruelty of Pride's claim knocking the wind from me. The little pony in my head cried at the pain such vicious words must be causing my best friend. But Calamity only looked bored.
That again?
He drawled unimpressed.
You ain't seen me for 6 years, and in all that time you ain't come up with anything new?
The orange-maned Pegasus shook his head.
Back when I was a blank flank Colton, y'all would tell me that. I'd bawl for hours. But case you ain't noticed, that was a long time ago, and I ain't a little foal no more.
Pride sneered.
Really? Strange. I don't see no cutie mark on you, baby brother.
Calamity rolled his eyes.
And you know why?
He spat. The mustard-coated Enclave pony laughed, stomping a hoof on the ground.
That I do!
He peered into Calamity's cage at his little brother.
And I should be thanking you, Brandon. That mark off your flanks was my rite of passage into the Enclave.
I reeled. Calamity's own brother had branded his cutie mark off?
Then again, y'all should be thanking me.
Pride snarked.
Who wants a picture of a hammer on their flank anyway?
He swiveled back to Calamity.
Ow, that's gotta sting. Knowing you abandoned your own kind, became a filthy traitor, when all you had to do was wait a few more years. My loyalty was and has always been to the ponies of Equestria.
Calamity glared back.
Ain't my fault the Enclave's allegiance is only to itself. If they were what they pretended to be, they'd have been down here with me. Still spouting them horse apple, little brother?
Pride jabbed.
Well, case y'all missed it, we're here now. So, Pride,
Calamity asked tiredly.
What's this really about? 'Cause it ain't the Grand Pegasus Enclave swooping to the rescue. I ain't seen a single civilian. This is a military operation, through and through.
Pride nickered.
Haven't y'all been listening to the radio? There's a bastard pony named Red Eye who's messing with shit that ain't his to mess with. You mean the Sing...
Calamity quickly corrected himself.
Sustainable Pegasus Project? Yep. Something he did alerted the higher-ups and they started digging into all the shit he's been doing with one of our towers. None too bright, that Red Eye. Left all sorts of clues as to what he's been dipping his hooves in.
I frowned. Careless wasn't Red Eye's nature. On the other hoof, if the Enclave could override DJ Pone 3's signal from the MASEBS, they could very possibly be able to access the things Red Eye had reasonably expected to be secure. Or Red Eye could be setting them up somehow. From what I saw in Friendship City, the Enclave was sowing the seeds of their own destruction just being here. And that was before taking into account what my friends and I were going to do to them.
And what's that got to do with blasting the royal city off the side of the mountain?
Calamity questioned.
Why don't y'all just fly over and kill him? What's Operation Cauterize?
Pride pulled up short.
Where'd you hear that? I have my sources.
Calamity said cryptically, holding a hoof to his breast. Pride glared at my friend for a good spell before finally saying,
Don't do the Enclave no good just to kill the bastard. Even if we take him down, some pony else might step into his hoof prints and try to finish what he started.
So what, they had to take out Red Eye and Stern?
To protect the Enclave in the Pegasi race, we gotta take out Red Eye. Those he may have told any pony else he might know about the Sustainable Pegasus Project.
Pride stated firmly.
And get rid of the last Earthside hubs of the damn Ministry of Awesome so no pony else can ever stumble across what Red Eye did.
Goddesses. That's why they were after Radar. He'd been in the MAW. There would have been Enclave troops hunting us down for the same reason. The gears in my mind started churning. Homage was a target too. Who else? The little pony in my head started piecing together a picture that filled me with dread. The Enclave had tried to wipe Friendship City off the map. Tend not to leave loose ends, the voice I now recognized as Commander Thundershear had said. He didn't want to just murder Radar. He might have told other members of the science team, and they might have told friends or family. In Thundershear's mind, the whole city was infected, and they all had to perish. How many degrees of separation before the Enclave wouldn't consider some pony a threat? How far were they planning to go?
Y'all are talking about mass murder.
Calamity breathed.
Ain't no way the Enclave thinks it can be Equestria's savior after this.
His eyes narrowed, his gaze sharper than a dagger.
But then, they don't ever plan on rejoining Equestria, do they?
Pride gave Calamity a pitying look.
So what's the plan then?
Calamity stomped.
The civilians gotta see something's up. The Enclave planning to write this off as a big scouting mission? Oh, we thought that maybe it was time for us to descend, but after a prolonged exploration, we realized that just ain't feasible. Best we wait another 200 years? Something like that,
Pride said dismissively. We sat in our magical cages in silence as dawn began to color the horizon. I was supremely tired, but none of us actually felt like sleeping. Calamity had apologized again, several times in fact, until I nearly shouted at him that it was okay. I'd spent the last 2 hours contemplating how I could levitate the weapons I could get my magic on and use them to wipe out the camp. Right now, while most of it was asleep, I figured it had a good chance of pulling it off. But then, we'd still be stuck in these cages. I wiped the sweat from my forehead, trembling slightly. My EFS was warning me that my radiation exposure had reached critical levels. I had to try something, but it would have to be something that worked. I wouldn't survive in here long enough to get another chance. Ditsy Doo was huddled on the far corner of the cage, keeping away from me as best she could. But in this small space, it really didn't matter. Calamity was laying down in his cage, looking morose. I'm sure Pride was wrong, I told my friend through the shields between us. About your father, I mean. He wouldn't have named you after the death of your mother. Calamity's muzzle gave me a wry smile.
I could never bring myself to ask, but knowing my father, he probably did.
Luna's mercy, that was horrible. I'm sorry, Calamity, but I kinda hate your father right now. Calamity smiled, sitting up.
That's okay, Lil Pip. He'd be happy to hear it.
I winced.
Every pony hates my father. That's his job. Most loathed bastard in all the Enclave.
Your father is Enclave too? I breathed, my mind suddenly conjuring images of Calamity's father as a member of the Enclave High Council. Possibly even the stallion behind Operation Cauterize. Goddesses, don't put Calamity through that. It's not fair.
Yep,
Calamity said, a grim little smile playing over his face.
Drill Sergeant Navarro.
He stood up, raising his wings and dropping his voice mockingly.
A hammer? Your cutie mark is a fucking hammer? That had better be to hammer down your enemies, boy, or you're the sorriest excuse for a son that I ever did see.
Wow. Calamity sat down, chuckling a little despite himself.
Yep, that's my dad.
He shook his mane looking at me.
Any surprise all 4 of his bucks ended up in the Enclave?
Suddenly, my mother felt like a blessing. So, I said, trying to strike up a conversation while I searched for a solution to our predicament. Your cutie mark was a hammer? Calamity looked up.
Yep, and a screwdriver.
Your cutie mark was tools? It was not what I expected. I would have imagined my friend with crosshairs on his flank, or a bullseye. Although that would hardly be the best thing to be sporting on your flank in the equestrian wasteland. Still, this was Calamity. The pony who delighted in fixing up the Sky Bandit and making it fly again. Who put on armor and a pony rack. Who repaired everything from firearms to dresses. I thought of him as a sharpshooter, but thinking about it, I realized that every weapon he used aside from Spitfire's thunder was a weapon he had modified or built himself. He'd even jury-rigged his Enclave armor to allow him to shoot it without wearing the helmet. Ditsy-Doo trotted up, pressing her chalkboard against the shield, making it crackle. Calamity peered, reading.
Story?
He looked at me, baffled. Cocking my head at Ditsy-Doo, I guessed. I think she wants to hear your Cutie Mark story. With a smile, I added, I think I do too.
Cutie marks don't matter,
Calamity told us drearily. Come on, I encouraged, clopping my hooves on the floor of the cage. Story! Story! Ditsy-Doo joined in. Calamity rolled his eyes and shot me a look.
Fine, but y'all gotta share yours too.
He tipped his desperado hat, thinking.
When I was a little colt,
Calamity began,
all I wanted to do was make my father proud of me, which was nearly impossible, even for my big brothers. I was never going to be as big or as strong as them, and so I practiced shooting. First year, I tried the young sharpshooters competition. I came in third. Father was so disappointed.
I winced.
I tried to tell him that I tried my best, but he told me that meant my best was pathetic. I said it wasn't my fault, that the old gun he'd given me was all weighted funny and hard to aim. He told me that I should have fixed it better then.
Calamity shook his head, digging a hoof at the cell floor.
So that's what I did. I spent all year tinkering with that gun, fixing the sights, building a custom muzzle grip, adding weight to the shoulder brace so it was more balanced. Next year, I placed first.
Calamity looked up at me, tears in his eyes.
That was the first time my father ever smiled at me. First time he ever told me I'd done good.
He stared into the morning sky. The rising sun was painting the clouds with glorious oranges and pinks and golds.
When I got home and took off my competitors' Barden, there they were, a hammer and a screwdriver. Best day of my life.
He looked down, reaching back a hoof to ruffle his mane.
Till I met ye in velvet, of course.
I was dead last among my peers to get my cutie mark, I told them. All the other colts and fillies who had been in my class had gotten their cutie marks a full 2 years before, and the overmare wanted to put me to work. I explained. Normally, in Stable 2, we were assigned the jobs we would have for the rest of our lives based on our cutie marks. Without mine, the overmare couldn't assign me, so she drew on some ancient bylaw created by Stable 2's first overmare, which allowed her to have me temporarily apprentice under a variety of positions, until something sparked my cutie mark to appear. Mostly she had me try out a number of administrative and technical apprenticeships, since those were the areas most unicorns were assigned to anyway. I looked down at the pit buck grossly infused into the flesh of my leg. We were supposed to get our pit bucks after we got our cutie marks and our job assignment. Biting my lower lip, I thought back. One day, while I was apprenticing with the head pit buck technician, a worried couple slipped into the pit buck technician's stall. Their son had gone missing. He had run off during his cutie mark party. Somehow he'd gotten himself lost in the stable and they couldn't find him. Calamity was staring at me, a little bewildered. He remembered how small and enclosed the stables were compared to the outside world. One of our most overlooked capabilities of a pit buck is that it can track tagged objects. Mostly this is used for the automapper. My pit buck came loaded with a whole new slew of present location tags. I'm still getting surprised by the occasional "you are here" messages on my eyes forward sparkle. I smiled a little, remembering how astonished I was that my pit buck knew the name of Sweet Apple Acres. Every pit buck has a tag, allowing anybody with that tag code and another pit buck to locate them. My mentor was asleep, which was not uncommon for him, so I hacked into his terminal and downloaded the tag code for the Colt's new pit buck into one of the ones I had been working on. I took the tools that allowed me to unlock it and put the pit buck on, bringing up an eyes forward sparkle for the first time. Keying the EFS compass to the Colt's tag, I slipped through the stable until I found him. The Colt had managed to get himself locked in the maintenance shed for the apple orchard.
It was after hours, and no pony had been around to hear his banging and yelling. I didn't want to get the colt in trouble, so instead of fetching one of the gardener ponies, I picked the lock and got him out myself. I gave a weak grin. Of course, he went and told every pony how I had rescued him, and so I got in trouble for appropriating the pit buck and picking the lock. But at least my mentor covered for me about the hacking, and the overmare wasn't going to press the issue, seeing as my new cutie mark dictated that I would be with him for a good long while. Smiling softly at the memory, I concluded. It was the first time I'd ever felt I'd done something useful. Something really good. I don't think either of us had been expecting Ditzy-Doo to join in the storytelling. Hell, we couldn't even tell what the ghoul's cutie mark had been. So both Calamity and I were surprised when the glowing Pegasus dropped her chalkboard at my hooves and prodded me to read. And then prodded me harder, reminding me to read real loud so Calamity could hear. It took a great many pauses while Ditzy-Doo wiped the chalkboard clean and wrote a few more words before her simple story was told. Uncle owned a moving wagon company. Uncle let me help. He didn't let me do too much carrying, said I was clumsy, but he let me ride around on the wagon and called me his little mascot. I liked it. It was fun to help ponies move into a new home. I liked seeing them happy, especially families. Super especially when they had fillies or colts my age. Once there was a family who was sad about moving. They had a little filly and a littler colt, but they were scared of me because my eyes are different. So I made funny faces and got them to laugh at me. Then they were happy. Then I took them back to where Uncle kept all the packing supplies, and I showed them the most fun thing in the entire world, bubble wrap. They loved popping all the bubbles, especially little Pokey. We had fun all day long. Uncle told me that's when I got my cutie mark, but I was having too much fun to notice. I had almost come up with a plan when Pride snuck past our cages into the terminal. Poking it with a hoof, he brought down the walls of magical energy. Calamity jumped up, leaping off the cage platform.
What the hey?
Just go,
Pride hissed. I whispered to Calamity, pointing at the Enclave crate that little Macintosh was locked away in.
Open that,
Calamity said, pointing his hoof.
and we will.
Pride gnashed his teeth in exasperation and went to work on the crate.
So,
Calamity said as the crate hissed open. I floated out little Macintosh and the few other items they had taken from Ditzy-Doo and me.
we escaped?
Something like that. I don't know. But y'all gotta get.
Pride looked around nervously.
Listen, word just came down. Operation Cauterize has been extended to all Dashites. Next time I see ya, I'll be shooting you, understand?
Calamity nodded.
Gee, I have a sudden, unnatural urge to hug you, big brony.
Ditzy-Doo moved up, holding her chalkboard in her teeth, with 2 words written across it. New Appaloosa? Pride gave us an ugly look.
Red-Eye's favorite trade in town. The one that gave him a bomb he set off assassinating a member of the High Council?
Enclave dispatched a full regiment there at first light.
Ditzy-Doo stumbled back at the news, the chalkboard dropping from her open muzzle.
Monster.
Pride said darkly.
I'd be surprised if there's even a crater left by now.
Ditzy's eyes were wide, her pupils huge and centered dead ahead, seeing something beyond Pride, a strangled squeak coming from her throat. She didn't need to speak for me to know the one thing on her mind. Silverbell. I heard the little lavender filly's voice from 2 days before crying out, "Mommy!" Ditzy-Doo broke into flight, headed for New Appaloosa. Calamity scooped me up, giving chase, diverting only far enough for me to telekinetically scoop Spitfire's thunder from under the rubble where he'd left it. 4 raptors were positioning themselves over New Appaloosa, squads of black-armored Pegasi flying about the sky between them. The town was still standing, but we could see Enclave soldiers swooping to strike down ponies who were trying to flee the walls. Ditzy-Doo pulled up, hovering in the air, a look of dismay etched on her face. Calamity bristled, his eyes narrowing in anger as a Pegasus dove at a running mare, opening up with a rapid fireburst of light and turned the fleeing pony into glowing blue dust.
Damn it, Lil Pip, we gotta stop this.
He was near the breaking point. I could hear it in his voice. Before we could react, Ditzy-Doo zoomed forward again, flying right into the heart of the Enclave forces. The Pegasi whipped about as the glowing one shot past them. They started chasing her, but quickly stopped shooting after their first blast missed and hit one of the raptors. Calamity set me down and started off after her, but I grabbed him by the tail with my teeth. Whoa, that's suicide! I knew we were about to lose Ditzy-Doo, and probably Zenith and Silverbell. I was damned if I was going to lose Calamity too.
We need a plan.
Ditzy-Doo had stopped in the center of the Enclave forces. They had her surrounded, but they couldn't shoot without risking hitting their own. Several armored Pegasi moved in, their tails curling to strike as soon as they got within range. Whoosh! The burst of light and radiation from the glowing Pegasus sent the encroaching Enclave Pegasi reeling as Ditzy-Doo shot almost straight up into the air, beating her nearly featherless wings as fast and as hard as she could. The Enclave Pegasi gave chase. They started to fire again, but Ditzy-Doo repeatedly blasted out radiation, each time blinding her pursuers as it shot her up higher. Two of the raptors swiveled their topside cannons around, scorching the air with magical death, but the huge weapons were too inaccurate to hit their quickly ascending target. After half a dozen missed shots, they left the escaping ghoul to the black armored soldiers chasing her. The glow of Ditzy-Doo eliminated a patch of the dark storm clouds as she disappeared into them. Then the glow faded and she was gone. The ponies following her stopped, hovering in the air. Several began to turn back. Inside, I knew that she would at any moment break through the top of the cloud curtain and see true sunlight for the first time in probably 200 years. The little pony in my head shed a tear. Then reality snapped back. Ditzy-Doo had distracted the Enclave. She'd given us a window, and we were missing it.
Okay.
I said quickly to Calamity as I slipped the MG Stealth Buck 2 into my malformed pip leg.
Here's the plan.
Whoa!
Calamity said, looking up. I turned, following his gaze, as a spot of golden-green light dropped out of the clouds. I knew what it was, but I still lifted my binoculars to be sure. The first drops of the promised storm began to fall. Ditzy-Doo had broken back through the cloud curtain, shooting past the top tier of hovering Enclave soldiers before they could react. The ones who had started back down turned and sped in to catch her. Whoosh! The pulse of radioactive light sent the black armored Pegasi spinning out of control as she shot ahead like a rocket. The other Pegasi were reacting now, chasing after her, firing beams of multicolored light. Most missed. I gasped as some did not. Whoosh! Ditzy-Doo jolted ahead, moving even faster. She was aiming right for the center space between the Enclave's raptors. The raptors were in position now. Their belly cannons were taking aim at New Appaloosa below, preparing to cleanse the town off the face of Equestria. My plan was forgotten as quickly as I had formed it. All I could do was watch. Whoosh! Ditzy was beyond the reach of her pursuers now, but not, it appeared, beyond the reach of their weapons. One of the Enclave ponies fired twin missiles at the ghoul Pegasus as she streaked by, seeming nothing more than a glowing blur. The missiles spun, magically locking onto her. They spiraled around each other, leaving a double helix of smoke in their wake as they chased her. Whoosh! The missiles were undeterred and gaining speed. Closing the distance as Ditzy-Doo beat her wings, arrowing down at the Enclave about to destroy her town and kill her daughter. She was moving so fast, the odd air of the equestrian wasteland seemed to be warping about her. Her body was glowing brighter and brighter as she focused, building up for another burst. The sickly light pouring from her body was rippling in the air, shearing off of her in washes of unearthly, diseased colors. The missiles seemed to reach her at the same time she reached the raptors. Ditzy-Doo exploded. Footnote, maximum level. Quest perk added, touched by taint 3. Exposure to taint has further altered your physiology. You are 20% faster and stronger whenever you're basking in the warm glow of radiation. Your action points regenerate faster and faster the higher your level of radiation sickness becomes. Your natural lifespan has increased dramatically. Chapter 40. Sonic Radboom. If you're feeling lonely and you're still searching for your true friends, just look up in the sky. Who knows? Maybe you are all looking at the same rainbow. Loss. The war had come with thunder and death, and all of the equestrian wasteland seemed in mourning. We were deep in our darkest hour, just praying for a ray of light. We had all suffered loss. My friends and I had lost one of our own, Steelhooves. He had finally found rest, finally been reunited with his beloved Applejack and their child in whatever life lies beyond this. But all I felt was the gaping wound of his absence. An abscess in the core of our party, aching and hollow, where Steelhooves should have been. The specter of his death hung over everything, casting all our individual losses into even deeper shadow, making us all seem more vulnerable and fragile. I was struggling with the loss of my very self. I was not who I was anymore. Not Little Pip.
I was an alien in my own body.
A body warped into something entirely non-pony by taint.
And I was a stranger in my own mind.
Not knowing the truth of the things I had done. Velvet's words had cut cruelly, not because she was cruel, but because she was right. The balefire bomb had been an atrocity. And yet, as Velvet Remedy had assured me, it had been the necessary thing to do. Without my memories, I didn't know if I had simply never thought of the consequences, or if I had and just went ahead anyway. Steelhooves had paid the price. He had lost his life because of what I had done. I knew I would never watch those memories. Well, maybe the 8th memory orb. My soul needed Homage's every healing touch, but not the others. I didn't want to know how much I had realized. If I had committed a holocaust, I couldn't bear it. It would be the final, fatal separation from self. Velvet Remedy was suffering a loss of faith. Velvet was hurting more deeply than the rest of us. The foundation of all that she was had been shattered. The wasteland was more cold and cruel and brutal than any pony should have to bear. Too much for a pony whose soul was one filled with kindness and caring for others, whose core desire was to help, to heal, and to make things better. To her, it didn't matter if the hurting creature was a pony, a zebra, or a monster. Friend, stranger, or enemy were all worthy of the same compassion in Velvet Remedy's eyes. I remembered her considering a hellhound a patient and easing the pain of a dying alicorn. Velvet Remedy had weathered all the equestrian wasteland had thrown at her, sometimes weakening but never failing in her belief that helping others was the right course of action. And she had done so, fighting both the despair and ugliness of the wasteland and her own inner demons by clinging to her personal religion of Fluttershy. The kindness of the Mare of Peace had been her anchor and her bulwark. Now, the memories of Steelhooves had revealed the truth to Velvet Remedy, and that bulwark was shattered, and she was drowning. Calamity was fighting against the loss of all he held dear, and he felt he was losing that battle. Already, one of his friends was dead, and he could see those he held most dear, including the mare he loved, slipping away into their own darkness. And that horror was playing out against the backdrop of the end of his world. After meeting one of Calamity's brothers, and seeing hints that the rest of his family were as bad or worse, I found Calamity's policy and his personal horror over Buckland Cross were brought into sharp focus. Calamity was my closest friend, and I was only now beginning to understand and truly know him. And now the Enclave had descended upon us with Operation Cauterize. It was one thing for Calamity to have rejected and left the Enclave, but it was quite another for him to witness the Enclave rise up as the greatest threat to Equestria. Like us, Applejack's Rangers had lost Steelhooves. He had been their elder and their center, the figure around whom they had gathered. Now, the fledgling force for good faced a harrowing fight to survive. And it was not only us. All of the equestrian wasteland was suffering. With the destruction of Canterlot, the ponies of the wasteland had lost the greatest symbol of the fabled past of peace and tranquility that was the era before the war. It was as if the final strands of the past had been severed with the death of Steelhooves and the destruction of that city. The proof of what we had once been had carried with it the silent promise that we could, possibly, be that again. Now, We were adrift in a sea of darkness. Within the same day, the wasteland had lost more than an icon. We had lost one of our greatest centers of pony kind with the bloody massacre at Friendship City. We had lost what little peace the wasteland had to offer. We had lost the assurance that even those living within the walls of a fortified city would live another day. All across Equestria, ponies mourned for the dead and feared for the living. As if these wounds were not deep enough, the ponies of the wasteland had lost the voice that called out to them in the darkness, bringing truth and hope, the voice of DJ Pone 3. But in this, at least, the loss was not absolute. Homage was out there fighting back, and DJ Pone 3's voice would occasionally cry out within the darkness, bringing a flicker of light before it was silenced. And even our enemies had suffered great loss. The Alicorns had lost their goddess, their guide and compass. They had lost the unity which connected them and gave them purpose. They had lost the constant voice in their heads, to which they had been subservient. And even now, they were beginning to lose their minds. The Hellhounds, the most vicious and deadly of all monsters in the wastelands, had the heart of their civilization torn asunder, and the bulk of their kind annihilated in a single blast of necromantic green fire. Psychotically territorial, now they no longer had a home of their own. And the Enclave themselves. They had lost one of their leaders and a great many of their ponies in what was, to them, a cowardly and heinous terrorist attack. How much of their overkill was fueled by rage and grief of a wounded nation? Operation Cauterize was costing them more than they were ready to lose. They had not anticipated the resistance they would encounter, either from without or within. Their victories had been Pyrrhic at best. The Pegasi were facing not only loss of forces, and possible defeat, but for many a loss of ideology as well. And it only promised to get worse the longer they stayed here. Of all those in the wasteland, perhaps only Red-Eye had not yet suffered loss. But that soon would change. Loss. It doesn't bring out the best in us, or the worst, although it can do either. It doesn't show us who we truly are. It just hurts. And it makes us all the same. Even the most sadistic raider, immune to empathy, who draws joy and strength from the suffering of others, will feel grief over the loss they suffer themselves. In the black pit of loss, we all pray for light. Ditzy-Doo exploded, and the explosion was massive. The center of the explosion was a glorious greenish gold so bright, it seemed to sear my eyes, lingering in my vision long after I had looked away. From the epicenter erupted a ring of spectral light, riding an enormous shock wave rippling with strange colors like a toxic rainbow. The missiles chasing Ditzy-Doo were bucked backwards, exploding in the air yards behind her. Molten payloads discharged in plumes of eldritch hellfire, burning the sky above and below Ditzy-Doo. But even as they missed, the force of the twin detonations slammed into the ghoul like she was made of rags. Ditzy-Doo's body somersaulted, peppered with shrapnel, and plummeted, unconscious or dead, towards the ground. She was no longer glowing. But the burst of fire and energy from the missiles were barely noticed in the fury of what Ditzy-Doo had unleashed. The ear-splitting crack of her feet drowned out their pitiful explosions. The shockwave blasted through the air, tearing off roofing from the few buildings in New Appaloosa not made of train cars, scattered debris, and tore the Enclave Pegasi out of the sky. Well, there's only one way to clear an area that big that fast, Calamity had told me when I asked about removing part of the cloud curtain. And that's with a sonic rain boom. The realization of what I was seeing struck me, half-formed in my brain, as the shockwave knocked the 4 Enclave Raptors away from the city as the ring of unearthly light washed over them, tearing away their clouds. The Raptors used clouds as integral components for their locks, their computers, structural elements, and the storm clouds that kept them aloft. The mighty Enclave warships crumbled as they fell. 3 crashed down just beyond the city's walls. The 4th was not pushed so far away, its corpse dropping towards homes and ponies below, until a caramel-colored field of levitation magic caught it and nudged it away, just enough that it struck down on a durable assemblage of boxcars just left of Turnpike Tavern. Even as my mind was putting a name to what I was seeing, I lashed out with my magic, tossing a levitation net under Ditzy-Doo's limp body, wrapping her in it. She was falling so fast I knew I would never be able to stop her from splattering against the ground, but I had to try. 2 more levitation fields wrapped around my own. A powerful one of that familiar caramel color, and a weak glow of the palest silver. Even the 3 of us could not stop her fall, only slow her down just a little. Just enough for Calamity to catch her. Even as Calamity burst through our levitation fields, 4 legs outstretched, the body of Ditzy-Doo cradled within them. The shockwave reached the heavens, tearing open the sky. Sunlight, the purest and most brilliant light imaginable, illuminated New Appaloosa in a warm glow. It was as if Celestia herself had descended from the heavens and was giving the city a hug. Shimmering colors floated in the air, the heavy storm clouds releasing their moisture as they dissipated. My pip leg began to click with gentle warning. The rainfall was irradiated, toxic. While I could not see it for myself, I now know how far Ditzy-Doo's miracle reached. Inside the walls of New Appaloosa, Zenith stood transfixed at the edge of a scrap metal walkway, the hood of her cloak down, her eyes lifted upwards toward the wonder above us. She was too distracted by the marvel above her to stop the little lavender filly, her newly grown horn glowing with a pale silver light, as she dashed between the zebra's legs, galloping towards where Calamity was just now landing. But her ears caught the filly's cry. "Mommy!" Ditzy-Doo's sonic radiation boom did not stop at the edges of New Appaloosa. I spun, watching the expanding ring of Ditzy-Doo's explosion, a rainbow of glorious and diseased colors tearing outward, riding the shockwave that carried dust and detritus with it like a storm. The sonic radiation boom blasted over the Everfree forest, clearing the smoke and fanning the flames it didn't blow out. The shockwave rattled the windows of the cathedral. I'm sure that, in that moment, Red Eye paused to look up into the sky, realizing something important had happened. The blast was felt in Ponyville, driving the beleaguered town's newest inhabitants underground. The toxic rainbow flashed out over Splendid Valley, driving a great radioactive wind before it. The wash of strange light fanned out beneath the clouded sky. Looking up from the gravestone before which she was grieving, a charcoal-coated unicorn watched as the light mirrored across the lake behind Steelhoof's shack. The thundering crack of the sonic rad boom echoed through the gray canyons of the Manhattan ruins. Staring out through his office window in Timpani Tower, a mottled brown unicorn with a scroll on his flank watched as sunlight spilled down on a town far away, the golden glow reflecting in his glasses. Even amongst the cold, windswept crags of Shattered Hoof Ridge, where the storm clouds were unleashing a flurry of summer snow, the glow of Ditzy-Doo's sonic radiation boom was visible on the monitors inside the base station of the Shattered Hoof Ridge Tower, lighting up part of the horizon in a pulse of weird luminescence. And just outside of town, this little unicorn mare, with a pip-buck on her flank, was finally feeling the pieces of that great puzzle slide into place in her head. I had spent my life searching for who I was, trying to find meaning in my existence. As a filly, I yearned to discover my cutie mark, needing to know what made me different and special, if anything at all. Outside, my search evolved into a quest to find my virtue and ultimately my place in this vast and cruel wasteland. Now, in the light given to us by Ditzy-Doo, I began to see. As each piece slid slowly into place, they began to reveal to me what I had spent my life longing for: purpose. I levitated myself over the wall of New Appaloosa. I didn't care that I was banned from the city. Not now. Calamity had just landed inside, cradling Ditzy-Doo. My heart was screaming. I didn't know if she was alive or dead. I had already lost Steelhooves just 2 days ago. I didn't think I could bear to lose another friend. Not so soon. I landed on the puddle-covered ground inside and galloped towards where Calamity sat on a set of railroad tracks, bathed in sunlight, Ditzy-Doo's body resting in his forelegs. There was ichor bleeding from innumerable small wounds. Silverbell and Zenith were gathered close to him, and others were beginning to circle. If Railright wanted to kick me out, let him try. My heart was pounding as I reached Calamity, my eyes filling with tears as I watched the Pegasus ghoul, praying to Celestia and Luna for any sign of movement, of life. My mind flashed the Velvet Remedy holding Steelhooves, and the sobs started. The rainout felt strange against my coat, but the warmth and true light of the sun was too majestic to take cover inside. My gaze drifted upwards to the crystalline blue of the hole above us, a yawning upness that went on forever. Unlike that starry night sky, which I first glimpsed through the breaks in the clouds on my first wasteland night, this sky was wonderful and embracing, inspiring none of the terror I had felt before. No, I whimpered softly to myself and to the goddesses. Please, no. She has to be alive. She has to see this. She deserves to see this. The ponies of New Appaloosa were coming out of the homes and shops where they had taken refuge. They were all staring up at the sky, seeing sunlight for the first time. Most seemed shell-shocked, but slowly many began to smile. A few specks of color swirled through the bright blue above. Some began to drift downward, chasing each other. Pegasus ponies from the world above the cloud curtain, drawn by the phenomenon. Whoa, what just happened? I heard a buck ask somewhere to my left. I think Ditsy-Doo just saved us, a mare responded. I watched those Pegasi fly down towards New Appaloosa, hesitant, curious. The brightly colored Pegasi didn't look like the Enclave ponies. They didn't wear the dark colors of the Enclave, nor move like they intended attack.
They ain't bad ponies, Lil Pip.
Calamity's voice whinnied in my memory.
If most of the ponies up there saw for themselves what's going on down here, they'd buck the damn Enclave and pony up to help.
I hope so, I thought, my eyes falling back to Ditsy-Doo. Silverbell had stepped forward and was nudging her gently, whimpering. Poke. Ow. Mommy? Oh, goddesses, please no. Behind me, a young colt's voice called out. Ma, did you see it? Did you see? Derpy saved us. And Derpy's hurt.
I know, Trolley,
the colt's mother said softly.
I saw.
She deserves to see this. I cried out in prayer, my vision blurring badly as Ditsy-Doo continued not to move. Please. A shift, a slight fluttering of her eyes. One rolled to meet Silverbell. Then Ditsy-Doo whispered something, almost unintelligible, but this sounded to me, despite her missing tongue, a lot like, "Sorry, love. Mommy's sleepy." I collapsed, crying harder than ever. But now the sobs were of relief and of joy. She was still alive. Mommy! Silverbell jumped and hugged the ichor-coated ghoul fiercely. Unable to lift her forehooves, the Pegasus limply wrapped her wings around the rapturous filly. Mommy! The little unicorn gushed happily. You made everything so pretty! Sunlight poured over us. Towards the horizon behind us, the toxic rainbow was breaking up and fading away. Silverbell had climbed up onto Ditsy-Doo, her hoofs slipping against the ichor bleeding out of the dying Pegasus's many wounds. I had wrapped her in a magical cocoon and was floating both of them towards Ditsy-Doo's store, where Firelight was perched just outside on a rain barrel. We just need to get her inside, I was thinking. Lay her down next to Firelight, find some bandages. There will be bandages inside, there has to be. It's absolutely everything.
I am sorry,
Zenith was saying.
I tried to keep her inside, but your daughter can be evasive.
Are you coming home now, Mommy?
Silverbell begged.
Miss Zenith is okay, but she's not a mommy.
The little filly lowered her voice, whispering into a ragged, ghoulish ear.
And she's kind of creepy.
Zenith's eyes widened just a moment, then coated with steel as she gazed away. Silverbell's words becoming another brick in her conviction that she was unfit to be a mother to her own child. I winced a little. I knew Silverbell meant no cruelty. I could only imagine how strange and remote Zenith had been. She was still wearing her zebra stealth cloak. I imagined she spent most of her time with the filly invisible to avoid trouble with the town's ponies. But those words had done damage nonetheless. Looking askance, Zenith offered,
Have you considered training her in the fallen Caesar style?
I found myself wondering about Zenith's upbringing and her former tribe, that her response to an evasive child was to suggest honing those natural talents with an art of killing and incapacitation. Ditsy-Doo dismissed the offer with a shake of her head and hugged Silverbell close again with her wings. My pip leg was still clicking, but I couldn't tell if the radiation was from the Pegasus ghoul or the puddles of irradiated water. I suspected that Ditzy was still shedding minor levels of radiation, even after the sonic rad boom, but not at levels which threatened the unicorn filly. Nothing that Radaway, couldn't cure. And right now, they needed to be able to hold each other. The click-clicking jumped as Pyrolite landed on my head. Unwilling to wait for us to get inside, the Balefire Phoenix began bathing the wounded ghoul in golden-green radiation.
Nuh-uh.
Silverbell insisted, responding to Zenith's offer.
I'm gonna be a painter, see?
The lavender filly pointed, and my eyes followed her hoof. One of the nearby boxcar houses had a crude but colorful portrait of New Appaloosa painted across it. This wall was a mural. I cantered in a circle, really seeing New Appaloosa for the first time since my last visit. The painting was not alone. The child's paintings decorated many of the train cars around me, as well as barrels, carts, and anything else the folk of New Appaloosa would allow Silverbell to beautify. I could see the progression of her skills from one storefront to the next. Between the sunlight and the colors of her paints, the town felt more inviting than any place in the wasteland. The light sparkled off the irradiated puddles. The warmth of the sun massaged me through my coat. I could feel the bright rays touch my soul, the sunlight breaking through my defenses. All the clouds of pain and loss that layered my heart. The breath of the sun rekindled hope and made all the darkness of the day before seem bearable. My heart twinged, wishing Steelhooves was here with us, wanting him to see this. A gruff-looking pony with a spiked mane and a cutie mark of a skull impaled by a bloody dagger galloped past me, a shotgun in his mouth. My gaze followed him as he reached one of the fallen Enclave Pegasi. She was just starting to get back up when the buck reached her, rearing up and slamming his hooves into her head, driving her back against the ground.
Incision!
The Pegasus's visor was broken, and I could see her purple eyes staring upwards at him in shock. The buck leveled the shotgun at one of the Pegasus's wings, keeping a hoof on her head and an eye on her deadly tail. I heard a clatter of metal as another Pegasi in an ominous black carapace armor emerged from a pile of rubble that 10 minutes ago had been a tool shed. Shadows blocked the sunlight above me as 3 more Enclave soldiers flew in over the wall and hovered overhead. All of New Appaloosa stood in silent awe of the sun. Foals and the elderly were stepping out of their homes to marvel at the sky. But the Enclave Pegasi had lived above the clouds all their lives. They had grown numb to the warmth and the wonder of the sun, forgotten how to notice it. All they saw was the town that had once again struck them a devastating blow. This battle wasn't over. Bzack! Bzack! I crouched in the doorway of absolutely everything as beams of colorful light struck the doorframe and dissolved Ditzy Doo's front door into a mound of slag. The heat coming off the melting door seared my coat. Outside the door was chaos. We were fighting in the sunlight. It felt terribly wrong. Disgraceful. The little pony in my head worried, hoping that the good ponies of the town would not come to associate something so generous as sunlight with the ugly hurt of battle. I fumbled telekinetically, trying to get my ear bloom into my ear, as I fired back with little Macintosh. Applejack's trusty revolver was the only firearm I had left. I realized with a twinge of loss that both my sniper rifle and the zebra rifle were still sitting in a crate somewhere in Manhattan, if they hadn't been looted already.
Mission objective has not changed.
A stallion's voice boomed over the Enclave's military frequency. I was almost certain it had to be coming from one of the downed raptors. New Appaloosa was being attacked by dozens of Enclave soldiers rather than hundreds, suggesting that either the Pegasi and those raptors were trapped inside, or that beyond the city walls, the Enclave was having internal struggles.
We are here to disinfect Equestria of this terrorist encampment. Fly steady, soldiers! For the Council! For the Enclave!
A black-armored Pegasus darted behind an overturned pedal trolley. One of my bullets splashed into a puddle behind her, another burying itself in the trolley's woodwork. The Pegasus flapped her wings, rising up to fire again. Ditzy Doo's Griffin bodyguard had produced a lightning rifle and disappeared upstairs. Calamity was further inside the store along with Pyrolite, both tending to Ditzy Doo as Silverbell fetched medical supplies. I glanced back to see the lavender filly balanced precariously on several boxes as she tried to reach a key sitting on an upper shelf. I caught the filly and the key as the whole shelf came tumbling down, spilling cameras and teddy bears everywhere. Distracted, I gave the attacking Pegasus an easy shot, and she took it. I grunted in pain as part of my flank barding heated up, but the Canterlot police barding protected me from severe injury. Crack! White lightning arced out of a second-floor window above me. The Pegasus mare screamed as she dropped, her black magically powered armor fried. The mare was probably still alive, but without its spell matrix, her armor was too heavy to move in. Beyond, I could see the bodies of the raider-like buck and the purple-eyed Enclave Pegasus. They lay together, having traded lethal blows. Her purple eyes stared out lifelessly. His body was still impaled with the blade of her tail.
Trolley, get inside now!
The voice came from somewhere outside and to my left. I slipped out of the doorway, instantly alarmed. I'd seen too many foals die. The weight of the bottled ashes pressed against me through one of my saddlebags. I wouldn't let anything happen to that little colt. Trolley's mother, whose straw sun hat and floral dress were soaked in irradiated rain, stood protectively between her colt and one of the Enclave soldiers. She had no weapon, but she stood firm, shielding her colt as he leapt up from where he was cowering behind her legs and ran for the nearest open door. I took aim at the Pegasus as the magical weapons on the Enclave buck's armor crackled. Please, can't I just go a day without having to kill another pony? The little pony in my head pleaded sadly with the wasteland. A streak of blue and white struck the ground between the mother and the buck just as bzz, bzz, the Enclave soldier fired. The white Pegasus with a mane and tail and a multitude of blues had landed, facing the Enclave soldier, her mouth open, the sentence dying before it could be spoken, as one of the beams of lethal energy struck her square in the breast. The other searing through the mother's sun hat, blasting it to ash. Blam, blam, click! My shot staggered the Enclave Pegasus, one of the bullets piercing his armor, as the white Pegasus mare crumpled to the ground. From her distressed breathing, the shot had torn and possibly vaporized one of her lungs. I found myself calling out for Velvet Remedy before I remembered that she wasn't with us anymore. The Enclave Pegasus froze for a moment, staring through his visor at the mewling white Pegasus, stunned.
Commander, we have citizens here.
Another voice called out over the Enclave's military frequency.
Suggest withdrawal for a shutterfly operation.
I scrambled back behind cover, reloading little Macintosh as a familiar khaki-coated buck with a vanilla mane raced out of a nearby train car and fell to the side of the white Pegasus, one of the trio of young heroes whom we had met at Fluttershy's cottage.
Some pony help me get her to Candy!
Sparks and the ring of metal on metal erupted across the Pegasus buck as he came under fire from a rooftop. I looked up to see a scarred, maneless mare in raider armor firing railroad spikes from what looked like a homemade steam-powered rifle. The town's mayor, Railright, had taken cover behind an overturned workbench, a bundle of spikes between his teeth, prepared to reload. More voices poured through my earbloom.
Meeting unexpected resistance. Not like previous encampments. There are foals here, families.
An Enclave soldier pivoted towards them, opening fire. A second black-armored Pegasus swooped overhead, raining a cluster of magical energy grenades down on the mare. I focused, magically redirecting the grenades back up to the attacker. They exploded with the frenzy of multicolored light, ripping the Pegasus bomber apart in the air. Blood and entrails splattered down on Railright. I felt nauseous. The bloody white intestines glistened in the sunlight.
This is Commander Winter of the Raptor Nimbostratus. Remember, these are the terrorists who supplied Red Eye with the mega spell used to murder hundreds of Enclave citizens in their cowardly sneak attack. The unprovoked slaughter of Harbinger and so many of our brothers and sisters is a day that will forever burn in infamy.
The voice on the Enclave command frequency growled. I was struck by the dichotomy between what they told their own soldiers and the propaganda they polluted the Equestrian wasteland with.
And their flagrant use of illegal and horrific warfare tactics today shall only strengthen our resolve.
More of my Canterlot police barding heated, the top layers melting as two magical energy bolts struck me. Another hit Ditzy Doo's sign. Yes, I do deliveries, obliterating her offer of free wasteland survival guides. Searching for the source of the attack, I spotted a Pegasus in black armor landing on the balcony around Turnpike Tavern. Some pony else had spotted her too, as a green field of telekinetic energy wrapped around the Pegasus, lifting her up and twirling her around. The little pony in my head winced, realizing the unicorn's mistake a moment before the Pegasus spread her wings and pushed herself out of the telekinetic sheath with a single flap. Spinning her about had merely helped the targeting spell in her armor locate and lock onto the offending new Appaloosan. And even as my own targeting spell locked onto her, the Pegasus vaporized the surprised unicorn with a rapid-fire light show from her integrated magical energy minigun. Blam, 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 blam! I squeezed little Macintosh's trigger as quickly as I could. Several of the bullets were stopped by the Pegasus' black carapace, but one struck home in her wing. The Pegasus lost control of her flight, spinning wildly before crashing into the new Appaloosan crane with a sickening crunch.
Fly steady!
The Enclave Pegasus rebounded from the metal neck of the crane and crashed into the ground below. My eyes traveled upwards, along the crane to the platform it held, dangling high above the city, a platform stacked with railroad rails. Some pony else had a similar idea. Caramel-colored magic flashed across the bolts beneath one side of the platform, and the chain snapped free, the platform swinging down and dumping the mass of rails onto the Pegasus, just as she was getting back to her hooves. The sound of all those heavy metal beams striking ground and metal rolled across New Appaloosa, like the percussion from Hell's own orchestra. I cringed away, covering my ears.
And don't forget that your actions here make your brothers and sisters, your families back home safe once. Red, what are...
The transmission in my earbloom suddenly went dead. Out of the corner of my eye, I spotted a unicorn mare weeping over a fallen guard buck. I saw her expression shift from inconsolable loss to red rage as an Enclave soldier landed in the street nearby, nuzzling the unmoving body of another armored Pegasus. I knew it was about to happen. My little pony cried out a warning that never made it to my own lips as the unicorn floated the dead buck's machine gun battle saddle into the air, took aim, and fired. The first bullet struck true, puncturing the Enclave soldier's armor and scrambling his insides. But the kick of the battle saddle knocked it out of the mare's magical hold, the gun spraying wildly, several bullets ripping through the poor unicorn herself. She stood, blood pouring down her side and flank, her eyes wide with a look of uncomprehending surprise, for at least 3 long seconds after the battle saddle had clattered to the ground behind her. Then she swayed and fell over the body of the guard buck she had been mourning, the life fleeing from her eyes. Death was breathing over New Appaloosa. The Grim Reaper ponies were having a feast.
Stop it!
Calamity cried out, shooting through the doorway past me as 2 more Enclave soldiers flew over, firing swaths of burning plasma into the streets below, drawn out by the screams of ponies burning alive in agony. Calamity's voice was filled with rage and sorrow, sounding heartbreakingly fragile as he bellowed,
Stop killing ponies!
Horrified, I commanded my targeting spell to ignore hostiles and instead start locking onto friendly targets. The ponies in those plasma fires could not be saved. I couldn't bear to let them suffer. I wished Velvet Remedy was here, yearned for her anesthetic spell. But all I could offer were bullets. Blam! Blam! My targeting spell allowed me to aim perfectly through the flames. 1 shot each to the head. It was a mercy, and I hated myself for it. I felt like my coat was writhing, wanting to crawl off my body in disgust. Attention, Enclave personnel! A new mare's voice burst into my ear as the Enclave military frequency crackled to life once again. This is Acting Commander Red Glare of the Raptor Nimbostratus. Commander Winters has been relieved of his command. As of this moment, you take your orders from me. The fury of the battle waned a moment, many Enclave soldiers pausing to listen and reload. This battle is over. I'm invoking the Shutterflight Protocol. All Enclave forces are to withdraw immediately and assist. And just like that, it was over. The Enclave soldiers stopped, turned their heads to the sunny blue of the sky above, and then, almost as one, flew upwards and away from us, like demons fleeing hell. It took the ponies of New Appaloosa several minutes to stop firing at them, but the Pegasi were fast, and all but one had managed to get out of range before the townsfolk could strike them down from below.
that single mare came pirouetting downwards like a falling shadow. She hit a rain barrel, smashing it, her blood tinting the irradiated water as it rushed away from her. I fell against the doorway, my strength leaving me. My revulsion and horror gave way to a numbness that felt even worse. Beneath that numbness, I realized I was shaking. Ditsy Doo had saved New Appaloosa. Without her, this town would be nothing but a smoking crater. But all around me, the dead and the crying drove home that this victory was not without grievous loss. I watched Calamity land next to the fallen white Pegasus with the fantastic blue hair. Her side was rising and falling. She was struggling to breathe, but still alive. As I watched, I noticed that she wore a belt strap with a pit bug dangling from it. It was locked closed, undoubtedly taken from the corpse of a previous owner. Unable to open it to wear it herself, she had slung it over her like it was a canteen. Calamity helped the khaki pony slide her onto a piece of sheet metal and carry her towards Candy's clinic. There were several more ponies converging on the same building. Candy had already run out of room inside and was directing every pony to line up the wounded on the porch surrounding her clinic. I shifted my gaze away, looking into the darkness of absolutely everything. Ditsy Doo's griffin bodyguard was still perched in the upstairs window, watching the ascending Pegasi like a hawk, or, well, a griffin. Alarm shot through me as I realized no pony was tending to Ditsy Doo. I could see her in the back, illuminated by Pyrolight's glow, unmoving. Unmoving is okay, right? The little pony in my head asked frantically. Doesn't mean anything. Ghouls don't move much. Steel hooves would stand still for hours. Oh, goddesses, steel hooves. Silverbell was sitting beside the ghoul's cot, the balefire phoenix wrapped in her forelegs. The little pony in my head stopped crying over my lost ranger long enough to wince, remembering just how unhealthy that was for the filly. I prayed to the goddesses that Ditsy Doo hadn't lost her entire supply of Radaway when her delivery wagon was annihilated. I tried to pull myself up to my hooves, intending to gallop over to them, but my legs refused to bear my weight. I glanced at the medical display in my EFS, believing I hadn't been wounded that badly in the battle. My armor had protected me, yes, but I was exhausted, emotionally brutalized, and I hadn't slept since before the funeral. The light of the sun was the only thing giving me the spiritual strength and energy to keep going, and even that had been spoiled. And then that light began to dim. I lifted my gaze towards the skies. Far above, the Enclave Pegasi were zooming back and forth across the circle of blue above us, drawing parallel lines of clouds across the opening. Strangely, I remembered an old story about skaters scoring the ice during winter wrap-up. But then, as the thin lines of clouds began to thicken, expanding towards each other, filling the gaps of blue between, I realized it looked a lot more like some ponies slowly closing the blinds over a window. The Pegasi were once again locking up the sun. Shutterflight. My thoughts felt warm and melancholy and slightly fuzzy, like the little teddy bears that I wanted to hug as I went to sleep. Medical treatment at Candy's was 1 part butterscotch rum. Calamity had found me collapsed in the doorway, trying to worm my way towards Ditsy Doo, and had insisted on hauling me to the clinic. I had protested. I wasn't wounded enough to warrant taking attention away from the other ponies, but I hadn't needed to worry. I had been given a cot about a half a block from the overfilled clinic, been stripped of my barding, and had been given a canteen of healing that smelled strongly of butterscotch. The sounds of moans and crying drifted over me like layers of smoke. The air smelt like alcohol, blood, and burnt flesh. In the cot next to me was an elderly green-coated earth pony. He had stepped outside to see the sun, only to have his hind leg melted. Candy was telling his plaintive grandchildren that their grandpappy was in a deep sleep and might not wake up again for a long time. The young filly wrapped her forelegs around the slightly younger colt and held him as she broke into sobs. I wanted to sob too. For steel hooves. For velvet. For this little filly whose ashes I kept in a jar. For Ditsy Doo, even though I still had hope she would survive this. And for all those who did not. But I couldn't. I was too tired to cry. And there were too many ponies around.
The little pony in my head told me that my pain, my grieving, was a private thing. I could cry with Calamity, or with Homage, but not here in front of all these ponies. Calamity laid down next to me, staring into the dirt, his hat tilted sadly. He wasn't crying, not externally at least, but my friend couldn't hide his pain. My heart reached out for him in a way my legs refused to. "We'll fix this," I assured him. Calamity stirred. He didn't look at me. Instead, he looked towards the row of pony-shaped lumps under stained sheets.
"You can't fix Dad."
His voice was flat, defeated. I wanted to bury my head, hide away from that voice. My mind conjured the image of steel hooves, walking solemnly amongst the sheet-covered bodies, bearing solemn witness to the fallen. He should be here, my little pony mourned. Then my cruel imagination envisioned steel hooves as one of the bodies under those sheets. I choked on a breath and had to look away. I gazed over at Candy, my eyes tracing the white earth pony in her yellow and pink striped nurse's dress. I had fancied her once, and she was indeed fanciable. But now I only regretted that she was not Velvet Remedy, whose skills here were badly needed. Or Homage. That was a selfish wish, but I allowed myself to have it anyway. Homage could heal and comfort me far more than a canteen of weak healing mixtures and rum. Homage was my sun. Her mere presence would warm me. Her soft words would banish the dark shadows in my head. Her tongue, licking down to... My thoughts were interrupted by the approach of Railright. The gray and black stallion was accompanied by the bald-scarred mare I had seen with him before. Her raider armor revealed just enough to make out her cutie mark. A black, needle-like dagger dripping blood. My eyes narrowed. "You gave Red Eye the balefire bomb," I spat as he approached me, opening his muzzle to proclaim something. His muzzle snapped shut abruptly. The air between us felt brittle and charged with tense, unseen energy. Calamity stood up, leveling a dark look at the mare pony. The bald pony cut in, either oblivious to the discord between myself and the mare or unable to give a shit.
"Wow, I get you now," she announced. "Feels damn good to be a goddess-damned heroine for once. Fight on the side of the angels and all that."
"Who the hell are you?" I groused. She looked like a raider. Sounded like one, too.
"Stiletto."
She grinned savagely.
"Shattered Hoof Raiders. Although, I guess we ain't raiders no more. We're protecting the waste for fun and profit."
God's ponies. Shattered Hoof was hiring out mercenaries. Messed with the spike-maned pony I had seen earlier and Ditsy Doo's Griffin bodyguard. Last I knew, God had been consolidating her forces, but also contemplating what to do with the bad eggs amongst them. Maybe this was her solution for those ex-raiders not vile or untrustworthy enough to meet her talons, but still undesirable to have around the house?
"And you blew it up for him,"
Railright said stonily. "He threatened Homage with that bomb," I hissed. Then, realizing the name meant nothing to him, "He threatened all of Timpani Tower. Thousands of ponies."
"Your actions put me in a rather tight spot. I needed to show Red Eye that New Appaloosa weren't against him."
Railright glowered a moment before glancing around.
"Besides, would you have preferred we keep an undetonated balefire bomb sitting here in town? No pony would do that. That would be insane."
I felt my nerves jangle with energy. Despite my exhaustion, it was taking extreme effort. Be pleasant, not to put a hoof through his face.
"Besides, it would seem y'all are working for Red Eye anyway,"
Railright whispered. The stallion smiled oddly.
"From wiping out his slavers to wiping out his enemies. I couldn't have seen that coming."
Extreme effort. Calamity bristled, neighing warningly.
"And he seems to have plans for you."
"What now?" Stiletto had apparently grown bored. She trotted away, sitting down and sharpening the spikes on her armor, her eyes watching the skies. "What do you mean?" I asked, not sure I wanted the answer. Railright shrugged.
"Not sure, but I've come to tell you that y'all are allowed back in New Appaloosa,"
he told me.
"No point keeping you out when Red Eye considers you an asset. Not to mention how unpopular that decision has made me amongst the DJ Pone 3 loving herd. Railright grumbled. I'm rather lucky to still be mayor.
Stiletto clopped over and poked the mare with a forehoof.
Griffin's inbound. Looks like the big boss.
I turned my eyes towards the sky. The cloud cover had been completely restored. With over 100 Pegasi working on it, the breach had been sealed in under half an hour, casting the wasteland once again into heavy gloom. A far-off flash lit up the undersides of the storm clouds, echoed by a second flash a little closer. This flash illuminated a flock of griffins, two smaller ones flanking the flock leader as she guided them towards New Appaloosa. Heavy raindrops began to fall. Cold, clean water sprinkled from the blackened clouds above. Raindrops rippled the surface of the irradiated puddles, broadening and diluting them. The soft metallic clatter as the rain beat down upon all the metal boxcars sounded like funeral drums. The rainstorm that the sky had been threatening began slowly, but soon, Candy was corralling every volunteer she could to move the wounded inside before they were completely soaked. Calamity moved to one end of my cot, then stopped, glowering at Railright and Stiletto.
One of you is gonna grab that other and help me take her into absolutely everything, or so help me. Yeah.
Stiletto quipped before picking up the opposite end in her teeth.
You're a tough buck. Very impressed and shit. Shaking even.
I wasn't alone in my trip to Ditsy's. Absolutely everything had one of the larger interiors in New Appaloosa, and over half a dozen cots were floated, carried, or dragged inside within minutes. Well, that was an anti-shortcut. I mumbled as my cot was placed near the doorway to Ditsy Doo's room. The ghoul didn't look like she had moved. Silverbell was curled up on top of her, sleeping fitfully. An emptied packet of Radaway lay on the floor beneath them, a little bit of the glowing orange juice dribbling from the sleeping filly's muzzle. Otherwise, Pyrolight's radioactive glow ensured that Ditsy Doo had the room to herself. Is she going to be okay? I asked Pyrolight. I was surrounded by ponies, yet there was no one else to ask. Zenith had disappeared again. The softly glowing bird hooted gently. Once more, I wished Velvet Remedy was here. I wasn't sure she would be any better with ghoul physiology, but at least she could interpret Pyrolight's musical notes for me. I felt a hoof punch my shoulder. Why didn't you tell us who you were? I turned to see the amber mare and the khaki buck, whom we had helped back at Fluttershy's cottage. The attacking hoof was from the mare, who managed to look both starstruck and cross at the same time. I found myself blushing, and the little pony in my head quickly insisted the extra heat in my cheeks was from the rum and definitely not from the embarrassment or being hit by a pretty mare. Oh yes, the canteen. I should drink more now. Easier than responding. Yep.
I was gushing all about the wasteland heroine, and you were right there and didn't say anything,
the mare protested. Was she mad at me? I'm not, I tried to argue. I mean, I'm just trying to do the right thing, like any pony would.
Oh, yes,
the mare chimed, rolling her eyes.
Like any pony would. Because just any pony would risk their life trotting into the home territory of the most dangerous monsters in Equestria to set off a balefire bomb and clear them out.
She smirked. My eyes widened. My muscles stiffened in alarm. What? How? But... I felt my words stumbling over each other. Of course every pony knew. DJ Pone 3 had seen to that. But that wasn't something I should be praised for. Yeah, the buck added. Way I see it, you can't have an undetonated megaspell bomb in the wasteland without some evil asshole using it to murder a fuckload of ponies. I flinched. But not only did you get rid of it so it couldn't be used to hurt any pony, but you wiped out, what, hundreds? Thousands? Of monsters that hunt ponies for sport. His voice oozed sarcasm as he added, just like any pony would have done. My mind reeled. I felt as if the world had been nudged off axis. I felt messed up. The memory of what I had done merged into a vision of Steelhooves standing on erupting ground and slashing claws that tore through his armor, severing his neck. A stallion 3 cots away from me woke up and began to scream, thrashing violently. 2 bucks moved to hold him down, while Calamity pulled painkillers from Ditsy Doo's stock, tossing bottle caps on her counter. Beneath the stallion's screams, I heard Mayor Railwright announcing that Ditzy-Doo's medical stock was being confiscated for emergency use. The little pony in my head stomped at that. I couldn't imagine any pony, much less sweet Ditzy-Doo, trying to sell medicine at a time like this, but I still wanted the mayor to ask permission. Not that he could. The door banged open, letting in a spray of rain as two colorful, unarmored Pegasi pushed into the crowded store. The stallion's screams began to weaken as Calamity jabbed him with a syringe full of painkiller and pushed the plunger slowly with a hoof. One by one, the other ponies turned to stare, their conversations dropping to hushed tones or dying away. In one corner, a wife continued to sob over her bloodily bandaged husband, but even she stole a look.
I'm sure they brought her in here.
The first Pegasus, a sunflower yellow mare with an excessively curly crimson mane and a smiling sun for a cutie mark, said before stopping, her eyes widening at the stare she was receiving. Behind her, a buck with a coat the color of jade and a short-cropped teal mane looked like he was about to drag her back out by her poofy tail.
Are you crazy?
He hissed, trying to keep his voice low, but it carried anyway.
They're going to kill you.
They've probably already killed her.
For all you know, this is their kitchen.
The mare gave a nervous smile, a bead of sweat falling from her forehead, as she looked over the staring unicorn and earth ponies. She lifted a hoof in a timid wave as she threw a harsh whisper back at her companion.
They can hear you.
The amber mare next to me stopped and nickered.
I'm rethinking that thing about how Pegasuses are cool.
The Pegasus mare's eyes looked back and forth over the room before coming to rest on a nearby bookshelf.
School special. All pencils and notepads 50% off.
She read softly before turning to her companion.
Not a kitchen. Unless you think they're offering a hearty school Philly salad with a scrumptious pencil cobbler for dessert.
I heard a few grudging chuckles. To me, the comment just brought up disquieting visions of Arbu.
They're joking about eating Phillies,
the khaki buck breathed, appalled.
They're joking about what they think we're like,
the amber mare answered. At the door, the jade-colored buck took the Pegasus mare's mane in his teeth and gave her a tug.
We need to go,
he insisted with a stomp.
The air's poisonous down here, remember? She'll be dead before she can fly again. Hell, we're probably already dead.
I'm not dead yet, a weak voice called out. A white hoof raised in the air. I shifted to spot the wounded white Pegasus. And according to my pit buck, the air's not poisonous, Tracker.
Of course it's poisonous,
the jade Pegasus, Tracker, spat back.
You're using that wrong. You always have. They don't work when you don't wear them.
Actually, I wanted to interject, feeling a moment of pride in my expertise. Radiation monitoring would still work, just like the radio. Although, admittedly, health monitoring wouldn't. My thoughts fell apart before the desire could manifest as more than a vague wish. Between the medicine and my exhaustion, I was flirting with incoherency.
If the air was poisonous,
the yellow Pegasus challenged,
how come all these ponies are still alive?
They've grown resistant to it,
the buck shot back.
Don't you ever listen to the science station?
Their argument was interrupted by a rust-colored Pegasus in a black desperado hat.
One,
Calamity said authoritatively.
There sure as shit are places where the air is poisonous, but this ain't one of them. Two, y'all can't go back anyway, so best be thankful for that.
The buck's eyes widened in alarm, then narrowed. The white Pegasus gasped.
What do you mean we can't go back?
She wheezed.
I've got to go back. Those soldiers were attacking unarmed civilian ponies, elderly and foals. When my senator hears about this...
When her what now? Calamity turned towards her, his expression gentle and a touch remorseful, but his voice firm.
The Enclave has seen y'all down here, reported it. Y'all were on the wrong side of a shutter flight and have interacted with the locals. Unofficially, y'all are contaminated,
Calamity informed them sadly.
Officially, y'all are probably dead already. Don't listen to 'em,
the jade Pegasus blurted out.
By the weekend, the Enclave will have delivered condolences and new birth approval certificates to your families.
Calamity continued.
Sunglint, Morning Frost, don't listen!
Tracker pushed forward. A few of the ambulatory New Appaloosians stood up and took a step towards him in response.
He's a Dashite! His words are all lies and infectious ideas.
Calamity stared at Tracker, unwavering.
Just trying to tell you like it is. Save you the heartache of trying to go back. You think I don't recognize you?
Tracker accused.
You're Deadshot Calamity! You murdered your troops and fled beneath the clouds to escape punishment. I've seen your wanted poster.
Calamity sighed slightly, glancing back towards me as he muttered under his breath.
History rewritten yet again.
Looking back at the buck, my friend said reasonably,
Believe what you want, but trust me when I say you don't want to be heading back.
He looked at the two Pegasus mares.
That won't end well for any of you.
We've got to try, the white Pegasus with the incredible blue mane stated as she held up her pit buck. I assumed she was Morning Frost.
I've got recordings here.
I like her,
the amber mare next to me stated, echoing the little surge in my own heart. Good girl.
Are you saying you're innocent?
Tracker sneered.
Then why did you run?
Calamity lowered his head and pulled on one of the straps on his battle saddle. The other straps came undone, and the whole battle saddle slid off to the floor.
I don't deny I'm a Dashite,
he said,
though the rest of that I take issue with. But then, if I escaped justice, how'd you figure they branded me?
Yeah, that don't make much sense,
assessed the yellow mare. Sunglint, I presumed.
Maybe the Enclave lied?
They can't lie to us,
Tracker stated in a voice you use to state basic facts to slow children.
They're the government.
I sensed Calamity's desire to face Hoof radiating off of him. This Enclave, it didn't make sense to me. My own thoughts swam, clutching for an anchor. I realized it was past time to ask my friend about the ponies we were facing. But first, I needed to rest. Sleep. More than that, I needed time to breathe, to mourn. My heart was bleeding from many deep wounds. Hurt tomorrow, help today. But today was tomorrow, wasn't it? I had lost track of the dialogue between the Pegasi. With Calamity amongst them, I felt like a poor friend to have done so. I tried to perk my ears and recapture the conversation.
After they did nothing about that dragon, the citizens wouldn't stand for them to be passive about the Splendid Valley massacre,
Sunglint was saying. Can't ignore me. I'm a member of the party, Morning Frost insisted.
Last time I follow you two anywhere,
Tracker fretted sourly.
With friends like you?
I gave up, my ears plastering against my head. I lifted my gaze to the spinning fan that hung from the ceiling of absolutely everything and tried to let everything go. I could hurt today, couldn't I? Cry today? Fight again tomorrow. The first tear stung my eye, then slipped free to roll down my cheek. I tried to blink it back. Not here. I should be alone. Hey! The amber-coated mare spoke, startled. She put a hoof on my shoulder.
Hey, don't cry. Please don't cry.
I turned to look at her.
If you start crying, then I'll start crying, and it will be a whole messy crying thing.
Her voice had sincerity behind it. I wasn't the only pony hurting, and not the only one trying to hide it. I gave her a weak smile. Steelhooves always hid his pain, the pony in my head reminded me. Steelhooves was always silently strong for every pony. But that wasn't necessarily a good thing, was it? My soul felt like it was swimming in darkness, barely treading water, and if I didn't let out the tears, I'd drown in them.
Who are you ponies?
A voice on the far side of the room spoke out. Before any pony could answer, the avalanche started.
You're the Enclave, right?
Why are y'all attacking us?
Was that Celestia up there? Why'd you take her away? Some ponies were curious, most distraught. There was an ugly undertone building with each question.
Now every pony just calm down,
Calamity said loudly, raising a hoof.
Ain't you one of them, Calamity?
Some pony asked poisonously. Calamity stammered.
Now y'all listen here.
I heard a thud and a high-pitched yelp. It sounded like it came from the next room. Some pony in the crowd pointed towards me, past me. Other ponies turned. The steadily raising voices petered out. Ditzy Doo was standing in the doorway. My heart soared just seeing her upright again. It was like she was her own little beam of sunlight. She looked weak, frail, like she wasn't quite standing up on her own power. Her body canted slightly, making me suspect she was leaning on an invisible zebra. But she was alive and awake. One of her eyes tilted towards the ceiling fan, but the other stared at the ponies gathered in her shop. Slowly, she lowered her head, dropping her chalkboard, then wrote on it, lifting it back up for every pony to see, "Be nice. Absolutely everything reserves the right to buck out ponies who aren't nice. P.S. Healing supplies now for muffins later. Smiles are free." Every pony was quiet. Then the amber-coated mare, whose name I realized I still hadn't learned, walked up to Ditzy Doo and gave her a thankful hug. Within seconds, Ditzy Doo was surrounded by ponies, hugging her and professing their thanks and their relief at her recovery. So much that an invisible zebra was no longer needed to hold her up, nor even able to stand nearby.
Can I get you anything?
The young amber heroine offered.
Soda? Squirrel on a stick? Anything?
My first inclination was to decline, but on second thought,
water would be nice, thank you.
I watched the mare and her friend get up and push their way through the crowd of ponies who had come to see Ditzy Doo. The poor mare was mobbed. Ditzy Doo was alive. She wasn't healthy, not even by any definition that applied to ghouls, but she was alive. And she would continue to live. Probably even make a full recovery according to Candy. Probably. There was also a good chance she'd never regain full health, never quite have the energy and vigor she used to. But she had saved the town, saved her daughter, performed a miracle. As prices went in the equestrian wasteland, this was a small one, easy to bear.
You hanging on, Lil Pip?
Calamity asked as he landed next to me. The answer was no, and we both knew it. So instead of lying, I asked,
"Her senator."
Calamity whinnied.
I admire her courage, but it's suicide. The Enclave Skyguard will have stand-in orders to shoot him on sight.
My friend grimaced in pain.
To prevent him from spreading contagion, of course.
I moaned, closing my eyes.
"I'm sorry. Can you convince them?"
I don't know,
Calamity admitted.
but I gotta try. Look, Lil Pip, I need to take off for a little bit. Railright is demanding our new Pegasi friends join him in his office for polite questioning.
I didn't like the sound of that.
I intend to be there with them the whole time,
Calamity stated with a stomp.
whether the mayor likes it or not.
I weakly shifted a leg to touch his breast.
Good. Keep them safe.
I didn't really expect Railright to hurt them, but I suspected he wasn't above throwing them in jail for their own protection. And I doubted his interrogation would remain friendly without Calamity present.
What's a senator?
I asked. Calamity tilted his hat back.
Member of the Senate, Low Council. They make the policies.
And the High Council?
Enforce the policies. They're the highest judges and generals.
Calamity paused, looking at me.
Lil Pip, is this really the best time?
I let out a groan.
No, but I need to know. I need to understand.
There had been a time that I had been thankful I didn't know about Pegasi politics. But that time was past. It passed when they started killing wasteland ponies. My friend frowned, closing his eyes.
Folk down here don't have anything like the Enclave. It's not really an easy thing to explain, much less to some pony who lived her whole life in a stable.
Railright's going to want to know, too.
Yeah, I know.
Calamity took a deep breath, bulwarking himself.
Okay, I know this is gonna sound bizarre to you, but bear with me.
I nodded, listening. I shouldn't be doing this now. I was too tired, too frayed, and too full of butterscotch rum. But part of me felt like it was now or never. And part of me thought it might do Calamity some good to explain this to a friend before having to help explain it to the mayor. Calamity was silent, his eyes shifting. I could tell he was looking for a place to start.
You mentioned committees before,
I suggested.
Okay, yeah.
The orange-maned Pegasus said, grasping that.
The Enclave runs the Pegasi government through committees. The councils are pretty much just large committees of ponies elected to make national decisions. The councils then appoint smaller committees to handle more localized or specialized. Aw, hell. Mostly it just means nothing ever gets done.
I was already confused. So, the Enclave, is it the country, the military, or the government?
Calamity laughed wearily, shaking his head.
Oh, hell.
Flicking his tail, he mentally backed up.
Okay, the Enclave is, well, it's not the country. All Pegasi are citizens whether they're a part of the Enclave or not. All Pegasi get to vote for who they want to represent their cities in the Low Council and who they want to sit on the High Council. It's just that only members of the Enclave are allowed to run for government positions.
And how does a Pegasus become a member of the Enclave?
Oh, shucks, little Pip, that's easy.
Calamity smirked.
They enlist.
So, only ponies who served in the military were qualified for government? I tried to wrap my brain around that, but it made my head spin. The Enclave grew out of an isolationist movement, Pegasi not wanting to fight in the war.
Hell, I figure they reckon any pony who can survive 3 years of military education and 3 months of basic training with my father has the fortitude to help and run the country.
Ugh. The Enclave was quickly ascending to the top of my list of things that made my head hurt. It had already surpassed rock farming and was working on overtaking train engines.
How do you even have a military when there hasn't been a war in 200 years?
I blurted, trying to sort out my confusion.
Oh, there've been little skirmishes,
Calamity noted.
The drive to take the Griffin skies was back in Radar's time. But mostly the military acts as an internal security and cloud curtain patrol.
I shook my head.
I still don't get it. Who is your overmare then?
Flashing back to Stable 24, I added,
or overstallion, if that's what you have.
This was a government, a country. Some pony had to be in charge. Some pony had to be the princess. Calamity let out a long sigh.
There isn't one, little Pip. That's the point.
I scrunched my forehead, trying to comprehend that, but it went against everything I knew about how communities were run. The idea of the councils sounded a little like Friendship City, but so massive and convoluted that I couldn't build a frame around it. Calamity glanced over his wings towards the door. Railright was prodding the 2 ambulatory Pegasi out, while Stiletto stood by Morningfrost's cot.
Lil Pip, I gotta go.
I waved him away.
Go, help them.
As best you can, my friend. Calamity rotated, flapping his wings and lifting into the air. The breeze from his wings cooled me.
Calamity?
I called up to him as he began to move. He stopped, looking back at me.
We will fix this,
I assured him again. At his pained expression, I admitted,
You're right. We can't fix dead, but we can make their deaths meaningful.
How, little Pip?
I don't know,
I admitted.
Yet? But I promise we will. We can make this the start of something better, something worth dying for.
Calamity smiled. It was a thin smile, but with genuine warmth.
I'm gonna hold you to that.
I smiled to him. My first friend.
Thank you.
Calamity glanced towards the door. Railright, Tracker, and Sunglint had already left. Stiletto was having some difficulty getting Morningfrost maneuvered around the other cots. I watched as Calamity's gaze traveled from cot to cot. The elderly buck who had lost his leg was in here. A colt, his body wrapped in blood-stained bandages. A victim of shrapnel, was crying into his mother's breast. One of the ragged pieces of explosion-thrown debris had slashed through his cutie mark, less than a week old. The stallion 3 cots away was sleeping, heavily sedated. His wife had been in the street that the Enclave hosed with burning plasma. She was probably one of the burning ponies I had shot out of mercy. The stallion had injured himself badly trying to get close to her, but his burns were less painful than the anguish of seeing the pony he loved screaming in agony, engulfed in plasma fire. Of having that image seared into his mind as his last memory of her. For once, I was the least wounded person in the room.
But what do we do until then?
Calamity asked, not looking back. I bit my lower lip, my body trembling. I could sense the tears coming, but I tried to fight them back. Not here, not now.
We do what Steelhooves would do,
I said.
We soldier on.
After he left, I stared once again at the ceiling fan, my mind spinning just like its blades. We soldier on. Until we can find a way to make this right, to make things better, we endure. We persevere. We keep helping ponies however we can. It's what Steelhooves would have done. Got your water! The amber mare's voice rang out as she trotted towards me. I felt the soft impact of the canteen on my chest. I heard a pop and a hiss as she opened a bottle of sunrise sarsaparilla for herself. The sound caused the memory to flash through my head.
Are we on a date?
A memory of Steelhooves. Oh, goddesses, I missed Steelhooves. And with that, the floodgates blew open. It didn't matter where I was or who was around me. I curled up and began to cry. Deep, wrenching sobs. For how much Velvet Remedy was hurting. And Calamity. For Ditzy-Doo, who had nearly died. I sobbed for the husband who had lost his wife, the old buck who had lost his leg, the town who had lost the joy of sunlight to a bloody battle. I wept for the little filly whose ashes I kept in a cola bottle, and for Star Sparkle. But most of all, I cried for Steelhooves. Swiftly exhausted, Ditzy-Doo had moved upstairs with Pyrelight, leaving Silverbell to mind the store, and her Griffin bodyguard to mind Silverbell and make sure no pony wandered upstairs after her. While every pony else was preoccupied, Zenith tugged my cot into Ditzy's room, giving me a bit of peace and privacy. Cry today, rest today, fight again tomorrow. I had wept for hours. Zenith was keeping vigilant guard at the door, her efforts primarily needed to keep the 3 young heroes from barging in to try to help. I didn't need or want help. I wanted to cry some more. I needed to sleep. I was out of tears. My body was exhausted. My mind incoherent. Still, I couldn't fall asleep. I was too tired to sleep. The gears in my mind had become detached, spinning free. They whirled in my head at the speed of thought, producing nothing. So many lives were on the razor blade. So many would die while I slept. Red Eye and the Enclave. There was so much to do. Too much for my brain to grasp it. I needed a way to make it right, to make it all matter. I tried to focus, believing that if I could just corral my thoughts, railroad them, then maybe I could finally rest. But my thoughts did not want to go to happy places. Instead, they returned again and again to Splendid Valley and that little place just beyond its rim. My memories fixed on the sensation of being floated out of a safe room, the super alicorn pulling me to safety. Ditzy-Doo had found me. Twilight Sparkle had saved me. At least, I really wanted to believe. She'd stared at my saddlebags. I hadn't really noticed it then, but I recalled that now. She seemed fixated on them. In a rush, I suddenly yet absolutely knew that it was Twilight Sparkle. Or at least, what was left of her, riding that alicorn, controlling it. And I knew how she had found me. Be strong, be pleasant, be unwavering, be awesome. She hadn't been saving me. I found myself doubting that what was left of Twilight Sparkle even realized I was there. She was saving her friends. Saving them from a fate that literally was her own. Or maybe, be smart, she had just sensed herself. And, in the grip of some nightmarish déjà vu, she had come to her own rescue. I couldn't be sure. My thoughts slid into more jumbled memories at the sound of erupting earth. Did you find anything this time? Calamity's voice rang in my thoughts as I pictured Steelhooves' head rolling away from his body. I choked, forcing my mind away, only to have the scene replaced in my mind's eye by Velvet Remedy clinging to Calamity, sobbing.
We fight and hurt and bleed to try and make Equestria better. But you can't stop something until you take away its reason for being that way.
I couldn't stop the raiders. They were born of the horror and harshness of the wasteland. All I could do was keep killing them until I drowned in their blood. History's greatest mass murderer. Red Eye. The Enclave. Red Eye claimed he was going to remove himself from the equation. As strange or foolish as it might seem, I believed him. He was an honorable bastard of sorts. But the Enclave? How could I stop something as mighty as a whole army? A whole government, if I understood half of what I thought I did about them.
Only time they can act as one is when they're feeling threatened.
Gah! I just wanted to sleep. I was going to go crazy. Surprisingly, I found myself thinking of Rainbow Dash and remembering the rings of crackling, electrified smoke fanning out over the table map of Equestria. That would start rain. I designed it after the contrails of the Wonderbolts. Rainbow Dash had boasted, "Everything about the Single Pegasus project goes through me, and it doesn't get my hoof of approval unless it's cool." Start. I wasn't sure why, but my mind caught on that word. Start. I could hear the metallic drumming of the rain on the roof of absolutely everything. Start. The stores shook at the rumble of overhead thunder. The towers could start the rain. Equestria-wide if they were ordered to. That meant they could also stop the rain. Make it a sunny day, Equestria-wide. I felt the gears in my head fitting back into place in a new configuration. A new mental machine building a new picture.
Agriculture, you silly corn.
Radar stated.
Without the towers, the Enclave falls.
The only way to stop the Enclave, to save Equestria, was to take control of the cloud curtain, peel it back, give sunlight once again to Equestria. Not only would that break their power, it would reveal their lies and show the Pegasi what was really going on down here. That was what the Enclave feared, and for good reason. If the cloud curtain was lost, it wouldn't just destroy the Enclave, it would force the Pegasi to return to the surface. They would no longer be able to sustain themselves. Ultimately, it was all about agriculture. The Pegasi would either reunite with the Earth ponies and unicorns, or try to invade. Judging by the 3 Pegasi I had seen today and trusted Calamity's word, most of them would want to help. Even so, it could get really ugly really fast. Red-Eye, however, probably considered that acceptable. He had plans for a massive agricultural base in the Everfree Forest, but that was years away from being a reality. Until then, Ponykind would be struggling to survive on remaining scraps, and who knew if there would be enough? But there was something else. One other chance that Red-Eye didn't even know about. It wouldn't take an army to stop the Enclave, just one pony. One expendable pony. A pony who wasn't necessary to make things right again.
You've never been forced to give up your principles for the greater good.
Red-Eye had once told me.
To sacrifice yourself and become a monster because it was the right thing to do.
Suddenly, I knew. I knew my purpose. Bringing back the sun. Rings of crackling, electrified smoke. The pony in my head pondered. But what about when the towers stopped the rain and cleared away the clouds? What would that look like? Not the same. Same as boring, Rainbow Dash had said. At least she had in my dream. Calamity's words echoed through my head.
Well, there's only one way to clear an area that big that fast, and that's with a sonic rain boom.
Despite my overwhelming weariness, I bolted upright.
Sunshine and rainbows!
I'll be damned. Somewhere in the other room, a rush of excited voices rose and fell, followed by some pony turning up Ditsy-Doo's radio loud enough to distort the voice of DJ Pone 3.
Back, children, but not for long. So there's a few things I gotta tell you about. First, our hearts and prayers go out to the folks of Friendship City and every pony who had relatives there. Late yesterday, in their most horrific attack yet, that airborne plague calling themselves the Enclave brutally slaughtered Friendship City. The city's gone, children. Hundreds of ponies dead. If you didn't believe me before, believe me now. The Enclave ain't here to save any pony. They ain't our friends. But I'm not bringing you a dark cloud without a silver lining, children. Here's the good news. The ponies of the Equestrian Wasteland are standing up against them. And I'm not just talking about our bringer of light, although she's been right in the thick of it. When the Enclave came for Friendship City, she struck back at them. Thanks to our Wasteland heroine, the Enclave lost everything they threw at Friendship City, and more importantly, a couple hundred ponies survived that attack. But she ain't the only hero standing strong against the Enclave. Remember those renegade Steel Ranger outcasts I told you about?
Well, they call themselves the Applejacks Rangers now. And even as I speak, the Applejacks Rangers are working round the clock to ferry survivors off of Friendship Island, protecting them on their way to new homes. Where can they find new homes, you might ask? The answer is everywhere they go. Even that normally stuffy Timpani Tower has opened its doors to refugees. After a hoof full of unicorns rose up and kicked the Enclave's sorry tails out of their tower. Yeehaw! Score 1 for the good ponies. And I've got more reports coming in. Heroes all the way from Shattered Hoof to Huffington have been holding the line against the nightmares from above. I have a tale here of 2 such heroes taking down one of those warships just south of Stalliongrad. Left a calling card, Lion and Mouse. Well, tell you what, Lion and Mouse, drop by Timpani Tower sometime. As soon as my assistant is back from her vacation, I'd love to have her sit down with you for an interview. And to the griffins and ponies who fought off the Enclave at Shattered Hoof, damn fine work. But the biggest strike against the Enclave has come from none other than our own beloved author of the Wasteland Survival Guide, Dissy-Doo. You all saw it. Hell, I could see that glow all the way from Shattered Hoof Ridge. We don't even have a name for what the Wasteland's favorite Pegasus managed to do this morning. Sonic Radboom? Toxic Rainboom? Well, whatever you call it, I call it a miracle.
So do I, love.
Now don't worry, children. I know I just kind of let my location slip, but the Enclave already knew. I saw a whole murder of them flying this way from the tower monitors before I started broadcasting. They'll be at the door any moment. And I don't think they plan on inviting me to tea. But don't worry about me. I'm not a fighter. Never really have been, not even when I was a wasteland explorer. I was more of a hacker and repair pony myself, fixing things up, building off of schematics, making the technologies and magic of the old world work for me. I can barely shoot a gun, but that doesn't mean I'm going to lay down and let them take me. Any chance of sleeping evaporated at those words. I lay in my cot, my nerves crackling, anxiously straining to hear every word, every background sound that came over the radio. It took me a moment to remember my own ear bloom and turn into the broadcast on my own pip-buck leg thing. So, 2 things before I leave you again. First, I want to dedicate this broadcast to the late Elder Steelhooves, founder of the Applejacks Rangers. I know with all the death we've seen, it might seem odd to single one pony out, but Steelhooves wasn't just any pony. Steelhooves was a hero, a protector of ponies. He put his life on the line, saving others, and he inspired other ponies to do the same. A whole legion within the Steel Rangers broke away to follow his example. Steelhooves was a companion to our wasteland heroine as well. She was stronger with him at her side. Her victories were often his victories as well. When I first met Steelhooves, he was making sure Chief Grimstar died a hero in the eyes of the ponies under his care. I came to know him fairly well over the past few weeks.
Of course she had, I thought. She'd watched my memories.
I'll tell you the truth, Steelhooves was not without his flaws. He was not always a good pony. He meted out justice as he saw fit, and I did not always agree with whom he chose to play judge and executioner. But that is the harsh law of the equestrian wasteland. But he never faltered. He held true to his love and his principles, fighting until the day he died. Steelhooves had lived an impossibly long life. His death was swift, painless, and in battle. It was the death I believe he would have wanted. And now, it is our turn to hold true, to fight, and to never falter. Tears trickled down my cheeks. I was weeping again. And with that, children, I have a confession to make. This broadcast is not exactly live. And I have a message for the black-armored soldiers who just burst into the station at the Shattered Hoof Ridge Tower. That thing you're looking at with the glowing blue light? A little homebrewed surprise rigged to the spark battery from a weapon made by the motherfucking stars. Farewell, you...
The broadcast cut off with an abrupt blast of static. It wasn't replaced by Enclave radio. The airwaves just were dead silent. And remained so for the 10 longest minutes the equestrian wasteland had ever experienced.
From the cot in Ditsy-Doo's room, I had only the darkness and Homage's words to hold me. I could not know that my love had struck the deepest, most vital blow to the Enclave yet. I did not realize Homage had pulled the entire power supply from that alien weapon and rigged it to a bomb. I did not see the brilliant blue explosion that obliterated more than just the base station and the dozen heavily armed Enclave Pegasi inside. For 200 years, the nearly 50 towers of the single Pegasus project had stood, impervious to everything the enemy and the wasteland could throw at them. I was not a witness on that snow-swept ridge as one of those towers cracked, shifted, and came tumbling down. I awoke, disoriented by the sense of having lost time. I did not remember falling asleep, but my body was rested. I could get up, walk around again, and I did so. The metallic pattering of the rain sizzled in the air above me. The ghost of dreams returned to me, faded and fragmented. Dreams of sunshine and sonic rad booms. I was hungry and thirsty. I had a slight headache and I needed to relieve myself. Stumbling into the store, I was surprised to find it devoid of medical cots. Instead, the store had been taken over by griffins. Outside, thunder rumbled. Godna Grimfeathers was talking to Ditsy-Doo's bodyguard. There were two smaller griffins present, adolescents if I was sizing them up right, similar enough in build and stature to make me suspect they were twins. One of them was talking to Calamity, a discussion that seemed to focus on a pair of odd pistols she carried in holsters strapped to her breast. She had one of them out and open, holding it carefully in her talons for Calamity's inspecting eye. The griffin was of similar build to God, but slimmer, and would definitely be appealing if it weren't for the suspicion she was at least 5 years younger than me. I could tell she'd grow up to be very pretty, if the wasteland let her. The other griffin was leaning against the shop counter, a bemused expression on his beak as Silverbell tried to sell him one random item after another. He had apparently already bought an iron, 3 billiard balls, and an empty tin can just to keep the little filly happy. Ditsy-Doo was hovering over her workbench, literally, working on something that had looked a lot like my Canterlot police barding. At my appearance, she scooped up the barding, taking her chalkboard in her mouth, and fluttered over to me. The ghoul Pegasus offered me the barding. It was indeed my armor, but Ditsy had repaired and reinforced it, making it stronger and more protective than before. Her chalkboard read, it was looking a bit shot up. I blushed.
Thanks. How much do I owe you?
Ditsy-Doo seemed to laugh. She set down the chalkboard, rubbing it clean with a hoof, then wrote, "No charge. The Wasteland Heroine wears armor by Ditsy-Doo. Your good advertisement." The ghoul smiled at me. The smile was grim, showing too many teeth and too much of her gums. But I felt the warmth of it. She wanted to help. The advertising was an excuse. I threw my forehooves around her, giving the ghoul a squishy hug. She tensed just a moment, then hugged back, squishily.
You're a good friend,
I whispered to her.
and a good pony. One of the best this world has to offer. Thank you.
She pulled back and looked at me oddly, then shook her head and pointed a hoof at my chest. My guess was that she was saying, "Not me, you." Either that or she was starting an impromptu game of tag. Before I could respond, Silverbell ran up, her little horn glowing with a faint silver light as she floated a small pile of bottle caps up to Ditsy-Doo.
Look, Mommy, I made a sale!
A gentle crystalline melody, like the chiming of a dozen silver bells, wafted through the store. Calamity approached me, followed by the young griffin woman with the pistols.
Lil Pip, you're awake!
Part of me wanted to run to him and tell him I had a plan, that I had somehow had an epiphany, and I knew just what we needed to do, what I needed to do. It wouldn't make everything right, but it would be a massive start. But I wasn't ready yet. I needed more information. I needed to know how the Enclave was going to react to what happened here, to what Ditsy-Doo had done. And I really needed to pee. "How long was I out?" I asked, noticing a lack of light through the windows. The store shook slightly with another rolling percussion of thunder. The thudding in my head grew a little worse.
About 12 hours,
Calamity admitted. Most of a day. I needed to take care of a few things. I needed to borrow a bathroom and maybe some painkiller. But before I could excuse myself to care for either, Calamity wrapped a wing around me and ushered me towards the two younger griffins.
You'll never guess who.
I said uncomfortably.
Lil Pip, this is Cage and Reggie,
He said, pointing to the male griffin first. He smiled wryly as he put his newly purchased tin can into his saddlebags.
Cage, Reggie, this here is Little Pip,
I lifted a hoof in a timid wave.
bringer of light and heroine of the wastelands.
My hoof dropped as my face went red. I hated Calamity so much right then.
I'd say old Duppy did more light bringing today than you, Lil Pip.
Cage chuckled, offering a set of talons. I hesitated, feeling both embarrassed and vaguely offended to hear someone other than a small colt use that nickname, even though Calamity once told me she found it endearing. I lifted my hoof and he shook it with mercifully gentleness. A good thing since his talons were painfully sharp, even in a gentle grasp. I drew my hoof back, checking for spots of blood. Sure, he could have taken my hoof off if he had wanted to. I shifted my attention to the pretty young griffin, extending my hoof with a slight wince. I felt myself blushing slightly more.
Cage and Regina Grimfeathers.
Calamity whispered into my ears. I froze. My jaw dropped open.
Yeah, that's right.
Reggie smirked. I could see Cage already rolling his eyes.
We're the children of God.
God had kids? The little pony in my head started running around in circles, protesting. I was not checking out your daughter. I was not checking out your daughter. My gaze shifted to Godna, who was now talking to both Ditzy and the other griffin. Ditzy was holding up one of her chalkboards. I couldn't see the writing, and God was answering.
Well, I can't rightly go charging the town for protection if we don't show up to protect it now, can I?
Godna is running a protection racket on New Appaloosa that comes with actual protection? The little pony in my head chuckled affectionately. That is so Godna. Loyal to the contract. Of course, I hadn't been looking at Regina like that. She was a little young for me, not to mention she was a griffin. God's a griffin, my little pony pointed out. Okay, sure. I once found Godna to be fanciable. For a griffin. But that was before homage. And I was really lonely. My eyes took in the griffin, as if trying to assure myself that it was just a passing fancy. Yes, she is strong and beautifully built, and the scars actually really add to her presence. And apparently, I really like older mares, the pony in my head taunted. But Godna didn't look old. First Velvet, my little pony jabbed. Now Mommy Griffin. I wanted that little pony to shut up so badly. Godna wasn't old. Adult, yes, but... What, did she have them when she was 3? Not old. She still looked vigorous and built and... Did I just have no sense of age when it came to griffins?
Oh my God!
Reggie exclaimed loudly, taking her mother's name in vain, like only a teenager could.
Little Pip's hot for mother.
Luna's moaning moon heat. That burning in my cheeks exploded over my entire body. What? No! But... I saw Godna looking back at me, her eyebrow lifted high over her good eye. Gah! I collapsed to the floor in pure embarrassment, trying to bury my head under my hooves. Kill me now.
And here I was going to say your boyfriend was waiting for you outside.
God called over to me, mercifully giving me the excuse to dash out into the rain like I was being pursued by a pack of hellhounds. I leaned against the train engine that made up part of the hodgepodge construction of absolutely everything. It was the dark, dead hours of the early morning. That hour where the darkness lays most heavily on the soul and the hungry monsters outside claw at your door. Rain poured down, turning the streets into rivers, washing away the radiation and the blood. The lights of New Appaloosa cut beams through the rainfall, making the falling waters shimmer and shine in the blackness. Water spilled from rooftops and gurgled down gutters to splash into overfilled rain barrels. I was quickly soaked to the bone. No pony was outside. My utter devastating humiliation took a back seat to the need to pee. I trotted around the side of the building, glancing around to make sure I wasn't watched, and started to relieve myself into a streamlet.
Hello, little Pip.
A voice said from absolutely nowhere and about 2 yards in front of me. I jumped up, my heart trying to leap out of my chest. Embarrassment, annoyance, and shock fought each other for dominance as I recognized the mechanical voice of Watcher.
Oh, sorry. I'll just be over here.
A little late now, I grumble shouted. Damn it! I should have used my eyes forward sparkle to check the area. With a deep sigh, I brought up my EFS and located the Sprite bot. Are you all right? I asked. Might as well talk with them. Wasn't like I was going to be able to finish after that anyway.
Me? Yes, but...
Watcher sounded hesitant.
I wanted to make sure you were okay.
And guilty.
Are you?
There were so many ways the answer to that should have been no, but instead, I chose to cut to the chase. What's wrong? Watcher was silent for a minute, the Sprite bot bobbing in the rain.
I goofed up, little Pip.
My mind strained trying to imagine a huge, ferocious dragon saying the word goofed. But this was Spike.
I've put you in danger.
I closed my eyes. Danger wasn't exactly new. What happened? Somewhere behind me, I heard a door open and close.
Lil Pip,
Calamity called into the night. I lifted a hoof, monitoring for Watcher to hold his thought. Over here, I called to Calamity. The Sprite bot waited silently until Calamity had trotted up next to me, his hoof splashing in the streamlet that I had been using a couple minutes ago.
the Enclave has security footage of you guys in the Ministry of Awesome. And the High General Harbinger managed to get a transmission out of Mary Pony before it went up. They've put 2 and 2 together.
Not exactly unexpected. And I was the only pony who found it exasperatingly wrong that High General was an elected position? Watcher continued.
The Enclave have sent their best hit squad after you and your friends.
All hail, Calamity moaned. Who? I asked.
The Wonderbolts.
Watcher informed us. I blinked. Wait, who? The Enclave had named their best pack of hunters the Wonderbolts? There was something in my heart, be awesome, that wanted to kick their asses just for using that name. That is so wrong.
It gets worse,
Watcher admitted.
One of the Enclave Skyguard ponies who saw you 2 in my cave was a junior member of the Wonderbolts. He recognized you, Calamity. They came to my cave. Gut shot,
Calamity muttered. I remembered the Pegasus.
That's Deadshot Calamity, winner of the Best Young Sharpshooter competition 4 years running. You don't forget the pony who beat you.
One of the Wonderbolts, I so wanted to awesomely stomp them, was second only to Calamity as a sharpshooter, and Calamity never missed. My eyes widened in sudden alarm. Spike! I gasped, forgetting myself. Your cave, did they? No, please. Don't let the Enclave have destroyed the gardens of Equestria.
It's safe,
Spike said through the Sprite bot, filling me with relief.
But, well, you understand why I had to get them out of there as quickly as possible, don't you?
His voice, even though synthetically manufactured, still managed to sound plaintive. Calamity exhaled a long sigh.
What did you tell 'em? And I've never been very good at being interrogated,
Spike continued.
What did you tell 'em?
Calamity said sternly.
Nothing much, really. Just...
Spike paused, as if steeling himself.
I told them you had been in Ironshot Firearms.
Calamity blinked.
Huh?
Old weapons factory, I told him. I met Watcher outside of it once, long time ago.
I asserted even as I realized it wasn't that long ago at all. 2 months. But those 2 months have been a lifetime.
Before I met you.
Okay.
Calamity pondered. Then,
I don't get it, so what?
But I knew what Spike was worried about. My mind was flashing back to when I learned that the Steel Rangers were after Stable 2, and my fears that it was somehow my fault. That when I hacked the door for Stable 29, I had left something behind. And I was a lot less careful or experienced back at Ironshot Firearms. I'd hacked into that office computer like a careless amateur. Left my virtual hoofprints all over it.
How technically proficient are the Wonderbolts? I asked slowly.
Calamity frowned, shifting his position.
Depends.
He took a deep breath and addressed the sprite bot.
Do the Wonderbolts still have wind shear and lens flare?
Who? I questioned, figuring they were names I might need to know. Calamity rustled his wings.
Wind shear is my eldest brother,
The rust-colored Pegasus told me, adding,
Dad's favorite, master of communications technologies, top of his class, graduated with honors, made corporal, member of the Wonderbolts.
He shook his head.
Only one of us Dad ever seemed to approve of, but then, why wouldn't he be Dad's favorite?
I winced. And lens flare?
Windshear's best friend, rival, occasional lover,
Calamity said.
expert repair pony, especially when it comes to magical energy weapons. Taught me a few tricks I used to build the Nova Surge rifles in my Enclave armor. Also top of his class, focused in arcano tech.
Crap. We were in trouble. First and foremost, how could we go to war against Calamity's big brother? Then again, considering what I had seen of his family so far, pummeling the buck might be highly therapeutic.
Windshear left the Wonderbolts several years ago,
Watcher told us, immediately making me feel much better about the situation.
followed by other promotions according to the press release.
Press release? I questioned. Calamity leaned close and whispered,
The Wonderbolts are the stars of the Enclave. Spend as much time putting on shows at patriotism events as they do actually hunting.
He added,
Probably more.
Celebrities. The best hunter-killer pack in the Enclave. They tracked down and murdered ponies for a living. And they had fans. They put on shows. Ponies lined up for their autographs. There were press releases whenever they had a roster change. How fucked up was that?
But Lens Flare is still with them. He was one of the Pegasi who visited my cave yesterday.
My face fell. We were dead. Calamity saw my expression.
Lil Pip?
They can get my tag from the computer in Ironshot Firearms, I told him, my voice resigned. And as soon as they do, they'll be able to use their armor to locate me no matter where I go.
I'm sorry, Little Pip,
Spike said remorsefully.
but you can just take your pit buck off, right? Lead them astray.
I lifted my foreleg, showing the sprite butt how my pit buck had become grossly melded to my body. Watcher had the wits to say nothing. I could cut my leg off, I thought out loud. I might even regrow it. Or I could just leave, draw them away. I looked at Calamity. Keep you safe.
Oh, hell no.
Calamity gave a stomp.
Nothing doing, Lil Pip. We stick together.
But,
But nothing.
Calamity said sternly. Then he smiled.
Besides, I got myself a plan.
Calamity grinned, poking my nose with a hoof.
Trust me, Lil Bait.
This wasn't going to end well. Footnote: maximum level. Chapter 41. Towards Hope.
For many of us, the road is a difficult one, but the path is always there for us to follow, no matter how many times we may fall.
Madness! I stood there, the streamlet flowing behind absolutely everything washing over my hooves, and stared at Calamity, my jaw unhinged. There was simply no other word. Calamity's plan was insane. Hell, it wasn't even a plan. Plans have plan stuff. Calamity had a bunch of ideas and vague hopes tied together by multiple points of, and then something happens. We didn't have who or what we needed to even try it. I doubted we could even get them.
Well?
He asked, earnestly seeking my approval. I'm I'm beginning to agree with Velvet Remedy, I told him, recalling her reaction to his actions in the Zebratown Police headquarters.
So, you're willing to give it a try?
God damn it! Calamity was staring at me with the eyes of a foal, hoping for my acceptance, my support of this madness, this plan. It was something he needed to try. Needed like a starving pony needs food. I manufactured a smile. I don't have a better plan, I admitted. Sure. We were all going to die. Watcher's Spritebot bobbed in the rain beside us, silently listening. Finally, the mechanical voice that disguised Spike plaintively asked,
Is there anything I can do, guys? I'm really sorry.
I thumped my rain-soaked forehead with an even wetter hoof. Think. Thank you, silly mare. Yes, I asserted, looking sidelong at the Spritebot. Yes, there is.
What?
Spike asked. I waved a hoof. Just wait here for a moment. First, I need to talk to God. What I don't understand, I told Calamity as we started to walk back towards the front of absolutely everything, is why the Wonderbolts haven't already hit us. The Wonderbolts are fast, right? Calamity looked askance.
Fast. You could say that, yes.
Lightning flashed across the sky. Shouldn't they have gotten to Ironshot already? I reckoned, talking above the rumbling thunder. It wouldn't take long to get my tag. Not if Lens Flare was as skilled as it sounded. And New Appaloosa was an awfully short flight from Ironshot firearms.
They are probably caught up in committee,
Calamity snarked wryly. I halted, my hooves growing muddy, and gave Calamity a confused look. Surely he wasn't saying they had to, file a hunting plan? Were all the ponies in the sky crazy? Calamity turned the corner, almost knocking over Railright. I heard the two stallions mumble apologies as I caught up. Railright was standing under the eave of Ditzy Doo's store, apparently waiting for some pony. At the sight of me, he nodded, then cast a furtive glance towards the lights along the city wall. Last I'd seen Railright, he was escorting away several ponies who had dared to come below the Enclave's cloud cover. Where are the new Pegasi? I asked the sheriff/mayor, wondering just how much I'd slept through. Railright glanced at Calamity before answering,
I put 'em to work assisting the community. In return, they have a place in the common house till they can better situate themselves.
I looked to Calamity questioningly. My Pegasus friend frowned, his tone sour as he informed me,
Enclave radio broadcast and offer to aid to misplaced citizens. Tracker accepted the offer at face value and flew off, promising to contact Frost by her pit buck as soon as he was skyside. That was 6 hours ago. Calamity here was worming some sense into the two mares when that broadcast came on.
Railright added.
That mare with the pit buck is some kind of ex-military. I think something about that broadcast spooked her proper.
I found myself feeling distinctly worried for Tracker.
And what brings you to Ditsy's porch, Sheriff?
Calamity asked, trying to sound casual. Railright shook his head at the Pegasus' suspicion. I tried to remember that Railright and Calamity had known each other for years. Their relationship had always been cordial, if not downright friendly, before balefire bombs and rogue Pegasi got thrown into the mix.
Getting a weather report from the Grimfeathers,
Railright told him.
Thunderstorm spreads from the shores of Buckland all the way to the edge of Hope. Storms cleansing the air of the smoke from Everfree, and there are nasty rain out all over Splendid Valley. 'Cause that place needs to be more toxic,
Calamity nickered.
Just our luck that the broken weather over Everfree is keeping the storm out,
Railright added.
It's almost like the place wants to be on fire.
Hope? I asked Calamity.
Yep,
Calamity agreed, then seeing my confusion.
You been there before, Lil Pip. The rubble that used to be Hope is only about a few hours down the tracks. The town with that old weapons factory,
Railright clarified. Ironshod firearms. I remembered walking through the playground of Hope. I'd seen my first Ministry of Morale poster there. I just hadn't known the town's name.
And you got the array a few miles back from it towards Everfree.
The what now? I asked, confused. Array?
Hope's solar array,
Calamity told me, sounding a little bored.
Big bunch of dishes pointed up at the clouds.
Best I can gather, the ponies of the old world tried all sorts of crazy ways to get power when the coal supply got strangled.
Now that I didn't see. Granted, the only time I'd been up high enough to have glimpsed it out of a factory window, I was a bit busy outrunning collapsing catwalks. I paused to process this. Technology for turning sunlight into energy? Made sense considering Twilight Sparkle's ministry had been working on weaponizing sunlight. And the Celestia 1, or Celestia Prime, or whatever they're calling it, can't even be cast unless it's sunny. I can't tell the princess that the only defense we have against those missiles can be defeated by a cloudy day. What if the zebras decide to attack us at night? Clearly, there were still bugs to be worked out. But even the hope of power for the wasteland was just one more reason Equestria deserved and needed to see the sun. Old generators and spark batteries weren't going to last forever. Calamity was reaching his hoof towards the door when it swung open, Regina Grimfeathers framed in the doorway. My friend backed up as the griffin pushed her way out, nodding to all of us. The gun-toting adolescent griffin leaned up against the wall where Ditsy's sign had been and pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Absolutely everything's porch was getting crowded.
Any of you see where that little unicorn ran off to? Reggie asked casually as she lit up a cigarette. Since I was standing right there, I assumed the little unicorn she was talking about was Silverbell. Calamity had come to the same conclusion.
Silverbell's missing.
She'd been inside just minutes ago. Railright bit his lower lip.
I think I saw her headed up to the toilets.
Oh. Let's not form a search party then. I was mentally glaring daggers at Watcher as I added, give her some privacy? Coming swiftly on the hooves of that thought, the realization that New Appaloosa had public bathrooms struck me across the forehead like a nailboard. Oh, damn it. Of course they did. What had I been thinking?
Now what you blushing about, Lil Pip?
Oh, thank you, Calamity. Couldn't let that go unasked, could you? Nope. You were, saying something about committees? Calamity mercifully took the hint, jumping back onto the former topic like he had never left it.
Remember, I told you that the Enclave keeps Pegasi who can do the sonic rainboom real close? Well, now you can see why. With all the cloud tech the Enclave relies on, not to mention the cloud curtain, they view the sonic rainboom as a weapon of mass destruction.
I looked towards where one of the raptors had come down on the town. Work lights had been set up, illuminating it through the pouring rain. The silhouettes of ponies moved about it in the downpour, scavenging.
You gotta realize, Lil Pip, that when the Pegasi closed the sky, we'd lost one city. Just one. Granted, Cloudsdale was the biggest, but that still left several more that survived pretty much untouched by the war. All that pre-war technology and magic, they've been repurposing and recycling all that stuff for centuries.
Lightning split the sky. Thunder pounded down on us like it was trying to drive us into the mud.
But they can't make no more,
Calamity shouted.
Pegasi can't make magic items like unicorns or zebras, and there ain't nothing up there to build with except what was left from the past. And clouds. Clouds make for good Pegasi homes that ain't so useful for making armor and bullets.
I remembered how my hoof passed right through the Enclave terminal interface.
The few mountains that rise above the clouds have either been stripped of their resources or are homes for nasty things that the Enclave would rather not piss off.
Like Spike.
The Enclave invaded the Griffin skies a few generations ago just to get at their mountains.
Calamity nodded to Reggie, who took a long drag on her cigarette and spat a curse at the sky.
When the war ended,
Calamity added,
the Pegasi had about 50 raptors, only 4 thunderheads, and no ability to make more. Including the 4 raptors that you took out with the Balefire bomb and the one down near Stalliongrad, the Enclave has lost a dozen of their warships in under a week. More than they've lost in 200 years. And 4 of them were taken out by Ditzy-Doo's toxic rainboom.
Calamity gave me a meaningful stare.
The Enclave must be about pissing themselves right now.
I wish he hadn't used that particular phrase. Good, I said firmly, then asked, what does that have to do with the Wonderbolts? Calamity rolled his eyes.
Ain't it obvious, Lil Pip? I told ya, the Enclave keeps all Pegasi who can do the sonic rainboom real close.
Oh, now I got it. The Wonderbolts. Any Pegasus who proved capable of performing a sonic rain boom was drafted into the Enclave's celebrity hit squad. That meant that the ponies hunting us were all that good. I liked Calamity's plan even less.
And when the Enclave saw what Ditzy did,
I guessed, putting the pieces together,
they pulled the Wonderbolts into
I searched for an appropriate phrase.
emergency tactical meetings, calling on their expertise to try and get a handle on this new threat.
Calamity nodded. Something like that. They have no idea how many ghoul Pegasi live down here, he stated, causing me to think back to the flock of zombie Pegasi we had run from in the Cloudsdale outskirts. And if Ditzy could do it, theoretically, just about any sufficiently radiated ghoul Pegasi should be capable of pulling off a toxic rain boom. Yes, the Enclave really must be pissing themselves. Upshot is, I reckon we got a few days before the Wonderbolts are hot on our tails.
God was talking to Ditzy when I entered the store. Cage and the bodyguard were next to them, huddled around a spool table, playing a game involving rectangles of hardened paper. My curiosity urged me to divert long enough to peek in on the game. Each griffin held a number of the colorfully marked papers in their talons, and there were 6 more piles of papers face up on the table as well as 2 face down that they seemed to be drawing new papers from as they played. I would have watched longer, trying to understand the rules, but I didn't want to leave Watcher waiting. And besides, the game was clearly not for ponies. A unicorn might be able to hold those little papers fanned like that, but why learn a game you couldn't play with your Pegasi or Earth Pony friends? Trotting up to God, who was nodding at something Ditzy had written on her chalkboard, I interrupted as politely as I could. Ditzy stepped back, nodding with a smile. God, there's something I need from you.
I wanted to ask this as a favor, but the little pony in my head reminded me that favors weren't how God worked. God respected the contract. The gruff female griffin looked down at me with her one good eye, her expression unreadable. Sorry, kid, but you ain't my type.
Bruh! She thought I was...
But then, what else would she think after her daughter caught me looking at her?
It's nothing like that.
I stomped, recovering. Part of me wanted to bury myself and hide until I drowned in my own embarrassment. But this was too important. And besides, I wasn't interested in her like that. I mean, sure, but I had homage. And it was very likely I wasn't going to be around much longer. The last damn thing I was going to do in my remaining days here was cheat on homage. The little mare in my head whimpered, I'm not helping. Godna raised an eyebrow. Well, of course not, I mentally hissed at my little pony. She's a griffin, with children, which highly suggested that she was interested in other griffins, male ones. And why was I even having this discussion with myself? Trying to get back on track, I asserted.
You have a contract to protect this town, right?
Yes, the griffin said slowly, her face shifting into the stern expression of negotiation.
But you didn't protect it. Ditzy here did.
Yes, she said again, even more slowly.
And now there's a really good chance that the Enclave will come after her. And they'll probably wipe out the town to get at her if she's here.
I could see Ditzy eyes widen. God hadn't been in Friendship City, but Ditzy had seen the horrible lengths the Enclave would go to. God was looking at Ditzy and frowning. She's hired Gilgamesh as her personal bodyguard, but I take it you think I need to do more. I detailed what I wanted God to do. About halfway through my explanation, her good eye widened and she turned to me in shock. Are you insane? Apparently all the ponies in this town were crazy, including me. I was with you until the Dragon Cave, but I think asking me and my griffins to fly Ditzy here above the clouds and in the home of a dragon is stretching the contract I have with this town a mite bit too far.
The dragon won't be hostile. Not to you, I promise.
You do you? She fixed me with an appraising look. Your relationship with dragons seems to have changed since I last saw.
This dragon doesn't eat ponies, I asserted. Or griffins.
At least I was pretty sure Spike didn't eat griffins. What did Spike eat anyway? Just gems? Well, if you want me to liberally interpret the contract to include dragon visiting, God suggested.
Then maybe you can see your way to liberally interpreting what we're getting paid.
I was going to be broke after this, but it was worth it to keep Ditzy Doo safe, and Silverbell.
Okay, but you'll have to take both of them, Ditzy and her daughter, as soon as... Where is Silverbell anyway? Shouldn't she be back by now?
I looked to Ditzy Doo. Some ponies should be watching that filly. The thought struck me swiftly.
Where's Zenith?
Worry became panic when Stiletto burst in, looking nastily smug.
Hey, Derpy. That ditzy filly of yours is up that railroad station. Need you something bad.
The bodyguard, Gilgamesh, was fast. Ditzy Doo was faster. She'd flown out of the door, leaving paper rectangles swirling through the air from her backwash, even before my mind could process what the Shattered Hoof Raider had said. Shooting Stiletto a nasty look, and then why aren't you helping? I raced into the night storm after her. Gilgamesh was in front of me, Calamity behind. I heard Godna ordering Cage to watch the store just before the door banged closed behind me. Yep, this is what wet felt like. I thought it was wet a few minutes ago. Wow, was I wrong. The rain was heavier now, falling in sheets that drenched me to the bone before I'd gotten into the street. But I didn't care. All I cared about was Silverbell. The pony in my head was biting her hooves, insisting that I should have gotten the two of them to safety sooner. Why did I have to fall asleep? My hoofs splashed in the river beneath me. Calamity and Gilgamesh were faster, reaching the station house that had been claimed by New Appaloosa's mayor/sheriff. Ditzy Doo was already at the front door. The lights were out. Not good. I floated out little Macintosh, kicking on my eyes forward sparkle. I tried to call out to Ditzy Doo, to urge caution, but I was too late. The ghoul Pegasus spun in the air and bucked the door open, revealing blackness inside. My EFS compass lit up with dozens of lights just as Ditzy Doo pivoted back and flew into the dark maw of the doorway. It was a trap. I lifted little Macintosh in front of me, galloping as fast as I could to catch up. Wait, none of the lights on my EFS compass were a hostile red. A flash flood of light poured out of Railroad Station as dozens of colorful New Appaloosians shouted in unison, "Surprise!" I nearly shot a balloon. A cake floated into view, surrounded by a caramel-colored field of magic, followed by a familiar yellow unicorn pony with an orange and beige-striped mane. The cake was baked in the shape of a giant muffin, echoing the many muffins on the nearby table beneath a glittering banner. Thank you, Ditzy Doo. Ditzy Doo stood in the middle of the room, wide-eyed, stunned.
Do you like it?
Silverbell asked anxiously.
It's a party!
The filly seemed nervous.
For you!
She added. I could tell from her wide, glistening eyes, and by many of the decorations, that the little lavender filly had done most of the work on this surprise thank you party. Probably planned it. There was still a touch of Pinky Bell in her, and at some level this must be triggering odd emotions in the young girl. Ditzy Doo made those fears evaporate as she flew to Silverbell, scooping the filly up against her breast and lavishing her with kisses until the girl was crying with happiness. Soon, every pony was enjoying the party.
Hello, Crane,
I said, turning to the yellow unicorn.
I thought I saw your telekinesis out there yesterday morning.
Crane grinned. Thanks for the catch.
Thank you,
he insisted.
Couldn't have done it without your help. And that little filly's,
he added, looking over at Silverbell, who's trying to regain her ability to stand after a dizzying round of hugging.
That was the first magic that little gal managed since getting her horn back. And honestly, I think seeing Mommy there do that rad boom is what did it.
Somehow, be smart. I was certain he was right. We spent the next hour catching up, which mostly involved me regaling him with all the telekinetic tricks I'd managed in the past 2 months. To my delight, Crane was duly impressed with my creativity. But it wasn't until I told him about telekinetically flying that I managed to surprise him with my telekinetic prowess.
Damn, girl,
he said wide-eyed.
That took me years of work to pull off.
I felt a little crestfallen that I hadn't managed something unique. But Crane wasn't considered the best telekinetic in the equestrian wasteland for nothing. And at least my learning curve was faster.
How far can you get? I can manage 1 lap of New Appaloosa before my juice runs out.
I don't really know,
I admitted. I'd made it from the ground to Calamity's shack, but I'd never tested to see how much further I could push it.
I'm afraid that I'll burn out again if I push too hard trying to find out.
You been burning out?
He asked. I nodded.
Way you been pushing yourself, I'm not surprised.
We both jumped as something in the room exploded in confetti.
Good news is there's a remedy for that.
Crane told me as he floated all the bits of confetti off the two of us, depositing them in a waste bin. A cure for burnout? He had my full attention.
Sadly, the wasteland might not have it for much longer. Requires a few plants that only grew in the ever-free forest. Reckon they're all burnt up now.
Oh, well, crap.
Might be willing to part with one of my bottles of it, though.
Crane said slyly.
For a favor.
Right. Should have seen that coming. Plus, Crane's last favor involved a stable full of chimeras.
I'm a little busy being hunted right now, I admitted. If I live through this, I'll keep your offer in mind.
Maybe the first time ever that I had turned down a distracting quest. But I really couldn't spare the time. Unless...
This favor. Is any pony in danger?
Nope,
said Crane. I felt a wash of relief.
Least not that I know of.
Well, that was something at least.
There's a farm out on the edge of the Everfree Forest near the Hope Solar Array. Close enough to Everfree for the ground to be farmable.
A farm near Everfree? Maybe it was something in the air. Maybe the crazy was contagious.
Sprung up out of nowhere last spring. No idea who built it. Seems like some ponies went through a lot of effort, then abandoned the place. Or more likely got themselves slaughtered by something wandering out of the forest.
Crane shrugged. In the background, I spotted Ditsy Doo enjoying a muffin. She had one ear cocked, and I suspected she was listening in.
We could sorely use the crops, especially now,
Crane stated.
But local folks have weird rumors about the farm. First pony who tried to move out that way came back to town a few times saying it's haunted. Then he stopped coming to town at all. That was a while ago. Could use a pair of eyes scoping the place out, letting us know if it's safe to move into.
He wiggled his eyebrows.
Assuming you ain't afraid of the headless horse.
I mulled it over.
Tell you what, if I'm out that way, I'll poke around, see what I can find and let you know.
I told him, adding,
For the remedy. But my plate's pretty full right now.
Ditsy Doo trotted over. She had scribbled a new message on one of the chalkboards hanging around her neck. Don't worry because they say the farm is haunted. No reason to avoid the place. Ghosts don't exist. Just landmines. I blinked.
Landmines?
Ditsy Doo's pet theory,
Crane explained.
Given the bloody parts in the places where the ground looked like it had exploded.
Meanwhile, Ditsy Doo was wiping off her chalkboard. A moment later, she offered, Bring me any mines you find, please. I'll trade you for caps and grenades. Yep, definitely contagious. Silverbell galloped up excitedly.
Come on, Mommy! Zenith has started Pin the Tail on the pony! Wanna play?
The blonde-maned filly started tugging Ditsy Doo away before the ghoul could answer. Wait, Zenith started a game? Then, on second thought, regaining orientation and maintaining accuracy while blinded did sound like an exercise a zebra would be familiar with. I perked my ears, taking a moment to look and listen to the party around me. There was music playing from an old record player similar to the one Homage had, only in far worse condition. The songs were happy and carefree. All the furniture in Railright's living room had been pushed back, and there were ponies dancing with each other. It felt like a touch of the sun's light had been captured, and it was alive in this room. Firelight was perched on Railright's hat rack. She was bobbing her head, letting out musical whistles as she stared at her colored and distorted reflections in a cluster of balloons. I suspected she'd gotten into the spiked punch. Spike! Crap! I still needed to tell him about God and Ditsy Doo.
Excuse me, Crane,
I said hastily.
I'll be right back.
Take your time,
the yellow pony claimed.
I got something that needs doing.
As I galloped out the door, I passed Godna. She was standing outside, listening to the party. I stopped, skidding a bit in the mud.
Are you okay?
She nodded.
You've got a deal. 500 bottle caps, and I'll have those two snug away in a dragon's cave by tomorrow evening.
She shook her head.
Hope you know what you're doing. Those two, they deserve a good life.
I'd entertained a fleeting worry that the party had upset her. It would have been easy to be angry over the flash of panic those ponies had caused. How could I have ever doubted you? A little voice in my head asked. It could have happened to any of us, another answered. The little pony in my head started looking around for the source of the other voices. I shook my head to clear it of the strange thoughts. No. The truth was that seeing Ditzy-Doo and Silverbell together had touched the gruff Griffin commander, and she'd stepped outside to think.
Thank you.
I told her. I started to turn back towards where Watcher was waiting, but halted again. What is your type? I found myself forced to ask.
Unattached.
Godna Grimfeathers told me bluntly. The answer brought a smile to my face. From a certain perspective, I suppose that having a mare friend was like a contract. God respected the contract, and couldn't respect some pony who didn't.
Come on!
Silverbell coaxed with big bright eyes, trying to pull me away from my conversation with Candy.
Come and dance with me!
I looked at the adorable filly being so earnest and adorable. How could I say no? I glanced up towards her mother, wondering how she managed. The wall-eyed ghoul was watching her daughter lovingly and gave me a sympathetic smile. Waving goodbye to Candy, who notably had been responsible for bringing the adult punch, I followed the little lavender unicorn out onto the dance floor. The party went late into the night. Exhausted from dancing, I found an empty table and plopped my tail down next to it, floating over a glass of adult punch. It had a peculiar and delicious berry flavor and shed just enough radiation to make my pit butt click. I'd made the mistake of asking about it. Mute fruit punch tasted better when I didn't know what it was. Zenith joined me.
The little one has fallen asleep,
She stated.
We have put her to bed upstairs in the mayor's room.
Better that than taking her home in the rain. Plus, it kept her and Ditzy-Doo close.
The guard griffin is watching her.
I wondered if Gilgamesh ever slept. From something I had overheard, I knew I wasn't the only pony in town to ask that. How are you doing? I asked.
I am not a mother,
Zenith said.
I can be a guard, a protector, but not more. I envy them.
Maybe you can't be a mother, I said as I recalled how Zenith stayed to help the zebras of Glyphmark learn the arts of stealth, how she instructed them in making dash. But you can be more than just a guard. You can be a teacher. Zenith didn't know what to say to that. So she drank her mute fruit punch, and I drank mine. At the table nearby, a familiar trio of younger ponies were spending the party discussing what they should name their group. The olive pony was suggesting the Wasteland Rangers. No, the amber mare said. That would sound like we were trying to copy the Applejacks Rangers. We need something more original. I know, the olive-coated buck said, raising a hoof. How about the Ouroboros? The what now? The amber mare asked, confused. It's a snake eating its own tail, the buck explained. Ew, why would we want to call ourselves that? No, the buck clarified. It's an old symbol about renewal, and we're trying to help Equestria renew itself, right? You sure about that? The khaki-coated buck asked. No, the amber mare insisted, shaking her head. No snakes of any kind. There's nothing heroic about snakes. I thought she had a point. What kind of group of friends would name themselves after snakes? Leaning over, I offered, if you want something heroic, how about Crusaders? I watched the young hero's eyes light up. I happen to know the name has a pretty illustrious history. Not to mention they seem to come in threes. Oh yeah! The amber mare exclaimed. The Wasteland Crusaders! I was smiling as I turned back to my drink, the conversation at the other table having become more excited as the young heroes plotted how they were going to change Equestria. I still didn't know their names, although now I sorta did. Calamity joined me at my table, followed by Reggie, both smiling and chatting. Struck by a suspicion, I asked, You two have met before, haven't you?
Yep.
Calamity told me as the pale blue unicorn mare trotted by, offering cake and muffins. I took a plate of cake and nibbled at it. Yup, muffin-flavored.
Calamity here built my guns,
Reggie smirked proudly.
Yep. Met her a couple years ago. She and her brother were flying protecting for caravans between New Appaloosa and the Republic.
Calamity said again, then assured me with a grin.
Didn't know she was related to your feathered fantasy, though.
I moaned, my ears flattening and my cheeks turning red, as Reggie didn't hold back her snickering. I was never going to hear the end of this, was I?
You're worse than Velvet.
I immediately regretted the reference, seeing the pain it brought. It was contagious. I found myself thinking of Velvet Remedy, and of Steel Hooves, and how much I wished they were here, able to enjoy this party with us. Without them, the party seemed... Reggie yanked our thoughts away from friends no longer with us by pulling out one of her pistols and setting it on the table. I'd never seen a design quite like it before.
Calamity here took .223 rifles, cut 'em down, and modified 'em into the most boss pair of pistols in the Equestrian wasteland.
I gave an appreciative whistle, wondering how they stacked up against Little Macintosh.
I'm hoping Calamity here can fix me up with some more quick loaders,
Reggie added, pulling out a cigarette only for Calamity to hoof-waver to put it away.
Lost a few when the Enclave attacked Shattered Hoof.
What happened? I asked, remembering DJ Pone 3's mention of the attack on the radio.
Lame-ass party if you can't even smoke,
Reggie grumbled, then shrugged.
They attacked. We fought back. We kicked their metal tails to the moon. What's to know?
Seeing we weren't satisfied, she sighed.
Fine. Apparently, some pony high up in the Enclave has got some brains,
she admitted.
Cottoned onto the idea of sending their soldiers on strikes against the raiders first. Set the right first impression, paint the right picture of what the wasteland is all about, and those bucks and mares won't hesitate when they tell them to wipe a town.
Not like previous encampments, the attacking Pegasus had said. There are foals here, families. Calamity was staring despondently at his cake.
Makes sense. Yeah,
Reggie claimed.
And at the rate they're gonna wipe the wasteland clean of raiders by the end of the month.
She grimaced.
Problem is, nobody told them that Shattered Hoof wasn't a raider stronghold anymore. Well, problem for them.
The young griffin grinned broadly.
They didn't send in any of those warbirds, but they sent in a whole flock of troops, at least 3 dozen, and we wrecked them. All that fancy armor and firepower ain't worth a shit in the sky if you don't have the experience to back 'em up.
I blinked. That was certainly a new take on the threat of the Enclave. But then, the Talons were professional mercenaries, heavily armed and with years of wasteland experience. Reggie pushed herself away from the table.
Anyway, scene's getting stale, and I promised Cage I'd bring him some cake, so I'm bailing.
The griffin had walked about 2 yards away from us when she spun around, moved back, and jabbed a sharp talon into our table.
Oh, and just so you know, wherever you're going next, Cage and I are going with you.
What?
No argument. I don't know what you are all up to now, but all of Equestria tends to benefit from your victories.
Reggie looked us over, dropping her voice.
Mom ain't never going to admit it, but she's damn thankful for what you did out at Splendid Valley. The goddess? Her plans for griffins weren't exactly pretty.
No unity for griffins.
Once all the ponies were her children, anything that could challenge them was on the chopping block. Half the reason Red Eye's got so many of our kind working for him. Why some of us like Stern are so loyal to him.
Zenith was drinking punch from a bowl cup, which clattered to the floor.
Is because they knew he was plotting against the goddess.
Calamity, Zenith, and I looked at each other. Reggie continued.
Way my bro and I see it, you're the best hope this wasteland's got going for it. And you're 2 soldiers down, including your heavy gunner, just as things are getting their most dangerous. You need us.
This was surprising, to say the least. And not how Talons operated. Or at least not how God did.
But we haven't hired you.
The thought was immediately followed by,
what does your mother think?
Y'all might change your minds when you hear what we're heading into. Don't much care,
Reggie insisted.
We're hiring ourselves to do this. Lest you lot think you can outrun us.
We will gladly take all the help we can get,
Zenith stated, then looked at me.
Am I not right, little one?
I looked at Calamity again. Maybe, just maybe, we'd be able to survive his plan after all. In the cold drizzle of dawn, I saw the 4 forms of Black Carapace armor rise up over the city gates and fly into town. For a moment, I felt panic and rage. The Enclave was attacking again. But that notion fled as I noticed the shimmer of caramel-colored magic surrounding the suits of Enclave armor and realized there were no ponies inside. The heavy gate rumbled open, and Crane entered New Appaloosa. He was not alone. Walking just behind him was a haggard-looking charcoal unicorn, streaks of scarlet and gold in her white mane. She was wearing Rarity's battle dress and yellow medical boxes for saddlebags. Velvet Remedy halted, eyes widening as she saw me. We stared at each other through the haze of rain between us, a muddy river of a street stretching between us. She flinched back as I broke into a gallop. There was pain between us, but the emotional hurting was eclipsed by the hope I felt seeing her again. She tried to backpedal, but I had her in a hug before she could escape.
You're here?
She asked meekly.
Of course you're here.
Goddesses, we've missed you,
I told her, not letting her go.
Please tell me you're back.
I came to help,
she said hesitantly.
I was visiting Steelhooves. I saw the explosion.
She got here late last night,
Crane told me.
Been helping tend to the Pegasi too wounded to fly back home.
Of course she was. Velvet Remedy didn't ask if they were the good guys and who were the bad guys. She stopped to help the first hurting pony she came across. Didn't matter who they were. I hope her kindness to the enemy left a lasting impression on them.
I've been collecting their armor,
Crane said, motioning upwards with his horn.
Reckon it's a fit gift for Ditzy-Doo. Help her pay what the town owes her.
I found myself loving Crane just a little bit right then.
She's the one who took him down after all.
Sensing an opportunity to change the subject, Velvet Remedy pointed a hoof at Crane.
This one's been claiming he's the best telekinetic in the wasteland,
she said indignantly.
Obviously, he hasn't met you.
Crane and I exchanged looks. He chuckled. I gave him a respectful little bow, which he returned.
Or I was wrong as usual,
Velvet sighed, watching us.
Crane was my teacher, I explained. Taught me how to unlock my telekinetic potential?
Goddesses, that sounded lame. I blamed it on reading too many Swordmare's comics. Too much being one. Zenith whispered, "Where did she come from?" into my ear.
You must say, and now the student has become the master.
I blinked, still processing Zenith's stealth appearance.
What? Why?
It is expected,
she whispered earnestly. I shook my mane.
By who?
The zebra didn't seem to have an answer. Crane walked on, floating the several dozen suits of scavenged armor towards absolutely everything. Zenith stepped back, seeming to fade into the weather. Silverbell was right. The zebra was kind of creepy. Velvet Remedy and I were alone in the rain.
Velvet.
Little Pip.
No,
Go
you go
ahead.
first.
We stopped trying to talk. The silence stretched awkwardly, scored by the metallic hiss of rain against railway cars.
Little Pip, the things I said.
Velvet began again.
They were so horrible.
I took a deep breath. Her words still felt fresh. The pain cut deep. But
you weren't wrong,
I told her.
And you tried to protect me. You were hurting so much and you still warned me away. Tried to get me to go,
I said, realizing it was true.
It's my fault. I wouldn't leave. A mare who keeps poking a hornet's nest deserves to get stung.
I wondered briefly if hornets still existed in Equestria. I had only seen them in books. Velvet Remedy shook her head, her striped mane flapping wetly.
No, they were cruel. And hypocritical.
She shrugged off her medical boxes. The yellow boxes with their pink butterflies sank into the brown water.
I'm not worthy to follow Fluttershy, or to be your friend.
I saw she was trembling. Fatigue and cold were certainly part of it. She must have galloped all the way from Fetlock. It was not a short journey. I put a hoof under her chin, looking into her eyes. It wasn't just the rain. She was crying.
But I want to, she continued. I let the wasteland poison me, I know that. And I was right. Most ponies don't deserve to be helped. But that's not the reason to do it.
I understood. I knew what it was like to have your faith in the goodness of ponies shaken. I felt it back in the pit. All those slaves I was trying to save, cheering for my death. But unlike Velvet, that had never been the primary foundation of my urge to help.
I know it's up to me. I want to be stronger than the wasteland. Not let it poison me anymore,
she faltered.
But I'm not sure how.
Homage was right.
But the Equestrian wasteland is hard on heroes. No, it's brutal to them. It beats them down, it tears them apart. Eventually, every hero falls. Inevitably, every hero fails. The true mark of a hero is not that they never fail, never fall down. No, you know a true hero by what they do after they fall. By the way they pick themselves back up again, shake themselves off, and throw themselves back into that good fight.
Velvet, Fluttershy would be proud of you, I started. I was unsure if I was saying the right thing, but it came from my heart. That had to count for something, right? She would want you by her side. It doesn't matter if you've stumbled. We've all done things we regret. You know I have. No pony is perfect. No pony is strong all the time. Do you think Applejack never lied? That Rarity was never greedy? Or that Pinkie Pie was never sad? Even Fluttershy had her gardens of Canterlot. I gave her a tender and hopefully uplifting smile. What matters is that you don't let your failures stop you. Velvet Remedy stared at me a long time, tears streaming down her eyes. There seemed to be a battle raging inside her.
Thank you. I don't deserve friends like you,
she said finally. Pulling her head away, she stared at the muddy water concealing her hooves. After a pregnant pause, she let out a trembling whinny.
It's my fault Steelhooves is dead.
What? She looked up.
I'm sorry, when you didn't come back, Steelhooves wanted to move. But I knew that clearing was where you would expect us to be. The others thought you were dead, but I refused to believe it.
Her voice was slowly rising, touching on hysteria.
I insisted that we stay close, believing that if you did survive the Balefire bomb, you were fighting to get to us, and we had to be there for you when you finally made it.
Trembling, she wailed,
I'm the reason it was so easy for the Hellhounds to find us. I made us keep camping so close to the same spot every day.
Velvet Remedy broke down, sobbing. I wrapped my hooves around her, holding her tight, understanding her pain, forgiving it, and thanking her for what she had done because of why she had done it. Please tell me you'll come with us again, I whispered finally. We love you. We need you. Being without you is like walking with an open wound. I hugged her tightly. We miss you so much.
Velvet
began. She pushed back, breaking out of the hug, and stood staring at me, only falling raindrops between us.
Little Pip.
Shwa-wham! A rust and orange streak plowed into Velvet Remedy, knocking her out of sight as she was driven into the mud with Calamity on top of her.
Velvet!
Calamity cheered, nuzzling the exceptionally muddy mare.
Good to see you, too,
she said weakly. Calamity stepped back, looking at his mud-covered love.
Oops,
he said, blushing.
Let me help you.
Before Velvet or I could say anything, Calamity had flown across the street, grabbing a rain barrel from in front of Railright Station. Splash! Calamity dumped the barrel over Velvet Remedy. Velvet sighed.
Well, at least I was already wet.
And she wasn't muddy anymore.
It's good to have you back,
Calamity told her, never questioning that she was. Velvet Remedy splashed a hoof timidly.
If you'll have me. Who's being a silly pony?
Calamity chided. Velvet looked up at him.
I want to be back. I want to help.
Her voice was shy of pleading. Calamity lowered his muzzle into the muddy water and pulled out her medical boxes, putting them back over her. I watched as she thanked him, and he teasingly threatened to kiss her with his muddy muzzle.
It is like things are finally going right again, is it not?
Zenith asked, having ninja'd up beside me. I nodded. The rain was beginning to stop. Suddenly, looking at Velvet Remedy and Calamity, I knew. The very last pieces fell into place. Kindness and loyalty. Was there ever any doubt? The heavy black thunderclouds had shifted to a lighter gray, but were still heavy with rain as the Sky Bandit approached the shattered ruins of Manhattan. Calamity was pulling the passenger wagon. Our 2 Griffin escorts flanked us.
Ever consider mounting a magical energy turret on top of that thing?
Reggie called up to Calamity, eyeing the Sky Bandit's rack where Steelhooves had stood in past battles. Calamity wasn't quick to answer. Like me, I think he felt that mounting a weapon would be too much like we were replacing Steelhooves. It was a silly and impractical response, the sort that Calamity had always dismissed in the past, being the first to scavenge stables and the corpses of Steel Rangers. But this was different. This was Steelhooves.
Yep,
He finally said.
I think Steelhooves would want it that way. Want us to protect ourselves.
He kept flying straight.
Just ain't had the time.
Cage flew close on the other side, talking to Velvet Remedy.
So, you follow the pony who all the medical supply boxes are made to look like? Yes.
Velvet Remedy stated, beginning to get her hooves back under her.
Her name is Fluttershy, and she was the best pony.
Cage considered that.
But you said she was the one who created the mega spells.
Velvet Remedy had been surprisingly forthcoming with that bit of information. A reaction, I suspected, to our attempts to keep it a secret.
Which caused the apocalypse?
Cage added.
So, you're a follower of the apocalypse?
Velvet Remedy needed only a heartbeat to answer.
If that is the name ponies want to use for anyone who aspires to the kindness of Fluttershy, then I will own that title, without reservation.
Suddenly, Calamity dipped low, flying just above the rubble of the city streets. Our Griffin's shadows took a moment to change direction, swooping in towards us as Calamity brought the Sky Bandit to a rapid halt, pulling us into the cover of a hollowed-out radio print store. "What's wrong?" I asked, leaping out of the passenger wagon as Calamity kicked the quick release on his harness.
Did you not see it?
Zenith asked, her exotic voice seeming incredulous. I didn't have to wait long to know what she meant. About 10 minutes later, as we crouched in the cover of a broken sales bench, the pale gray light from the clouds was blotted out by the massive form of a black, anvil-shaped enclave mobile fortress. 4 great thunderclouds spanned out from it, 2 on each side. The ruined Manhattan street was rendered in the stark black and white as massive bolts of lightning arced between them. Attached to each storm cloud was a raptor. On each raptor, one of the clouds holding it aloft had merged into one of the flying fortress's broiling thunderclouds. The undercarriage of the massive ship bristled with weapon turrets. I could make out several large doors capable of dropping war chariots or bombers or troops by the scores. What the hell? Couldn't we just once get a break? We got a sonic rad boom, the little pony in my head reminded me. What more do you want? Even Pyrolite let out a low whistle.
That's the glorious dawn,
Calamity said in soft awe as the huge ship passed over the Manhattan ruins. Noticing that we were all staring at him, Calamity coughed.
Thunderhead-class mobile siege platform,
he explained. You said the Enclave only had 4 of those, I pointed out, hoping I didn't sound accusatory.
Yep, and 2 of them are permanently assigned. One's at Navarro, and the other is the home of the High Council.
I did the math. Both Calamity and Pride had referred to an Enclave regiment as 4 Raptors and accompanying troops, the amount that could be carried and deployed by a Thunderhead. A full regiment had descended on Mary Pony just before the bomb went off, bringing a member of the High Council with them. Probably the regiment attached to the High Council's own personal Thunderhead. Hundreds of ponies, Commander Winter had said. I felt a little sick.
If they're committing Thunderheads to Operation Cauterize, that means they're getting ready for their big offensive,
Calamity warned.
They've lost too much too quickly. They need big victories fast, or their whole invasion falls apart, and a whole lot of Enclave leaders will be losing their positions in the next election. They can't play around with the little targets anymore. Explains why they haven't amassed another assault on New Appaloosa,
Cage reckoned.
or Shattered Hoof.
Where do you think they are headed?
Zenith asked as the shadow finally passed, allowing daylight, such as it was, back into the streets.
By the vector, I'd say they're aiming for Philadelphia,
Reggie suggested.
assuming they don't plan to park that thing over Timpani Tower.
Fuck! Damn it, damn it, damn it! Calamity!
I blurted anxiously.
Remember, I told you that we can make this all mean something. Make all the loss count. Make this the start of something better.
Calamity stared at me with an expression that told me he was still holding me to that promise. The others just stared.
Well, I've got a plan. I know how to do it.
I began. The Griffins looked anxious and doubtful. Zenith looked reserved, and Velvet Remedy's face bore on an expression of concern. But Calamity's eyes lit up with hope, a smile on his face. Then the smile faltered as he tentatively asked,
What about my plan?
Your plan comes first.
I reassured him. My friend looked immediately relieved.
But this new offensive throws a major wrench in mine. I need to know what the Enclave's timetable is.
Calamity nodded. He clopped his hoof against his forehead, thinking,
Okay, we haven't seen the Thunderheads before, so until now they must have been using someplace ground size as a communications center. Someplace to correlate data from all the scattered forces and relay commands.
I clopped my forehoofs together.
Brilliant! We'll hit the communications center and get a hold of their timeline.
Just what I was thinking.
Calamity pondered the matter a moment longer.
Have to be someplace pretty high up. I reckon that's what they were using Timpani Tower for before they got kicked out. They'd have a fallback position.
I remembered how far Blackwing's little broadcaster had been able to reach. The Talons had been trapped in the best possible place for broadcasting.
Horseshoe Tower.
I was sure of it.
You have a plan.
Velvet Remedy leaned out of the front window of the Sky Bandit, talking to Calamity.
You.
Calamity nickered as he guided the Sky Bandit in for a landing on the rooftop of Timpani Tower. I let out a heavy sigh as his hooves touched down.
I keep coming back,
I muttered to myself.
but homage is never here.
Now don't you say it like that.
Calamity shot back at Velvet as he checked his landing and detached himself from the passenger wagon.
You make it sound like doom on a stick.
And your plan is why we're here?
Velvet inquired.
Yep. Need your friend Lifebloom's help.
Calamity admitted freely. I could see Velvet Remedy cringe as she jumped to the obvious and sadly correct conclusion.
You're doing something with your memories, aren't you?
Calamity didn't even look sheepish as he nodded. Hell, he looked proud of the idea.
Yep.
You're not going to forget me, are you?
That struck him. Calamity stumbled a bit.
Oh, hell no.
He insisted.
Lil Pip says that Lifebloom can take memories without, taking them away.
He looked at me worriedly.
That's right, ain't it, Lil Pip?
Yes. Lifebloom can record memories as well as remove them.
Velvet Remedy looked slightly relieved, but not much.
And collecting your memories is going to help us defeat the fastest, deadliest hunters the Enclave has. How?
Here it comes. The first horseshoe.
No.
Calamity puffed up, flapping his wings.
We ain't gonna defeat the Wonderbolts, Velvet. We're going to save them.
The mottled brown gentle stallion who met us was not either of the unicorns I had been hoping to see, but he was familiar. He had been the one to inform me of the legal details surrounding Monterey Jack's execution, and he was a member of the Twilight Society.
A sonic rainboom.
He was saying as he floated his glasses in front of him, polishing them with a pocket cloth.
Or, more precisely, a toxic rainboom. I believe that is what Resistance Radio is calling it, is it not?
Resistance Radio? Oh. He raised an eyebrow as he slipped his glasses back onto his muzzle. Yes. That is what the local gentry have taken to calling DJ Pone 3's little broadcast interruptions. Resistance Radio. I liked it. Go homage.
So, the Twilight Society will help us?
I asked, not for the first time. Indeed, the Gentle Stallion lawyer asserted. You and your motley band have more than proven both your intentions and your capacity for success. We would be honored to lend our hooves to the fight. Wistfully, he added, a sonic rainboom in my lifetime. Calamity and I exchanged looks. Well, for now, what we need is Life Bloom. His expertise in memory magic, to be precise like. The mottled brown unicorn nodded, not even looking at Calamity. Absolutely, I will send for him right away. In the meantime, your usual suite is ready.
And, I added, there's something else I needed to discuss with you at your earliest convenience. A legal matter.
He turned, looking at me over the rim of his spectacles. Indeed. His earliest convenience turned out to be in less than an hour. I was a bit surprised at the Twilight Society's sudden eagerness to lend their aid. I was probably being paranoid, but when things started working out in our favor, it tended to make me nervous. Meanwhile, we gathered in the quarters provided and waited for Life Bloom.
Swanky.
Reggie whistled, looking over the fine sheets and marble floor tiles. She poked a talon at one of the posh pillows. Cage moved to check out the window, his eyes darting around like he was looking out for snipers.
No kidding. If we accessed to a place like this, I'd find it real hard to go back out into the wasteland and start mixing it up.
He drew the curtains closed and nodded to his sister, who had taken up a strategic spot near the door.
I don't think we're gonna get attacked here,
Calamity suggested. Our Griffin guards looked at each other as if Calamity was adorably naive.
Sparkling water?
Velvet Remedy offered to them, pulling from the complimentary stores in the bathroom. I winced, beginning to feel a little self-conscious. Velvet floated a chalice to each of them, then sipped from one of her own.
Well, hardly sparkling,
she said, looking at it critically.
but it will do.
This was Timpani Tower. When Velvet was here, she wanted to be pampered.
If Calamity's going to be a while having his brain molested, would you like to join me for a trip to the spa, little Pip? Yeah, you ponies have it hard,
Cage mocked, rolling his eyes. I pondered that as I stripped out of my armor, heading for the bath. After all the bad, a trip to the spa would be heaven. But right now, I just wanted to feel clean again. I'd forgotten what it felt like. As I dropped my reinforced barding to the floor, Velvet Remedy waved her horn at it, cleaning off the blood and grime. Maybe if we have time, but I wanted to make use of that time by sneaking into Horseshoe Tower. I had been right about the Enclave's choice. We had spotted the Enclave antenna array on the roof. The raptor circling overhead was kinda obvious, too. I looked over my companions, new and familiar. A stealth mission, in and out.
Yeah, 'cause your stealth missions have a history of working out like that.
Calamity snarked. Ignoring him, I continued. I'll take Zenith and one of the Griffins to fly us there, and, I admitted, to use cloud systems.
I'll go,
Cage offered.
All this fancy makes my feathers itch.
Velvet trotted up to Calamity.
So, this plan.
Calamity smiled, gazing into her eyes.
You want to turn the Wonderbolts, help them see they're on the wrong side, give them a chance to become heroes.
Yep, he said, his muzzle inches from hers.
You know, part of me says that's awesome.
She gave him a simpering look, leaning so close they had to be feeling each other's breathing.
You have never been sexier.
That's it! I jumped to my hooves, floating my armor to me. Time to go do the thing in the place! I was out the door, my armor floating behind me, Cage and Zenith trailing my gallop before they started kissing. I stepped up to the ragged edge, where sometime in the last 200 years, the ceiling 2 floors above had given way, crashing down into the floor beneath, which collapsed, smashing through the floor beneath it. Rings of half-rooms honeycombed the internal abscess. Motes of dust floated lazily in the gaping, empty space. It was just as I remembered it. As I looked down into the pit of rubble, the little pony in my head reminded me that somewhere down there was Pinkie Pie's last party, lost forever in an orb. Getting this far had been... damn. Why was my mind searching for a metaphor for easy that involved muffins?
Ditzy Do is rubbing off on me. No, not in an icky, flesh-rotting way. After a moment's internal debate, I went with easy. Zenith had her zebra stealth cloak, and I'd been using my MG stealth buck too. Cage was admittedly not as stealthy, but the two of us had been scouting ahead. When things were clear, Zenith would toss back the hood of her cloak and let him know it was safe to move forward. Despite being an adolescent, Cage never appeared bored. He had the sort of level head to not be looking for a fight. Besides his razor-sharp claws, the griffin was armed with hellhound claw knives and wing blades. The first griffin I had seen, the one who helped attack the train, had been armed with those. I'd seen them slice the head off a pony. But I worried that they would be ineffective against Pegasi in magically powered armor. Multicolored light sprayed across the void, striking parts of the broken ceiling as well as a desk that had been hanging precariously over the drop. The desk melted into goo as it dripped down into the rubble below. Okay, that was new. Diving for cover, I kicked up my eyes forward sparkle. We were in almost the same spot that 3 alicorns had stood the last time I was here. And across from us, almost in the same place I had been, an Enclave trooper was firing across at us with a multi-gem heavy infantry battle saddle. I pulled out little Macintosh, locking onto the attacking pony with sats, but had to dive away as the spray of his weapon melted my cover. 2 more Pegasi launched themselves across the gap from another floor. The trooper was laying suppressive fire while they flanked us. The first Enclave guard came up behind us through an office to our right. Cage moved to block his path, sweeping at the armored pony with his wing blades. The attack proved my fears both valid and unnecessary. The wing blades had sparked harmlessly off the Pegasus armor just before Cage sent his hellhound claw knives plunging into the pony's throat. Even as the first guard fell, several beams of light struck Cage in the back. His Talon armor took the brunt of it, but one shot seared his right wing. The young griffin collapsed with a grunt, his eyes closed tight against tears. The second guard had landed on the floor above us. I heard the clank, clank, clank as she dropped grenades down a fissure in our ceiling. I had plenty of experience dealing with grenades. Back up they went. Maybe not my brightest idea, I realized, as the explosion not only killed the Pegasus above us, but sent the ceiling crashing down on our heads. My magic imploded as the room fell above me. Something heavy and searingly hot shoved me to the floor. Pain sprouted from my hind legs. I was pinned underneath jagged floorboards and the melted remains of a filing cabinet. Cage had taken cover in the doorway. I had lost track of Zenith. Fortunately, I was still invisible as the trooper across from us started filling our room with magical energy. The debris was a blade of cover at best. I whipped my head around, desperately looking for where little Macintosh had fallen. The spray of rainbow light stopped as the trooper reloaded. My revolver dropped to the floor next to me, a gift from an invisible zebra. I magically snatched it up and locked my targeting spell onto the Pegasus again. Blam, 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 blam!
Section 12 clear!
The Pegasus barked through my earbloom.
Cauterizing in 10 minutes!
With the Thunderheads in play, this place had become redundant. The Enclave had already been clearing out when we arrived. The raptor above hadn't been here for protection. We had 7 minutes before the raptor opened fire, eradicating Horseshoe Tower.
Section 13 clear,
Another voice replied. My stealth buck was drained, but we were almost at the end. The last room before the roof was a 2-level executive bar and lounge. That was where they had their equipment set up. The good news was that our infiltration sped up their evacuation. They were no longer trying to pull out all their equipment, just their personnel. They would let the Raptor's massive guns take care of the rest.
Section 14 clear, the first voice responded. Cauterizing in 9 minutes.
The bad news was that the room would be a killing zone. All the soldiers left in the building were either on the roof or inside that lounge. I made sure little Macintosh was loaded with armor-piercing bullets. Calamity had bought up all the ammo for little Macintosh that Ditzy Do had, but already I was almost out of armor-piercing rounds again. Part of me hated the Enclave for using magical energy weapons. Their ammo crates never had anything I could use. I nodded to my 2 companions.
here we go.
I telekinetically threw the doors open, my targeting spell locking on each soldier as I saw them. An Enclave mainframe dominated the room. Cables snaked off of it.
crawling into the backsides of cloud interface terminals that sat glowing on surrounding cocktail tables. The room was cold. A row of windows lined the right wall opposite the bar on the left. A couple were still intact, but most had been boarded up. Poorly. Enclave infantry were standing guard, both on this floor and along the balcony above. Gray-clad officers and technician ponies in yellow dresses darted about, rarely landing. Most were headed for the stairs. 2 Enclave soldiers stood ready just inside the door. They were the first to react. I was faster. Blam, blam! The first went down. Blam, blam! The third shot killed the other door guard, the fourth bullet burying itself into a corpse. 2 shots to the head of each opponent. 2, in case one missed or just failed to kill. 2 shots and move on to the next. Leave any pony still standing for Cage and Zenith. Whoosh! One of the Enclave infantry on the balcony fired a missile at us. I dove for cover behind the bar. Cage flopped over the bar next to me, half jumping, half propelled by the explosion. Zenith goopy-hooved, charged across the ceiling. The explosion had blown her hood back, and she was bleeding from small shrapnel wounds. Several Enclave soldiers opened fire, blasting apart the ceiling with a prismatic light show. Ancient crystal chandeliers came crashing to the floor with an almost melodic tinkling. Zenith managed to dodge them all, leaping from the ceiling to the balcony railing. Her forehooves planted on the railing as she spun, driving bucking hooves into the throat of the infantry pony as he reloaded and tried to aim. I could hear his armor crush into his windpipe. The infantry Pegasus pulled the trigger as he collapsed, the missile firing wild, striking the faded painting of a mare in a sultry position which hung above the far side of the lounge. The explosion blew out what was left of the windows. A damp, early evening wind blew from outside, clearing the smoke. Blam, blam, reload. My targeting spell dropped only for me to bring it back up immediately, squeezing just a little more out of it. Another pony with a multi-gem weapon sent a rainbow of light spraying over the bar and tearing into the liquor bottles racked behind us. Most of the bottles were empty, but the racks behind us hissed and exploded as the magical light passed through several still full ones, boiling the liquid inside. I let out a scream as I was bathed in alcoholic steam. Cage yelled, leaping the bar and trying to charge the attacker before he could reload, his injured wing keeping him from flying. I tried to give him cover, targeting another infantry Pegasus who was aiming for Cage with the twin magical energy rifles of his armor. Blam, blam! One of those shots missed. The other struck home, but failed to penetrate enough to kill the enemy. The Enclave soldier Cage was charging was just a little too fast. She had finished reloading and opened fire point blank into the Griffin's chest. It didn't save her. Cage's blade slashed deeply through her chest, cutting her heart, even as his talon armor dissolved. The Griffin fell back, smoke rising from a gaping wound in his breast. I stared in horror as the light went out of his eyes. No, damn it, no! With a loud crack, a black armored body toppled over the balcony, bucked through the railing by Zenith. I looked up for her, but she was invisible again. Cauterizing in 8 minutes. The Pegasus I had wounded had taken refuge behind the mainframe. I could see his shadow as he downed a healing potion. At the same time, another soldier flew across the room, landing behind one of the columns that supported the balcony along the near wall. A third knocked over a table and hid behind it, shoving it forward through the room, trying to get closer to me. She yelped as the table caught on one of the cables and flipped, exposing her. Blam, blam! The battle raged on. The last Pegasus, a gray stallion with a flowing black mane and tail, held up a hoof in surrender. He was neither a technician nor a soldier. He wore a light gray officer's uniform that went smartly with his coat. The only officer to stay behind, making sure the other officers and the technician ponies got out safely while the Enclave troops tried to kill us. Did kill one of us, I thought heavily. I led God's son to his death. I didn't know how I was going to break the news to his sister. I'd never be able to face Godna again. But right now, I didn't blame myself. I blamed the Enclave. Give me one reason not to shoot you, I growled. Make it good, because I really want to.
Way I see it,
the Pegasus said, smiling annoyingly.
Y'all can kill me or y'all can win.
Evac complete, moving off, the voice in my earbloom claimed. Cauterizing in 5 minutes.
What do you mean? I asked, leveling little Macintosh in the Enclave officer's face. I floated both of Cage's blades near his neck. I had my targeting spell locked on for good measure. Sir, we still have one officer inside, another Pegasus said over the military channel.
Cauterizing in 5 minutes,
was the cold response.
Well, I reckon y'all didn't come all this way just 'cause you like being shot at,
the officer reasoned.
I'm guessing what you came for is in that mainframe. But now you only got about 4 minutes left to get your tails out of this building, and you're down the only person you had who could have accessed it.
Fuck! Celestia's fiery hemorrhoids of solar-flaring death! Cage died for nothing!
So I'll make you a deal,
the officer said.
Y'all let me go, and I'll download what you need in that pip-buck what the fuck you got there.
And why would you betray the Enclave?
Zenith asked.
Why would you help us?
Well, 2 reasons,
the Pegasus said, still smiling but with an earnest tone in his voice.
1, 'cause you folk are Calamity's friends. I love my little brother, and I ain't happy to see his name on a kill list. 2, 'cause I reckon without any flyers with you, chances are 3 minutes won't be enough for you to get out anyway.
I would have stopped to think about that, to process what he said, but the voice in my earbloom announced,
Cauterizing in 4 minutes.
Okay, I agreed, motioning for the Pegasus to get to work. I chose to believe him. Not because of what he said about Calamity, but because he hadn't lied about how much time we had. You're Windshear, right? I asked as the stallion moved to the nearest terminal. Calamity had said his older brother was a master of communications technologies. You are the chief communications officer here, I guessed.
Yep to both,
he said, and he worked. I caught the password, restricted.
Now what exactly did y'all want? 'Cause I could give y'all everything, but that would take longer than you got.
I need to know what the Enclave is doing next and when, I answered, the gears in my head spinning. What's the chance that 2 of Calamity's brothers would be down here? I pondered as he started the download.
Cauterizing in 3 minutes.
We were cutting it insanely close.
I'd say 100%,
Windshear said with a smile, backing away from the terminal.
They put Autumn Leaf in charge of Operation Cauterize, and he made sure both his other brothers were part of the show.
The Grey Pegasus chuckled.
Hell, that was the only way Pride was ever gonna see anything outside Navarro.
I groaned, hanging my head in pain. One of Calamity's brothers was commanding this entire damn massacre.
I'll be going now,
Windshear said.
But you pass my love on to Calamity, won't you?
Your love?
Zenith asked.
Did you not all treat him horribly?
Windshear shrugged.
We were kids.
Zenith stomped.
Not an excuse.
Look, Pride did it 'cause he was a bastard. And worse, an incompetent bastard. Unlike Calamity, he was nothing but a disappointment to Dad. He did it 'cause Autumn Leaf did it, and he hoped copying Autumn Leaf would get him some respect from us.
Windshear added.
It didn't.
The voice in my earbloom spoke again.
Cauterizing in 2 minutes. As for Autumn Leaf and myself, we remembered what Dad was like before Mom died,
he said, only half apologetically.
He was better for that, not always the drill sergeant. We'd lost our mom, we'd lost the best part of our dad, and we were hurting, and Calamity was there.
Windshear shrugged again, then flew off towards one of the open windows. The download completed. I turned to Zenith, wrapping her first with my magic, then myself. I galloped for the window. Cauterizing in 1 minute. My earbloom informed me as I leapt out of the shattered window into the cold open air. The raptor had backed off far enough that I doubted they could see us. The barrels of their huge magical energy cannons were glowing like miniature suns as they charged up to fire. The sky split, the air tearing apart as multiple beams of orange-white plasma tore into Horseshoe Tower. Every remaining window exploded outward, shards of glass followed by gouts of flame. I turned away from the sight, focusing completely on moving us away from the doomed skyscraper. Sweat was already pouring down my forehead. I was going to see just how far I could fly after all. When we arrived back at Timpani Tower, it was by way of the Celestia line, and Zenith was carrying me on her back. I was feeling rather proud of myself. I'd gotten us a little over a mile before strain and exhaustion forced me to put us down in one of the 4 star stations.
proud, and oh so very, very tired. I was ready to take Velvet Remedy up on that trip to the spa now. Only it was very late, the spa would be closed, and I had to face Regina Grimfeathers. I pored over the data Windshear had given us. The stallion had been true to his word. We got what I had asked for and no more. The Enclave was focusing now on what it considered the two biggest threats. First and foremost was Red Eye. They had tracked him to the cathedral. They had a regiment patrolling the borders of the Everfree Forest, trying to make sure he didn't escape. In 2 days' time, the Overcast, Colonel Autumnleaf's command Thunderhead, was going to move in with a second full regiment and wipe the cathedral off the face of Equestria. The Glorious Dawn was being dispatched to a rendezvous with the bulk of the Enclave's forces, amassing for an attack on Philadelphia. And by attack, they meant cleansing. Slavers, slaves, rangers, scavengers, they were going to kill them all and reduce the factories that Red Eye had built to rubble for good measure. And they could. I'd just seen them turn Horseshoe Tower into a mound of rubble and slag. I couldn't let that happen. My blood ran cold as I saw the Enclave's second target, Homage. Somehow my mare friend had rated as the second biggest threat to the Enclave. Attached to that assessment was a video file. I was trembling as I pulled it open, but I don't know if it was from fear or rage. The video was from the security camera of a raptor. I watched as Homage brought down the shattered Hoof Ridge Tower. The explosion from the Star Blaster had disintegrated everything it touched. It had even eaten the tower's base. They didn't know she could only do that once. They only knew that she did it. And that made her even more terrifying than Ditzy do. Almost as much as Red Eye and all his armies. I realized that, strangely, I wasn't frightened or mad anymore. I was proud. Proud of my wonderful, dangerous Homage. And they had no idea what to do about it. Sending more forces after her risked, in their minds, further retaliation. And that could mean the destruction of another tower, maybe more. So instead, they were sitting on their hooves. Well, not exactly. They had given lethal sanction to the one group they thought could actually hunt down and kill Homage without her being able to strike back. The Wonderbolts. Calamity had been right. The Wonderbolts had been drawn into meetings. But those were due to end in about 6 hours. After that, our hunters had been given 32 hours to complete their current assignment. Then they were ordered to focus their efforts on murdering my mare friend. 32 hours. I prayed they would do what I so desperately wanted to. Sleep. After over 20 hours of meetings, what pony wouldn't want to catch some sleep? Making sure they were fresh and revived before they went hunting other ponies down and killing them? Zenith nudged open the door to our suite and deposited me on the floor with an undignified thump. I yelped as I landed on my scalded back. Calamity trotted over, looking down at me.
How'd it go?
I was surprised that he was still in the room. Or was it back in the room? Lifebloom walked up next to him as Velvet gave the gasp we were all expecting and dashed to tend to our wounds, starting with the bloody zebra.
Windshear sends his love,
I answered. I winced as a female voice called out from the corner,
Where's Cage?
Regina Grimfeathers stared down at her twin brother's knives, then carefully slid them into her belt.
Thank you for bringing these back.
Regina, I'm so sorry.
There is no body,
Zenith informed her.
The Enclave.
Shut it about the bloody Enclave, the Griffin roared. The room was shocked quiet. Calamity finally broke the silence.
What now?
Regina Grimfeathers scowled at him.
What do you mean, what now?
She asked gruffly.
The job ain't over yet, is it?
You're staying. Velvet gaped.
Grimfeathers don't turn and run when it gets nasty,
she spat. The young Griffin woman laid down. Her eyes were moist, but she had yet to shed a tear. Almost under her breath, she added,
And I'm sure as Elle ain't going back to tell God I quit the job that killed Cage.
Velvet floated a healing potion to me as she magically stripped off my armor and began inspecting me for wounds. It was as if she had never left.
So,
Reggie said finally,
what now?
Lifebloom spoke up.
Now I gather together what I need for a trip.
Say what now?
The unicorn with the red scarlet mane looked at us.
Storing a copy of so many of Calamity's memories was actually the easy part. But the other request,
He turned to Calamity.
I'm sorry, but the Twilight Society simply doesn't have 5 recollectors to give you.
I had been afraid of that. Calamity's plan was to divide up the Wonderbolts, incapacitate them through Zenith's paralyzing hoof and Velvet's anesthetic magic, and slap recollectors on them, feeding them his memories. Memories of how and why he left the Enclave. Memories of the good ponies down here. Of his time with me and the good things we had done. And to trust in the better nature of ponies. The problem was, it takes as long to experience the memories in a black opal as it took for the person to live them. And Calamity wanted to feed several days' worth of memories into the Wonderbolts. Keeping them safe and hydrated was a big enough concern. But if we didn't have enough recollectors to trap them all at the same time...
Fortunately, I have a better way,
Lifebloom claimed.
There's a memory spell, one created by Twilight Sparkle herself, which will allow me to cram all those memories into their heads in minutes. It won't be pleasant.
The White Unicorn shook his head.
But it will work.
No offense, but have you ever been outside a Timpani Tower before? Calamity asked. It's rough out there.
Lifebloom tossed his mane.
Yes, I am a little familiar with the outdoors.
This was a much bigger commitment for the Twilight Society than just some recollectors. Are you sure? The last person who went on a mission with me didn't come back. Regina shot a dark glower at No Pony in particular.
You called on us to help, and you were right.
Lifebloom gazed at me.
This is us helping.
Reggie stood up.
Okay, then. What are we waiting for?
Well, Velvet Remedy said softly, some of us need sleep. She did her best not to glance my way. I hadn't moved from where Zenith had dropped me. Not long, though, I insisted, still not moving. Floor was good. Just give me a pillow. We need to be moving before the Wonderbolts are. Reggie looked at the ponies and Zebra around her. Firelight gave her a tired little hoot, even though she had spent most of the trip napping against Velvet Remedy's flank.
Fine,
she groused. My eyelids were getting heavy, but I forced them to stay open. There was one more horseshoe hanging above us waiting to drop.
So,
Lifebloom asked,
where are we headed? We will need a place where the Wonderbolts won't be able to totally own us with their aerial superiority,
Reggie pointed out. Velvet flicked back her styled mane. She'd obviously been to the spa while I was out. She looked perfect.
Well, Manhattan had to have more stables than just number 29. Do you know of any that are vacant and just laying around?
No stables,
Calamity interjected.
Those things are death traps in case y'all ain't noticed. And even if the stable itself don't try to kill us, all the Wonderbolt would have to do is close a door and collapse the tunnel. Or do what little Pip did with stable 24 and divert a river into it.
Velvet Remedy cringed, looking at me in surprise.
They don't even need a river,
Reggie added.
These are Pegasi. They're really good at making it rain.
She shook her head, looking at my Pegasus friend.
Best rule out underground entirely.
And here it drops, I thought.
So we need some place that the Wonderbolts can't use their aerial skills against us,
Lifebloom said slowly.
And where we can split them up, but that's outside.
Yep,
Calamity said with conviction.
And I got the perfect place.
Whee! Look at it fall!
Everfree Forest.
The first golden rays of dawn were pouring across the horizon as the Sky Bandit leveled out, flying towards Hope.
Remind me why you let Calamity make the plans,
Zenith said. She had taken off her zebra stealth cloak and given it to Lifebloom. The buck would definitely have more need of it, and we couldn't risk the Wonderbolts taking out the one pony who could cast the memory spell. Or risk the forest taking him out. Or the fire. Or any of Red Eye's troops who were controlling the fires. Or the Enclave patrols. The consensus was that we were indeed all going to die. But at least it would be an exciting death.
Well, I'm proud of him,
Velvet proclaimed.
If we are going into the Everfree Forest,
Zenith said, pulling an ancient and tattered book from her saddlebags,
then there is something I must tell you.
I looked at the book. The cover was very old leather, warped and cracked. On the front was a large zebra glyph and several smaller ones beneath. The last time I had seen glyphs like that, I was trying to read the black book. Where did you get this?
I asked, both cautious and curious.
From Zephyr,
Our zebra friend said.
once this belonged to my grandparents. They rescued it from the hut of Zikora deep in the Everfree Forest.
Zenith opened the book, pointing at strange glyphs.
You wonder what has caused the Everfree Forest to grow so strange and dangerous, do you not?
I nodded, remembering Calamity's assertion. The Everfree Forest had never been hit. There was no radiation, no taint. That's why Red-Eye sought to turn it into farmland.
Through this book, I have come to learn the reason,
Zenith said cryptically.
and it is not a new one, but a very old one.
And you're just telling us this now?
I received the book while you were playing in the Canterlot Ruins, and it took me some time to read it.
Time, I suspected, that babysitting Silverbell had given her.
And it was not easy to read. There were things I did not wish to understand.
We all listened intently. Even Calamity's ears were swiveled so he could catch the conversation as best he could. Something flashed in the distance ahead. On the horizon was the Everfree Forest, still green, still pouring smoke.
I believe we may have been wrong about Princess Luna and Nightmare Moon,
Zenith admitted, looking down at the book. The zebra was unwilling to meet the gaze of any of the ponies around her.
They were not one and the same.
Velvet cocked her head quizzically. Firelight let out a questioning coo.
Before the war, long before the wasteland, over 1,000 years ago, a star fell to our world, and it fell in the Everfree Forest, close to where the princesses lived.
I knew this story. It had been told to me by Midnight Shower.
The fallen star's influence warped and twisted everything around it,
Zenith claimed.
According to Zikora's writings, even a little exposure was enough to help Luna's inner darkness to take hold and manifest. Only the power of the elements of harmony were able to nullify what it had done to her.
The zebra finally looked up.
Forgive me for speaking what may seem ill of your goddess, but Celestia was never as strong as her sister. When things hurt too much, she would run away.
I glared at Zenith. This had better be going somewhere. I wasn't happy with this sudden and unflattering analysis of the goddess Celestia.
She stepped down from the throne in the middle of a war,
Zenith reminded us.
and this was not the first time Celestia abandoned something. When forced to banish her little sister to the moon, she fled their castle, leaving their home behind to rot in the Everfree Forest.
Okay, I could see that. And really, who could blame her? The memories that castle must have held. It would be too painful for any pony.
And she left the elements of harmony behind in the castle,
Zenith said.
just laying there.
Zenith stared down at the book, seeming to read from the glyphs.
The elements of harmony, the most powerful of all known magics, were left on their pedestal, save one which was hidden, waiting for the spark to reveal it. And in the centuries that passed, the castle crumbled and fell. Moss and vines grew up around the pedestal of the elements, and they were forgotten, faded into legends and old mares' tales.
What in tarnation does all that have to do with the Everfree Forest being all crazy? Calamity called back impatiently. Place didn't get so bad until after the war. Zenith shook her head.
No, Winged One. It was getting bad before then. The badness just took time to grow. And what caused the badness to grow?
Velvet Remedy asked.
What caused it to get so much worse, if not the war?
It sounded like she was buying this. To me, it was all insane zebra logic.
From reading this book,
Zenith said,
I have come to believe that the infection of the stars was being held at bay for 1,000 years. Even during that time, the forest was bad, but it was not as bad as it could be because something in the heart of the forest was hindering it. The elements of harmony, even abandoned and dormant, were holding back the bad. And then they were removed.
Again, my eyes caught something glinting in the early rays of dawn. It was ahead of us, out near Everfree Forest. What is that?
That?
Calamity repeated.
The glow, you mean?
I nodded. Then, realizing he couldn't see me, called out a yes.
That there's the Hope Solar Array.
Only time of day when those dishes pick up enough sunlight to shine is the crack of dawn. He chuckled. We'll be passing right over it before we head into Everfree. Y'all can get a good look.
I nodded again, this time to myself. I was thinking about something Calamity had said about the Enclave. Okay, everyone, listen up. We're planning to try to separate the Wonderbolts, but there's a good chance we could get split up ourselves. We need a fallback position.
You thinking about the array? Calamity asked. It's close, but it's still quite a few miles from the forest edge. Long way to go out in the open, especially if you're wounded.
Drat. Think. Okay, backup idea. I've got it. There's a farm right at the edge of the Everfree Forest. It supposedly got landmines or ghosts or something, so be careful. Possibly a bad idea, but at least it was a landmark. Go near, not in. It was either that or Fluttershy's cottage, and I really didn't want to take Velvet Remedy back there. The others quickly agreed. We continued to fly, making small talk as the Everfree Forest drew ominously closer. I'd stopped staring out the window. I didn't really want to see the distance between us and the forest being eaten away. Looking in my companion's eyes, I could see everyone was feeling the same thing I was. A sense of wrongness and inexplicable dread, like our skin was too tight. I started feeling it the minute I started to smell the smoke. This was a bad plan. But the Wonderbolts were on a clock now. They had to come get us, and my pip leg was drawing them right to me. With any luck, we shouldn't have to camp out in the forest for more than a few hours. I watched Life bloom. He looked out of place amongst us, yet our whole plan rested on his memory spell. Something clicked in my head. I smacked my forehead with a hoof. Let me guess, I said, catching the white unicorn's attention. You watched my memory orbs first, then memory spelled them into the other ponies in the Twilight Society, didn't you? And here I'd been so smug thinking I would be able to keep them effectively incapacitated for days. Life Bloom gave me a pompous smile.
Oh, absolutely.
Then he frowned.
Except for that last one.
Memory Orb 8.
I was quite convincing that it held nothing any of them would want to see.
I started to thank him, but he added,
And I swiftly gouged it from my own memory to mitigate the trauma.
Velvet Remedy snickered. I didn't know whether to be relieved or offended.
Oh!
Reggie perked up, flying closer.
And why is that?
It was the first thing she'd said all morning. Yay for it being about my sex life.
None of your business.
Life Bloom replied sharply. The unicorn buck moved across the passenger wagon and sat next to me. In a soft whisper, he confessed.
I meant no offense. Homage and I have been friends for a long time, and that's not the way I want to think of her. Attention passengers,
Calamity called back.
If y'all look out your windows, you can see the Hope Solar Array on your right. And if you look out the front, you can get a real good look at the Everfree Forest. We'll be descending to 20 yards above tree level for the next part of our trip.
I jumped up, shifting to the window. Below and to the right, half a dozen concrete towers rose out of the ground, 5 of them topped by giant bowls tiled inside, with battered and weathered mirrors. A strange fixture rose up in the center of each dish, making them seem a little like flowers, and the array like a giant artificial garden. One of the dishes had broken off of its tower and toppled face down on the ground next to it, a large crack running up from where it first struck the ground. I fluttered out my binoculars for a closer look. A wasteland merchant had set up home and shop beneath the overturned dish.
I suggest covering your muzzles. Air quality is likely to go downhill pretty dang quick.
The air grew thick, acrid, and hazy. Velvet Remedy passed me a scarf to wrap around my muzzle for protection. She had been thoughtful enough to purchase enough for everyone. The one she gave Zenith was striped with red and gold and simply looked ridiculous. We almost made it to the tree line when we heard the cracks of thunder behind us. Turning around, I saw 5 columns of black smoke, crackling with lightning, shooting up out of the Hope Solar Array. The Wonderbolts. Calamity yelled and began to flap his wings as hard as he could, pouring on the speed.
I enveloped the Sky Bandit in my magic.
Lightning his load as much as possible.
They are bad hunters,
Zenith complained.
They have no stealth. It is as if they want to be seen. They do,
Reggie called, catching back up.
If they wanted,
They could have attacked us the moment we flew over that place. Or before.
They're enjoying the chase, I suggested dourly.
Or they're driving us into the Everfree Forest on purpose.
Reggie called back. The haunted farm with all of its exploded bits of dirt was passing below us now. Only they didn't look like the disruptions caused by detonated landmines to me. They looked like the work of hellhounds. I ran to the back window, staring down at the farm as we passed over. In the yard, partially hidden under a tarp, was an Enclave antenna array. It looked just like the one on the rooftop of Old Olney. Oh, fuck. I looked back up. The streaks of electrified black smoke had taken a sharp turn and were headed straight for us, catching up fast. Trees rushed beneath us, obscuring the farm. We were over the forest now. Heat rippled up at us, the world becoming an oven. We were in Everfree. The unnatural sense of dread grew. It was like bugs walking along my bones. The miles between us and the Wonderbolts closed rapidly as more of the forest shot past beneath us. I could see the orange of flames burning across the ground between the trees and along the shores of a river turned gray with ash. What the hell? Something was seriously wrong with this picture. Calamity gave a shout as a cliffside suddenly rose up in front of us. He turned sharply upward, the passenger wagon tilting steeply. He tumbled towards the back, falling towards the glassless back window and the forest below. Zenith splayed out her hooves, catching the edges of the rear window, as Lifebloom and I toppled against her. The jolt of panic caused my magic to implode. The sudden weight almost pulled Calamity out of the sky. Blam! One of the Wonderbolts fired a shot. A single shot from what sounded like an anti-machine rifle. A hole opened up in the roof of the Sky Bandit, a matching one in the floor. I heard a strange pop. Calamity heard it too. With a scream of panic, he pulled us over the edge of the cliff, grassy ground appearing closely beneath us, before kicking the quick release on his harness with a shout of, "Abandon wagon!" Zenith pulled her legs in and dropped out the back window, followed by Lifebloom and myself. Firelight shot out a side window as Velvet Remedy hurled herself out the door. Zenith hit the grass rolling. I slammed into the forest floor with a graceless thud, small rocks and stiff plants lashing abrasions across my legs and under my chin as I skidded to a halt. If we hadn't been going mostly upward... Velvet Remedy hadn't even hit the ground when the Sky Bandit exploded in a pyrotechnic eruption of wild magic. I stumbled to my hooves, looking around for my friends. My mouth tasted like wet copper. My legs spasmed. I had bruised all along my stomach and left side, making it hard to breathe. The world canted, throwing me off balance. I fell back to the ground again. Scattered around us were burning hunks of twisted metal, the remains of the Sky Bandit. Seeing them drove a pang through my heart, like we had lost a dear pet or treasured heirloom. Zenith had landed nearby. She had lost her scarf, but looked otherwise none the worse for having fallen out of a passenger wagon just before the flying bomb lived up to its moniker. The zebra was on her hooves and looking much more steady than I thought I would ever be again. Zenith strode over and helped pull me back to my hooves. A moment later, Calamity swooped overhead. "Where are the others?" I called up to him.
"Clearing just ahead."
He shouted down to me before zipping ahead. I stumbled forward, my legs threatening to give out, my side protesting my every step. Just my luck that we had 2 healers with us now, and neither of them was with me. I just couldn't win. Zenith helped guide me forward, pushing through the foliage. The heat was oppressive. The smoke choked my lungs, and the fire hadn't made it to this height yet. I was again struck by the sense that something was seriously amiss. I paused, looking around, trying to put a hoof on what I was feeling. Nothing. "Ouch!" I whined, as a leafy branch Zenith pushed aside came snapping back across my face. Pushing through the last of the underbrush, I ran into Velvet Remedy's backside. The impact sent me falling back onto my flanks, then all the way down as my forelegs gave out. I stared in front of me between Velvet Remedy's hooves. A fiercely determined bunny rabbit stared back at me. The bunny was made of stone. Beyond the stone bunny, the grassy knoll rose up to where a massive weeping willow, twisted and ancient, rose above us. The rough bark of the tree was a strange, buttery yellow. Blue vines wrapped about its gnarled roots. Its drooping pink leaves swayed in a wind I couldn't feel.
The tree was framed by the angry brown sky, choked with smoke. Beyond the tree, the hillside dropped back downward into the fires of Everfree Forest, those flames pushed forward by the dark silhouettes of Red-Eye's griffins, their weapons pouring liquid fire across the ground. Footnote: maximum level. Chapter 42. Into Fire and Darkness. Stay out! The plants kill!
You.
As if in a trance, Velvet Remedy took a step towards the weeping willow with its buttery yellow bark and draping pink leaves.
It's you.
The tree creaked and groaned, an eerie wind blowing through the curtains of hanging pink, rustling them with a mournful whisper. The soft and airy whimper caught my imagination. I could almost believe the wind carried words. Stay away! Velvet Remedy moved slowly closer.
It is you, isn't it?
She intoned in a strangled voice. She sounded like she was on the verge of breaking, or screaming. I picked myself up off the grass. I looked to my EFS compass, hoping to spot the whereabouts of my friends, but saw nothing. My eyes forward sparkle had gone down in the crash. Or I had never brought it up. The fatal explosion of the Sky Bandit was still ringing in my ears, and I wasn't thinking straight. Zenith, crouching low, her belly against the grass, crept up to the stone bunny. She reached out a tentative hoof and touched it, her hoof pulling back instantly, as if she had reached out to touch molten lava. The fierce stone bunny statue remained a fierce stone bunny statue. I brought up my eyes forward sparkle. It flashed a notice at me. New transmission detected. My eyes fell to the compass, which was glowing entirely red. It was as if the entire forest was hostile. Behind me, I heard Calamity call out.
Reggie, there you are. Seen Laugh Bloom?
No. Reggie called back, her tone just a little snide.
Ain't he the one with the invisibility cloak?
Zenith reached out and nudged the statue. It wobbled and fell over. Her eyes widened and she leapt back defensively. The wind picked up. The rustling through the leaves was a haunting sound. It made the weeping willow sound like it was sobbing.
How? How can this be you?
Velvet asked, her voice almost childlike now. Zenith stood up, approaching the fallen bunny statue. With a strangely sad look on her face, she leaned her head down and picked it up in her teeth, setting it back upright.
Doom Bunny,
she said finally.
Turned to stone by a cockatrice. A worthy end for a worthy opponent.
Only a cockatrice can reverse its own magic,
I remembered. The one who stoned Fluttershy's pet had surely died, if only of old age, lifetimes ago. He had stood guard here, unmoving, unwavering stone. Zenith bowed to Angel.
Doom Bunny, forever Fluttershy's protector.
The wind picked up, seeming to tear at the tree, the ghostly moans of its branches filled with misery and infinite sorrow.
I'm here,
Lifebloom called out, appearing as he shook the hood back from his head.
Is every pony all right? Yeah, thanks for asking,
snarked the griffin.
The twisted, buttery yellow tree creaked.
The little blue vine shifted about its gnarled roots. Once more, the soft, painful howl of the wind seemed to form words.
Get away!
Velvet Remedy took a step closer.
Get away!
Zenith yelled, charging at Velvet Remedy and striking her with the forehoof hard enough to send her tumbling several yards down the sloped clearing. Blue vines erupted from the ground in a shower of dirt and grass. Lashes of twisting, sinister ivy flailed after their victim. One of the blue vines brushed Zenith. Suddenly, there was so much blood. The zebra's body seemed to explode in sick gouts of hot crimson. It was as if each of her stripes had been flinched off her body, leaving gaping wounds of blood and meat. The vines went after Velvet. Zenith collapsed with a wet thump and a barely audible moan, bleeding to death in a growing pool of dark red. I had no time to think. I acted instinctively, in desperation drawing on the darkest strings of power. Zenith's blood pulled itself from the grass, dripping upwards, swirling. If I could form a blade, I could form a cast. I spun the blood about her, hardening it into a full-body cast, leaving only her flayed muzzle exposed so that she could breathe.
Killing joke,
she moaned weakly.
Stay away.
The zebra who had saved Velvet's life slipped into unconsciousness. Now that the unearthly dread that seemed to permeate the forest had something in my mind to attach to, the fear became palpable, suffocating. Scarlet energy enveloped Velvet Remedy, lifting her from the grassy floor as more vines tore up from the ground, seeking to touch. The vines which had attacked Zenith turned their attention towards me. For just a moment, I froze. I stared at the writhing wave of blue as it whipped across the clearing. I could hear gunshots. Not Calamity. I knew the sound of his battle saddle. He knew better than to try and kill Ivy with a bullet. Reggie, then. Quick to act and unwilling to hold back. Joke Blue's a funny name. How'd she get that? Birth defect, Homage had told me solemnly. Her mother was hit by Killing Joke while pregnant. Lucky either of them lived. Zenith had seen the threat and understood it. Sometimes I feel as if I am an earth pony and that my stripes are really great wounds. The plant had somehow taken some random thing Zenith had said and turned it against her. Suddenly, I understood the plant's name. It was a joke. A sick, twisted, malevolent joke. The Everfree Forest was home to a mobile, aggressive, sadistic plant filled with transformation magic. Vines of blue struck through the air and slithered across the ground, colliding against a field of shimmering light that interposed itself between me and them. Velvet Remedy's shield spell. The vine struck at the shield, unable to penetrate, then burrowed into the ground again. What have I said? I asked myself in mounting horror. After Arbu, I thought of myself as a monster. Did I ever say that aloud? Does it matter to Killing Joke if I did? Oh, Celestia, did I ever call myself heartless? Little Pip, Velvet Remedy screamed. The smoky air went a funny scarlet and filled with sparkles, like I was looking at the world through a red balloon dusted with glitter. And I felt myself lose weight, the grass dropping from beneath my hooves. I looked down in time to see blue ivy burst up through the grass I had just been standing on, grass that was rapidly sinking away from me. Life Bloom started to run, his horn glowing with scarlet energy as he galloped back into the forest, levitating Velvet Remedy, me, and the body of Zenith in front of him. Velvet extended her shield spell in a sphere around us. Pyrelight flew overhead, keeping pace as she weaved between the tree branches that clawed at her. Hell of a thing you did back there, little Pip, Life Bloom called up to me, an indefinable tone in his voice. He jumped a fallen log covered in mounds of blackish-green moss. The ground beneath the log tore open, vines of blue wrapping around it, reaching. What kind of spell was that? A last resort, I told him as Velvet Remedy wasted no time in mummifying Zenith with healing bandages. Blood poured from the zebra's muzzle. Velvet's eyes were brimming with tears. More blue vines tore up the ground ahead of us, lashing themselves between trees like a web. I got this, Reggie shouted, shooting forward. She had holstered her pistols and was holding Cage's hellhound claw knives in her talons. Panic shot through me. No, I cried out. Don't let them touch you. My heart skipped a beat as the Talon Griffin drew up short. Let me, I called out, wrapping her brother's weapons in my magic. Reggie nodded, releasing the blades, content to let my magic guide her brother's contribution to our survival. The knives soared through the air at my control, slashing apart the blue vines, clearing the way. Life Bloom charged past the shredded barrier, jumping over the severed strands of blue ivy. All about us were gnarled, wicked trees and bizarrely hued plants. Some of the trees were covered in bulging masses of blackish moss, which often took on terrifying silhouettes. But I ignored all these, keeping my eyes trained for crawling strings of hateful blue. I had seen Killing Joke before. There were dead strands of it in Fluttershy's bedroom. This stuff was everywhere in the forest. Everywhere. But the Killing Joke was worst, I suspected, back in the clearing we were fleeing from. That place was a trap. And Fluttershy, for I was now convinced that butter yellow weeping willow was indeed the mayor of the Ministry of Peace, was its lure. And more hellishly, its victim. Did Fluttershy ever say something about being tree-like? Or maybe she joked about having a bark worse than her bite? Fuck, maybe she just said she wanted to leave. Dark branches whipped past us. The smoke was getting thicker. Life Bloom coughed, slowing, as a change in the wind brought rolling waves of heat. We were headed towards the fire. I could see the bright flickers of orange between the thick trees and the depth of the forest ahead of us. We can't go this way, Reggie called out as I floated Cage's knives back to her. Life Bloom started to change direction. 3 plumes of black cloud shot past us overhead, lightning crackling across the smoky contrails. I watched as the Wonderbolts flew past us, then split apart and started back.
Oh, hell.
Calamity moaned, kicking the lever on his battle saddle to switch ammunition. Least stealthy assassins ever. Only they weren't assassins, were they? No pony had called them that except the pony in my head. And she was trying to force them into the wrong frame. No, the Wonderbolts weren't stealthy. But then, when had the Enclave ever been subtle? Stealth was not the Enclave's way. Everything we had witnessed pointed to the Enclave operating under a single, overriding military philosophy: shock and awe. Overwhelming displays of power and dominance, spectacular and terrifying displays of force and skill that paralyze, demoralize, and rout the enemy. The Enclave may have rejected Rainbow Dash, but they were still born out of the fighting force she had molded in her own image. And the Wonderbolts were their greatest and most glorified hunters. Not because they operated with a different methodology than the rest of the Enclave, but because the Enclave revered shock and awe, and the Wonderbolts were the best at it. They were running us to ground, weakening us before the kill, trying to make us panic. The smoke was like tiny daggers in my eyes. Life Bloom coughed again, a bad rattle in his throat. We couldn't keep running much longer, and we couldn't outrun the Wonderbolts anyway. But the idea of fighting them in this accursed forest seemed more insane every minute. And the forest wasn't done. Not by a long shot. The Wonderbolts were being forced low by the smoke, flying at treetop level. They could trace my tag, but that wouldn't help them track any of the rest of us. And even their armor's targeting spells were virtually worthless in the Everfree Forest. At any distance, my companions just melted into the sea of red lights that was our entire damn environment. The 3 Wonderbolts were moving slower and closer now, enough that I could make out the ponies at the head of those contrails. They wore modified versions of the Enclave's standard magically powered armor, their manes flowing out of a trench in the backs of their helmets, their muzzles visible through transparent breathing masks. The rest of the armor had the familiar carapace design, only theirs were a deep blue with lightning-like golden filigree. Life Bloom poured himself into running, trying to put as much distance between us and the Killing Joke clearing. The 3 Wonderbolts, 3, weren't there 5? Had nearly reached us when dark forms burst from the treetops between us. They were reptilian, like miniature dragons, with leathery wings and wicked claws and strange beaked heads, with red eyes that glinted in malice. One of them flew right at one of the Wonderbolts, like it was playing chicken. The elite Enclave flyer didn't flinch, didn't veer off. Neither did the creature. But at the last moment, instead of the 2 colliding, the thundercloud contrail stopped. The Wonderbolt falling out of the sky as the creature flew past. Turned to stone. Cockatrices. Jet! The other 2 Wonderbolts cried out in unison. The fiery-maned lead Wonderbolt didn't miss a beat, flipping about in the air and landing on her own contrail, the force causing the smoky cloud to unleash a blast of lightning at the cockatrice. The creature released a wretched, ear-splitting squawk and retreated, tendrils of black smoke wafting off its singed scales. 4 more had launched from the trees. I heard Calamity fire his rifles, and another monstrous cry as his target dropped to the ground, thrashing and bloodied. A second rounded back on Calamity, only to be knocked away by a flash of emerald and gold. Hirelight dug her talons into her scaly, dangerous prey and breathed balefire. I floated a healing potion out of Velvet's saddle boxes and gingerly tried to pour it down Zenith's throat. Her mouth was full of blood. Her healing bandages were streaked with blackening crimson where my blood cocoon had cracked and split. The leading Wonderbolt shot overhead, her rust-colored mane whipped by the wind. As she passed us, she spun around, flying backwards. Streams of pinkish light tore from her battle saddle, slashing through the trees and underbrush. Several beams of her magical energy struck against Velvet Remedy's shield, causing rippling patterns that reminded me of the sky over Canterlot and the butterfly orb. Velvet's spell collapsed under the strain, but we were once again too deep under tree cover for the Pegasus to finish any of us off. With the shield down, we were blanketed by the ominous crackling and heat of the fires ahead. Reggie had her guns out, firing bullets at 2 of the cockatrices simultaneously. Her shots finished the one Calamity had wounded, and winged another that was circling towards the Wonderbolts.
Reggie swung her other gun towards that cockatrice as well.
But she was denied the kill. The monster's head exploded, its blood misting the air. Blam! The shot didn't come from any of us, nor any of the Wonderbolts we could see. The Enclave's premier sniper was one of the two Wonderbolts hanging back, out of sight, but still very much in the action.
The cockatrice wrestling with Pyrelight twisted and thrashed,
trying to turn about so it could look the Balefire Phoenix in the eyes. Pyrelight's talons scraped against its scales, unable to claw through the monster's tough hide. Once again, I wish Steelhooves was with us. The former Steel Ranger would have made us a real challenge for the Wonderbolts, and he would have made short work of the killing joke. I suspect he would have enjoyed the opportunity to avenge one of Applejack's closest friends. Velvet Remedy cast her shield about us again, sweat beating on her brow. The strain was getting to her, which was exactly what the Wonderbolts wanted. I saw tears streaming down her cheeks that probably weren't from the stinging smoke.
"Damn it! We need to stop running and start fighting them!"
I called over the sounds of fighting and fire.
"Divide and save, remember?"
We need to go back,
Velvet Remedy announced.
What?
Lifebloom called back, echoing my own thoughts. Go back to the field of transformative torture and death? Velvet turned to me, her tear-soaked eyes filled with determination and pleading in equal measure.
We have to save her.
Save who? Oh! My eyes widened as I realized just who Velvet Remedy needed to save. The music of magical energy discharges wrenched my attention upward. As we passed between trees, I caught a glimpse of Calamity Pegasus fighting with the fiery-maned Wonderbolt. Scorch marks covered Calamity's barding and battle saddle. His left hind leg was curled up under him, like it was in pain. But the Enclave elite had yet to consummate a fatal shot. She was an excessively better flyer, swooping rings around him, anticipating his every pitch and yaw. But the forest played havoc with Sats, and without her armor's targeting spell, she had nowhere near Calamity's caliber of marksmanship. Fortunately for the Wonderbolt, Calamity didn't want to kill her. I knew he was just trying to draw her away from the rest, somewhere where Velvet Remedy or Lifebloom could strike her down with a spell. A flying ball of thrashing scales and feathers shot through the forest past us.
The cockatrice finally managed to pull itself free from Pyrelight,
twisting about to turn its petrifying stare into Pyrelight's face. Pyrelight let out a blast of balefire, melting the creature's eyes away and boiling its brain. I was trying to pour a second healing potion into Xena's mouth. Her muzzle had stopped bleeding, scabbing over like a skin of dark crimson leather. Her breathing was ragged, but less so, I thought, than a moment ago. The ground exploded underneath Lifebloom. Horrifying, pain-soaked memories of Steelhoof's death flashed through my mind as the Hellhound erupted from the ground beneath Lifebloom. The Hellhound's timing was a fraction off, his helmet slamming into Lifebloom's underbelly, thrusting the unicorn upwards as the Hellhound's huge claws slashed at empty air. Lifebloom's magic imploded, dropping us as the pony rolled down the back of the Hellhound's armored vest, collapsing on the broken ground behind him, stunned. I lashed out with my own telekinesis, enveloping Xena's unconscious form, keeping her from hitting the ground, even as I slammed into a nest of fronds on the forest floor. One of the plants slapped me across the eyes. I winced, one eye closed from the pain, and pivoted to look back. The Hellhound blinked in surprise, taking a moment to realize what had gone wrong, then spun around, lifting his claws above the staggered unicorn. Blossoms of red sprouted from the Hellhound's chest, neck, and just below his right eye, as Reggie swooped up behind him, firing both of her Calamity-crafted guns as fast as the triggers would allow. Each armor-piercing round punctured the Hellhound's armor and hide, only 3 managing to escape. The Hellhound fell. Xena's body had come down in the ferns in front of me, but gently thanks to my magic. I didn't know where Velvet Remedy had landed. The crack of the Wonderbolt sniper split the sky.
I hoped the Pegasus had been aiming at the cockatrice.
3 more helmeted Hellhounds tore themselves up from the ground about 10 yards away and began charging towards us, lopping on all 4s, magical energy rifles strapped to their backs. I felt the earth tremble beneath me. Ground might tremble a bit. That's all the warning y'all will get before they rend you apart. My heart stopped. There was a Hellhound right beneath me. I wasn't dead yet. In the time it took me to think that, I should have been. Lifebloom shook himself off and began running towards me. I thought I heard Velvet Remedy doing the same. Overhead, Firelight had abandoned her kill and was circling through the trees, looking for her favorite unicorn. Ghosts don't exist, just landmines. That was Ditsy Doo's belief about the supposedly haunted farm. In a flash, I remembered the Hellhound's tactic at Mary Pony. There was a reason the other 3 Hellhounds had revealed themselves so far away. "Stop!" I shouted. "Stay back! Mines!" I wrapped the levitation field around myself in zenith. The 3 Hellhounds stopped their charge, ducking behind trees as they drew their weapons. Life bloomed through the hood of the zebra cloak over his head, vanishing.
Lil Pip, don't, Reggie squawked. If you move, you'll set him off.
Purple light seared my reinforced Canterlot barding, knifing into my flank. The armor dispersed most of the magical energy, but that didn't stop the searing pain. Physical hurt gave way to something deeper as I realized the shot had struck my cutie mark, possibly doing permanent damage. I wailed. I'd never loved my cutie mark, but the idea that I might have just lost it, even on just one of my flanks, was an excruciating cut to my soul. It was all I could do to keep from stripping off my armor to see what damage the Hellhound shot had done. With a voice filled with emotion, I screamed back at Reggie, "We can't stay here!" We didn't need to hold still. We needed to move very, very fast.
Just keep the 2 of you weightless,
Reggie shouted back as she dove behind a rock, taking cover from incoming Hellhound fire.
I'll shoot by and grab you the moment.
A brilliant blast of light from above snatched everyone's attention, making the smoky sky seem to glow. A rust-colored heap with an orange tail plunged into a nearby tree, trailing smoke.
Calamity!
Velvet Remedy shrieked. Firelight winged over, zeroing in on her voice. A black scorched reptilian monster launched itself at Firelight from a nearby tree. The Balefire Phoenix jerked around to see her attacker and immediately turned to stone. The stone phoenix dropped. Velvet cried out in despair. Reggie spun in the air, taking swift aim. Only a cockatrice can reverse its own magic. "No!" I bellowed, my voice rasping from the smoke. "Don't kill it! We need it alive!" That last word was disrupted by a fit of coughing. 3 down. We were losing this. 4 down if you counted the little pony in my head who could do nothing more than prance around in misery, crying, "My cutie mark! My cutie mark!" The cockatrice dipped a wing, circling back through the trees towards us. As it came into sight, the monster was struck by a blast of magic from Velvet Remedy's horn. It lost control of its body, smacking into a tree branch. The limp body slid from the branch, dropping into a purple fern. One of the Hellhounds kept firing, pinning Reggie as the 2 others moved to closer trees. Then they opened fire while their companion left cover. The ground squirmed beneath them. A tendril of bright blue wormed out of the forest floor, wrapping itself around the ankle of the last Hellhound. The Hellhound was gone, his helmet and rifle dropping into the underbrush. In its place stood a stunned, blinking Earth Pony mare, her flowing purple mane cascading over her pristine pearl-white coat. "She has no cutie mark," my little pony fixated on. The Earth Pony let out a wide-eyed meep. The 2 other Hellhounds spun to see the pony, who had apparently snuck up behind them. With unthinking aggression, they jumped at her, claws flashing. With thoughtless instinct, I telekinetically shoved the new pony backwards. The 2 Hellhounds collided almost comically, seeming to grasp at least some part of her situation. The pony spun around and galloped into the forest, crying. The 2 Hellhounds picked themselves up and gave chase. More vines of blue tore themselves from the ground, trying to reach them, but the Hellhounds were too fleet of foot to be snagged. I blinked. My mind conjured the image of the Hellhound casually commenting to his brothers, "Sometimes I wish I was a pony," or something like that. I could see the joke. It was almost comical. "Ha ha, we got your family to murder you." Almost comical, yet still fucking sick. Birth defect. Killing Joke had attacked the mother of Homage's closest friend while she was pregnant, probably killing her, and forever scarring the unborn baby. The filthy notion settled into my head that the plants probably did something that caused the mother to die during childbirth, murdering her on what should have been her happiest day and stealing Joke Blue's mother from her forever. I realized I hated those plants. Not just feared them, loathed them with spectacular intensity. I felt myself yanked away, Reggie's talons digging at my barding, Zenith in her other clawed grip, being held by her saddle pouch. The ground shot below me in a blur just before it erupted into a paroxysm of melting magical energy. Reggie set us down a dozen yards beyond the magical firestorm. Lifebloom appeared almost immediately, his horn glowing as he began to cast medical spells over Zenith. I realized we had completely lost track of the Wonderbolts. "This is bad," I moaned. What were they doing? Why weren't they pressing their assault?
You will fix her,
Velvet Remedy growled, threatening to strangle the barely conscious cockatrice wrapped in her magic as she thrust it towards a pyrolite-shaped stone half embedded in the forest floor. The cockatrice let out a plaintive squawk. Pyrolite's body slowly became flesh and feathers again, the stone seeming to wash away.
Don't you let that rascal go.
Calamity dropped out of his tree with a groan. His coat was singed and burned away in places, revealing red and blistered skin. His hat was half burned, the remains of his mane still smoldering. My dearest friend was in agony. My nerves cried out in sympathetic pain at the sight. I covered my mouth as I gasped.
Fucker, weaponize the Buccaneer Blaze.
Calamity complained through gritted teeth as Velvet galloped to him, giving the suspected minefield as little a berth as she thought safe. The cockatrice hauled behind her. The heat from the fires was oppressive against my own coat and flesh. I couldn't imagine how much it was aggravating Calamity's wounds. Gingerly, as if stepping closer to him would cause more pain, I approached Calamity. "Are you—" I stopped before asking Equestria's dumbest question. Instead, I turned to Velvet. "Will he be all right?" The charcoal unicorn was pulling out a super restoration potion, one of our last. Part of me wondered if Zenith might need that even more. A much bigger part of me wanted to beat that part of me up for even asking. I had to trust Velvet and assume that Lifebloom had healing spells that likely put our potions to shame. Reggie landed next to us.
"No sign of your pony-feathered friends,"
she commented.
"But the fire line's less than 100 yards ahead, and Red Eye's griffins are leading it. My guess, the Wonderbolts are regrouping. Forest took out one of their own before they even engaged us, so they're probably giving their plan a rethink before trying to fight us where they could draw Red Eye's forces into the skirmish."
Thanks, Celestia. We needed a break, even if it was going to be very short-lived. But more than that, we needed to get somewhere safe. The heat was draining our strength almost as much as the fighting. The smoke was burning my eyes and throat, making it hard to breathe. Our struggle against the Wonderbolt had become a three-way battle, and the Everfree Forest was winning. I really wanted to walk up to them, waving a flag of truce and calling out, "Hello, look! I know we both decided to do this thing in the Everfree Forest, hoping we could use the environment against each other and all that, but we were clearly stupid. Think maybe we could call a timeout until we can all get away from the pony-murdering woods?" Obviously, that wasn't going to happen. They didn't need help getting out of the Everfree Forest. All they had to do was fly up. Hell, if they wanted to, they could probably just wait us out. Maybe that's why we didn't see them anymore. They had figured that out themselves. Fuck. The ground shimmered beneath us. Velvet Remedy had spread her shield spell over the patch of ground beneath all of us, creating a barrier to protect us from the killing joke. So far, it hadn't tried to attack us again. Lifebloom suggested that the detonation of the mines might have scared it off. Although he didn't put it in those terms, something about them finding targets by sensing vibrations and whatnot. My own wild theory was that the plant was slithering away from the approaching fire line. The wind had shifted again, blowing the fires away from us, but the flames looked another 10 yards closer, and we could occasionally hear the shouts of Red Eye's forest burners. Even working against the wind, they'd make flutter tree by nightfall.
Those horrible vines.
Velvet Remedy whimpered, holding on to me. I was fighting a strong urge to push her back, strip off my armor, and check my flank. But Velvet needed to be held, and I knew that if my cutie mark had been damaged by magical energy, no amount of looking was going to help. Velvet was more important. My friends were more important. And did I really want to know?
They trapped her up there, high on the hill, where she could see what happened to her Equestria, as it was poisoned and destroyed.
Her tear-filled eyes stared into mine.
Pip, they made her watch.
I hugged the kind unicorn who had once been my idol, who had become one of my dearest friends. I couldn't bring myself to mention my own heartbreaking suspicions, that for centuries the Killing Joke had used her as bait, luring victims to the clearing and torturing them in front of her. It was intentional cruelty, I was sure of it. How could plants be so vile?
They were torturing her. Torturing Fluttershy.
Velvet buried her head against my neck. I held her, not knowing what else to do. Not far away, a heavily bandaged and medicated Calamity was morbidly instructing Reggie to cut the paws off the hellhound she had killed.
We might be able to use those claws.
The Pegasus sent a glance our way. He should be the one holding Velvet, not me. But even touching him would cause him searing pain. The thought pulled my attention to the burning in my own flank, a biting pain that I was doing my best to ignore. Farther still, Life Bloom was tending to Zenith as best he could. The zebra had yet to regain consciousness. I heard a sad hoot from Firelight. I believed the Balefire Phoenix had come to enjoy being a healer, following in Velvet Remedy's hoofsteps. But unlike Ditzy Dew or Steel Hooves, neither Zenith nor Calamity would find their health restored by Firelight's radiating on them. Instead, she stood guard over the bound and blindfolded Cockatrice, Velvet's prisoner.
We have to save her, little Pip.
Velvet sobbed, pulling back, shaking me.
We have to.
I fished for something to tell her. I wanted to save Fluttershy too, but how? How do you save a tree? If anything, the approaching fires might be a mercy. We'll do whatever we can, I promised her, leaving quiet the caveat of not being able to do anything. Lifebloom stood up, staring down at what was hardly recognizable as a zebra.
She's in bad shape, but she's stable, and that's more than I would have expected.
He looked back at me.
That last resort of yours saved her life.
With a frown, he added,
but she's in a coma. At best, it's going to be up to her whether she wakes up.
I am the worst? Calamity asked.
At worst.
Lifebloom paused, looking at us, judging how much to say.
I have a spell. Think of it as the opposite of Velvet's bone regrowing spell.
Several of us nodded. Velvet tensed against me.
I may have to use it to relieve the pressure in her skull, by dissolving part of it.
Almost unnecessarily, he added,
and that is risky.
Velvet and I silently turned our heads to gaze upon Zenith. Her bandages were completely soaked in blood, the crimson life drying into a blackish shade that made her look like a pony-shaped bruise on the earth. My eyes shifted to Velvet. She knew much better than I did what realities hid behind Lifebloom's diagnosis. All I knew was that it was very bad, and we might not have Zenith with us much longer. More than ever, I wanted to see her return home to Glyphmark, to be with her daughter, to help and aid her tribe, teaching them medicines and survival skills and... A memory flitted through my mind. I halted my train of thought, focusing on it, trying to grasp the fragment of the past that had just shaken loose. Finishing her grisly work, Reggie slammed one of her brother's knives through the shield and into the ground, the claw blade sinking up to the hilt.
It should be Cage here, not me.
Before any of us could misconstrue her statement, she looked up, her face etched with sadness.
Cage was better at all this fucked up wilderness crap.
Regina's voice was damp with nostalgia.
Cage actually wanted to study this shit, and I let him have his way. We'd been on a tour for all the most fucked up parts of Equestria. Splendid Valley, Canterlot, Whitetail Wood, and, of course, the ever-fucked forest.
The memory seemed to dissolve, even as my mind grasped for it. I stomped the ground in frustration. I was sure it had been important.
Little Pip?
Velvet queried. Sighing inwardly at the loss, I turned to Reggie. I'm sorry about Cage. The griffin didn't look at me.
You already said that,
she said crossly.
Whitetail Wood?
Velvet Remedy asked, picking up on the one name we hadn't heard before, asking more for Regina's sake than her own curiosity. A smirk crawled across Reggie's beak.
Yeah, Cage used to call it the most poisoned place in Equestria. I think Canterlot for that,
Calamity mumbled. We turned to see our Pegasus companion, half mummified, wind blowing at the trailing strands of gauze, standing in a patch of fronds. The ponified hellhound's dropped energy rifle clutched between his teeth.
Woof,
he asked innocently, taking in our stares.
It's worth something.
I rolled my eyes. Next to me, Velvet Remedy stifled a laugh.
Canterlot's unique, Reggie told Calamity. Well, was. Whitetail Woods poison is just excessive.
The adolescent Griffin gave a slight smiling shrug that admitted she didn't really know.
That's what Cage said anyway.
The Griffin pulled Cage's knife out of the ground, wiping it off and slipping it back into her belt with its twin. Her eyes turned once again to the corpse of the hellhound she had just dismembered.
Hey, check this out,
Reggie called, holding the dead hellhound's helmet in her talons. I slipped away from Velvet. As I approached, I could faintly hear some sort of throbbing hum coming from the helmet. Crap! When I'd first brought up my eyes forward sparkle, my pitbuck had notified me of an unfamiliar broadcast. Slipping in my ear bloom, I switched to the new frequency. My ear was met with a strange pulsing hum, throbbing in time to the sound of the helmet. Over the hum were other notes, an odd chorus of artificial sound that cycled in disharmonious patterns. The underlying oscillation reminded me starkly of the Enclave array in Old Olney. Lens flare, also top of his class, focused in arcanotech, Calamity had said. The Wonderbolts were using magically laced sound to control the Hellhounds. This was the other beat of the Wonderbolts' plan. They knew we were expecting them to attack from above, not below. I told the others what this meant.
Then we got to get back to that farm,
Reggie said.
Take out the transmitter.
Calamity spit out the magical rifle.
Or, just take their helmets off. Yes, because they will be free-willed, hyper-aggressive creatures who have just suffered mind control at the hooves of ponies.
Lifebloom pointed out serenely.
Far less dangerous. Well, my plan sucked. Again.
Calamity shook his head, staring at the grass beneath the shimmering shield. I couldn't wait another minute.
Little Pip,
Velvet gasped.
What are you doing?
Stripping out of my armor to look at my cutie mark, that's what I was doing. And I had never gotten undressed so frantically. I bucked away my armored barding, craning my neck to see my flank. No! My coat had burned, my flesh had warped and bubbled, twisting like a corkscrew. The cruel, destructive magical energy had pierced my barding just below my cutie mark, devouring nearly half of the cute little pitbuck on my flank. No! I didn't scream. I felt I should have, but it was like a rusty hook had been plunged into my gut and torn back out, eviscerating my emotions, leaving a gaping black pain that was beyond loss. The feeling wasn't rational. I knew I still had my cutie mark on the other flank, but I couldn't engage that part of my brain. I heard Velvet Remedy gasp. She sounded strangely distant. Gritting his teeth against his own agony, Calamity stepped towards me.
Lil Pip,
he began, wanting to say whatever the fuck he thought would help. But I swung a hoof at him, making him back away. Don't you dare tell me how cutie marks don't matter, I hissed. Calamity didn't deserve that, but I couldn't push through my own grief enough to care. The wasteland had attacked me, body and soul, carved me up. The taint had twisted me up inside, changed me. I regrew a leg. Then there was my pip leg and whatever else the pink cloud had done to me. But more than that, the wasteland had taken my innocence, my naivete, had sliced away one piece of my soul after another. But this was something it had no right to take. The wasteland couldn't steal from me what made me special, no matter how insignificant that specialness often seemed. And an attack on my cutie mark felt like exactly that. Rounding on Velvet, I demanded, "Can you fix this? Tell me you can fix this." Velvet swallowed, the sad shifting look in her eyes betraying the truth. Still, she offered,
maybe, if we cut away all the damaged flesh.
I willfully ignored those eyes, that look which told me no. "Do it!" I insisted, virtually thrusting my flank in her face. "Quickly!"
Little Pip, no.
Velvet tried to be reasonable.
Look where we are.
"I don't care!" I snapped, my vision blurring. I realized I was crying. When did that start? "Cut it away!" Velvet Remedy stood up, her expression shifting to displeased determination.
No,
she barked back sternly.
Not here.
Turning away, she informed me.
If you want me to cut you up,
You're going to have to wait until we are someplace safe.
She added,
And at least halfway sanitary.
I wanted to hit her. I knew it was wrong of me to feel that, but it was as if all the pain and hollowness had shifted, filtered through the lens of her refusal, becoming rage.
Whoa,
Reggie said, seeing the change in my demeanor. I rounded on Velvet, lifting my forehooves as I opened my muzzle to scream at her, give her one more chance to... A flash of magic interrupted me. The pain in my flank disappeared, as did the feeling in my legs, and everywhere else. It was like my body had been dissolved away, leaving me a floating spirit. I didn't even feel myself hit the ground, registering my collapse only as a drop in perspective.
some pony needs a timeout.
Lifebloom said, his horn glowing. The anesthetic spell. He'd taught it to Velvet Remedy, hadn't he? Everyone stared at me. I felt even more angry. Now I wanted to buck even more of them, in the face. With radishes, my little pony suggested bizarrely. Calamity looked away, preoccupying himself with strapping the magical energy rifle to his battle saddle. Velvet Remedy leaned down and nuzzled me gently.
We're sorry, little Pip. We understand.
She gave me an odd but kind look.
I know how long you fought to get your cutie mark. To not be upset would be damaged.
She laid back down next to me, not touching, but giving me the support of her proximity.
Whether I wanted it or not.
My rage and hurt didn't fade, but after a few deep breaths, the focus of my anger began to trickle away from Velvet Remedy and more towards myself. The world became blurrier until it was nothing but watery shapes. I cried onto Velvet Remedy's floor shield, the tears crackling softly as they fell.
Now then,
Lifebloom suggested calmly, having poured healing spells into Zenith and Calamity. My Pegasus friend was moving without pain again. Zenith hadn't stirred.
let's see what we can do about saving this one.
My anger had dissolved back into that wounded, hollow feeling. The transition was enough to allow the more rational part of my head to take over. Yes, my cutie mark was gone. Well, gone-ish. But I had never understood it or cared for it. It was, after all, not much better than a cutie mark of a cutie mark. And I still had its twin. I felt ashamed. Reggie was dealing with the loss of a real twin, real family, better than I was dealing with the loss of a stupid picture on my flank. I also felt woozy, lightheaded. I was dehydrated. My vision was still blurry, even though I had stopped crying. I couldn't move my forelegs to wipe my eyes. The heat of the burning forest was drying my tears, turning them hot and extra salty. I coughed on the smoke, my throat feeling raw. I wondered how close the flames were now. I couldn't get up to see, but the crackling was louder than ever. It sounded closer. Everfree Forest looked brighter than before,
Bathed in an unhealthy orange glow.
and of course, there was a tiny, lingering embarrassment over having laid helpless as Velvet Remedy redressed me. She and Calamity weren't about to let me lay around in the Everfree Forest unprotected. It was not enough for them that I had been armor adjacent. The white pony with the red and scarlet mane turned and pointed his glowing horn back towards the forest. A reddish glow formed somewhere deeper into the woods, beyond where my ground-level perspective allowed me to see. The glow intensified as it drew closer. Wrapped in the sparkling red sheath of Lifebloom's magic, the stone statue of a Pegasus in Wonderball armor floated over the ferns and sat down on the shielded ground before us. Jet, they had called her.
Damn!
Calamity whispered with a resurgence of hope. Maybe his plan wasn't a total wash after all.
Velvet Remedy levitated the bound cockatrice over.
Now listen close.
She whispered, her voice somehow both kind and menacing.
You restore this pony, and you promise not to go around turning innocent creatures to stone, and we'll let you go.
Unspoken promises of what would happen should the cockatrice refuse dripped from the offer.
Lifebloom lifted a questioning eyebrow, mouthing to the others, "Let it go?" I wanted to chuckle, or at least to nod. Lifebloom didn't know our Velvet.
The cockatrice complied.
At least regarding the first part. The gray, hard lifelessness of stone washed away, leaving the ebony-coated, violet-maned, blue-armored Pegasus blinking in bewilderment. Before the mare could drink in the befuddling change in her environment, Lifebloom stepped forward,
lowering his horn towards the Wonderbolt's helmet, lifting up her visor and touching his horn to her forehead. There was a sparkling red flash. The Wonderbolt's eyes widened as Calamity's memories flooded into her. Somewhere nearby, I heard shouts. Red Eye's fire brigade was closing on our position.
Damn!
Calamity muttered again, this time with disgust. Life Bloom was locked in concentration, casting into the ebony Wonderbolt's head. Velvet Remedy released the cockatrice, which immediately fled with an indignant squawk, its leathery wings propelling it away from the oncoming wall of fire. Regina took to the air, only to drop back to the ground almost instantly after clearing the treetops.
Pipsqueak.
Little Pip, I corrected, my name strangely slurred from a muzzle where I couldn't feel my tongue.
That tag thing the Wonderbolts are following you with. Gotta reckon they got the tags for each other, right?
I didn't think I liked where Reggie's too casual speculation was headed.
What you bet when that girl down there got unstonified, they all got some sort of signal?
Oh, fuck! Both Red Eye's forces and the Wonderbolts were going to come down on this spot in minutes. We needed to move. I needed to move. Lifting a hoof would be a good start. The glow around Life Bloom's horn faded, the memory spell complete. Life Bloom staggered back, wiping sweat from his forehead.
And Twilight Sparkle could do that at least 5 times in one day?
He asked weakly. Jet stood, blinking, shaking herself off. The ebony Wonderbolt stared at us, her eyes wide, her face openly displaying her internal conflict. Expressions of confusion, dismay, and revulsion chasing each other across her features, the few we could really see. The Wonderbolt mare spread her wings and, without a word, fled.
Well, shucks,
Calamity said, staring at the empty space Jet had filled moments ago.
I reckon I was being a silly pony to hope she'd jump to join our side.
She didn't attack us, I pointed out. That's something.
Great. Some pony grab your mastermind and your zebra and let's get out of here.
Reggie growled, checking the load on her guns. She launched herself into the air, clearing the treetops and nearly colliding with one of the 4 Pegasus-tipped thundercloud contrails that ripped the sky overhead. Too late. The rust-maned Wonderbolt cartwheeled in the air as she flew past Regina, firing a spray of pinkish light that bombarded Regina, the light seeming to explode on contact with the Griffin. Regina crashed back into a treetop. I found myself engulfed in a magical field of color of Velvet Remedy's Nightingale cutie mark. If I lose both my cutie marks, the pony in my head mused worthlessly, will my magic change color? Velvet Remedy floated me off the ground, her shielding spell dissipating, and began to run. Life Bloom broke into a gallop behind her, floating Zenith ahead of him. He quickly overtook us, a faster runner than Velvet, and floated Zenith's seemingly lifeless body carefully onto Velvet's back as he passed. I saw his red and scarlet tail running in front of us for just a moment, streaming out from beneath his cloak. Then he vanished. I twitched. Life Bloom's spell was fading. I was beginning to feel my body again. I swung my pip leg. My movements less like a pony and more like a rag doll. The sort that would come with its own notepad and quill, a little voice told me. Fumbling, I marked on my pip leg's automap where Reggie had fallen. We'd come back for her, I swore, before the day was out. But right now, we were just trying to get some distance between us and the fire. A cloaked figure appeared amongst the trees ahead of us. At first, all I saw was the zebra stealth cloak, and I wondered why Life Bloom had stopped and turned. But the shape under the cloak was all wrong. My heart skipped a beat. The figure rose up, the hood of the cloak falling back to reveal the helmeted head of a white-furred hellhound. He raised his magical energy cannon towards us, aiming down the sight with one of his alien-looking red eyes. A sure sign of albinism, be smart, and touch the trigger. The albino hellhound shot went wild. A crackling ball of unstable energy that arched upwards maybe a dozen yards before exploding into an omnidirectional spray of magical flak as the still invisible Life Bloom barreled into him, horn first. Even at full gallop, Life Bloom didn't have the strength to penetrate the toughened hide beneath the hellhound's fur, but his momentum sent the monster flying backwards, tumbling and sprawling. Life Bloom hadn't ended the charge particularly gracefully either. He was on his back, hood down and cloak bunched up around his neck, kicking his legs in the air in an embarrassing and almost perverse position. The Wonderbolts flew back overhead, splitting off in different directions. The Wonderbolt mare with the rust-colored mane shot straight up. Lifebloom rolled over, struggling to get to his hooves, getting tripped up by the cloak. The albino hellhound was faster, flipping back onto his feet and diving for where his magical flat cannon fell. I couldn't move properly, but I was far from helpless. Little Macintosh floated out in front of me as I took aim at the hellhound through the trusty revolver's scope. Without sats, hitting an erratically moving target was damn hard, but I wasn't fresh out of the stable anymore. I had lots of practice. Blam, blam, blam! I missed the hellhound, 2 of my shots going completely wild. The third struck his magical weapon, just as he was drawing it up. The hellhound was either acting faster than he was thinking, or he hadn't noticed the hit. He aimed the cannon at Velvet Remedy, pulling the trigger. The gun began to crackle, engulfed in a sheath of unstable energy. The hellhound hurled it as far from himself as he could, the magical flat cannon landing in a grove of grotesquely moss-covered trees and purple ferns. It cartwheeled, bouncing through the woods. Crapew! Flashing blades of solid magic sliced past me. One struck through Velvet's mane, sending tufts of white flying, but blind luck and the forest shielded us. The explosion shredded several trees, but mercifully claimed no pony victims.
Break!
Shouted Calamity.
Scatter!
Velvet canted, shifting her gallop in a new direction, drawing me away from the others. I looked back, glimpsing Lifebloom, who had finally made it back onto his hooves, sprinting in the opposite direction. Something blue shot down out of the sky. The forest exploded. The shockwave slammed into me, making my insides feel like jelly as it picked Velvet and Zenith up off the ground and hurled us brutally forward. A ring of crackling, electrified black smoke followed the shockwave, as did the roar emanating from the mushroom-like cloud that rose up behind us. My whole body felt bruised even before I slammed into the ground. I thanked the goddesses that Velvet had put my reinforced Canterlot police barding back on. The Wonderbolt shot out of the mushroom cloud, opening fire on her downed opponents. The air between us filled with beams of frantic pinkish light. Fighting back a moan, I rolled behind the splintered remains of one of the flak-shredded trees, taking cover. As the Wonderbolt shot past us, I realized to my dismay that the explosion hadn't been a weapon. It was an aerial maneuver. But how? I knew that Pegasi and possibly even Earth ponies had their own inherent magic. Well, duh, have you met Pinkie Pie? Pegasi could walk on and manipulate clouds, after all. But this was beyond the pale. I was forced to quickly reassess what the best at shock and awe might actually mean. I pushed myself up, coughing wretchedly. My coughs were wet and hot and tasted like copper. I ran my pip leg over my muzzle and found myself looking at a screen smeared in blood. Not good. Shakily, I got onto my hooves and limped towards the crumpled mess of Zenith. Her scabs had all broken and she was bleeding horrifically again. I drew on the Black Book spell one last time in a desperate bid to quell the blood loss. I stared into the blood-streaked screen of my pip leg, using the inventory sorting spell to find the last healing potion I had in my saddlebags. As I fed it to Zenith, I tried to spot Velvet Remedy. Rarity's battle dress should have protected her. She should still be alive. Lifebloom, I realized, had been much closer to the explosion. I was certain that Velvet was searching for him. Dreadfully, my mind imagined Velvet, stumbling and hurt, walking right past the cloak-shrouded body of Lifebloom as the unicorn bled out. Hating my mind, I shook off the horrific image. I wasn't going to let pain or despair stop me any more than I was going to let the Everfree Forest or the Wonderbolts win. I had a destiny. I had a mission. I had friends to help and unicorns to save and a sky to clear. No more self-pity, no more misery. Let the wasteland and the Enclave throw whatever the fuck they wanted at me. I'd made it this far. I'd survived Philadelphia and Canterlot, and that was before I even knew my purpose. How was it going to stop me now? I was going to be awesome. Be awesome. Yes, that worked. The rational part of my mind told me that if one of the Wonderbolts could do that and fly away, they could probably all do that. And they could just keep doing that until they had torn us all to bloody ribbons, flattening the Everfree Forest in the process if necessary. I told the rational part of my brain to shut the hell up. The next thing that came shooting down out of the sky was going to get a bullet through its visor before it could pull off any fancy schmancy aerial tricks, courtesy of little Macintosh. As soon as I spotted where Applejack's old revolver had fallen, I looked up, trying to spot dive-bombing Pegasi through the large gap in the foliage created by whatever the hell that explosion was. Instead, I saw Calamity once again Pegasus fighting with a Wonderbolt. This time, a gunmetal gray buck with an electric sea-green mane and what looked like an anti-machine rifle built into his battle saddle. Their sniper. If there was one good thing about being this close to the fire, it was that the thick smoke rendered that bastard's advantage useless. He was still a better flyer than Calamity, and at least damn near as good a shot. A familiar blast of sparkling red energy struck out of the forest, enveloping the gunmetal gray Wonderbolt, turning him instantly from a graceful aerial fighter to a pony-shaped sack of flail. Calamity stopped, hovering as he watched the other buck drop into the forest, paralyzed by the anesthetic spell. That spell came from Life Bloom. That meant he was okay, and we had now taken down 2 of the Wonderbolts. I felt the urge to cry out in elation. Instead, I coughed up more blood. Stumbling forward, I began to search for my friends. My hoof bumped into something solid and metal. Little Macintosh! Thank you, Luna. It felt like things were really beginning to turn around. I found Velvet Remedy. She was fighting to save the life of the albino hellhound with the zebra cloak. Of course she was. The hellhound had been caught in the blast, the Wonderbolts apparently not caring if they destroyed their tools. His leg had been blown off, his body ending in bloody tatters of shredded meat and broken bone, inches above where his left knee should have been. The hellhound was whimpering gruelingly, his body shaking in shock, the grass beneath him wet with blood. When I came upon them, Velvet Remedy was using a stick and a length of old surgical tubing to craft a tourniquet.
She does this a lot?
Life Bloom whispered, appearing at my side, surprised by Velvet's aid to the enemy. All the time, I replied, shaking my head. Part of me wanted to be mad at her. We had wounded of our own. But what good would it do? Velvet couldn't see a creature suffering and not try to help. It was a virtue. Her virtue. Even if it was occasionally damn frustrating. Life Bloom, Zenith, please. I pointed in the direction of my zebra friend, and the Twilight Society unicorn trotted quickly away. Life Bloom was filthy, his cloak and coat smeared with dirt and blood, but he appeared surprisingly unscathed from the explosion. Calamity flew up above me, looking around.
Hey, Lil Pip, you see where Gutshot fell to?
I shook my head. Gutshot? So, their sniper was the Pegasus who took second place to Calamity in the Best Young Sharpshooter competition 4 years running. I should have guessed.
Well, shoot. Want to get him to Life Bloom before that spell wears off. Boy would have had me if he wasn't so insistent on shooting me.
Come again? I gave him a confused look.
Gutshot could have taken me down a dozen times over with his fancy flying, but unlike Skydive, he was so fixated on getting the best of me with a bullet, he all but defeated himself.
I frowned as Calamity flew off, continuing his search. That didn't sound like the sort of rivalry that was going to be fixed with a memory spell. I had dragged myself back to Zenith and the miraculously healthy Life Bloom. When I reached them, I kneeled before my comatose friend. Life Bloom had stopped the bleeding and was casting a replenishment spell. How bad?
We really need to get this girl out of the battle zone.
Life Bloom frowned.
I'm using nearly every spell I have just to keep her from slipping away. All this extra trauma isn't helping.
The unicorn frowned, shaking his head.
If she doesn't come to on her own soon, Velvet's going to have to make the call.
It took me a moment to realize he was referring to the magical operation. Dissolving part of Zenith's skull to ease the pressure on her swelling brain. Velvet Remedy was the only one of us who knew enough about medicine to make an informed decision. Do we risk Zenith's life by having Life Bloom cast the spell? Or do we risk it by telling him not to? How'd you survive that explosion? I asked, changing the subject to something I could better handle.
I took cover,
the unicorn explained.
Dove into the hole that hellhound came out of.
One of the Wonderbolts, a cloud-white mare with a flaming orange mane, flew overhead. I recognized her as Skydive, the one who had bucked her own contrail and had felled Calamity with her lethal buccaneer blaze. Always front and center of their formations, I suspected she was their leader. She stopped, hovering, then shot up into the air, disappearing into the smoke directly above Zenith's huddled form. No! Run! I shouted, wrapping the bleeding, butchered zebra in my magic, my brain ignoring that my body was in no condition to gallop. A rust-colored blur shot out of the sky. Calamity had me in his hooves, racing between the trees with strands of gauze flapping in the wind behind him. A moment later, the world behind us exploded in a fiery mushroom cloud. The smoky ring of electrified storm clouds struck us, lightning sizzling across my body, making me convulse. My magic imploded, dropping Zenith once again into the forest at bone-crunching speed. Goddesses, at this rate, we were going to kill her. Calamity and I crashed into a large patch of purple ferns, with long-stalked, bulb-headed plants growing out of them. We tore roughly through the plants, fronds lashing at us like whips, until we slid to a stop, Calamity laying half on top of me. I coughed, blood spraying on the ferns and the grass. My body felt torn up inside. My EFS was sending me severe internal injury warnings. The plant stalk's bulbs, each the size of a stallion's head, languidly swiveled down towards us. A magical barrier washed over us in a split second before those bulbs broke open, hosing us with clouds of dusty plant matter. Spores! I turned to see Velvet Remedy charging towards us, her horn glowing, her shield having saved us from goddess knew what horror. The fiery-maned Wonderbolt burst out of her explosion, her contrail on fire as she shot towards Velvet Remedy. The bulb-headed plants rotated towards the oncoming unicorn. Their bulbs broke open again and spewed. Velvet tossed up another shield, sliding to a graceful stop. Wonderment splashed over me as I realized just how fast she had gotten with casting that spell. And this was the first time I'd seen her manifest 2 shields at once.
Mamir's got skills.
Calamity grinned, echoing my thoughts as he lay half on top of me, recovering from the brief electrocution. I pushed him off, looking about, hoping that Zenith had either landed far from the spraying plants, or that Velvet's spell had protected her too. The Wonderbolt shot over Velvet, her contrail causing trees to burst into flames in her wake, and soared over us, setting the bulb-headed plants on fire. The burning plants seemed to scream, writhing and collapsing, the fire spreading to the ferns all around us. Something plummeted down from the sky. It wasn't a dive-bombing Wonderbolt. It was more like some sort of missile, a mechanical device sheathed in red-painted metal that embedded itself in the ground with a mighty whoomph. Calamity grabbed me again, flying us out of the bed of ferns being slowly consumed by fire. He coughed as he inhaled the acrid black smoke bellowing up from them, and the little pony in my head recalled earlier fears of dangers in the ever-free smoke. As we landed again, I began to heave, coughing up blood in large wet splotches.
Damn it, little Pip.
Calamity scolded, fishing out a healing potion. I downed the potion, feeling the warmth of its magic spread through me. There was a slight hint of peaches and alcohol, telling me that Calamity had purchased this bottle from Candy in New Appaloosa. As the potion started to work, I quickly felt less gruesome inside. The 3 remaining Wonderbolts flew up, staring down at the strange intruder into our battle. A plate on the missile slid open. A strange-looking turret with a diamond embedded in the barrel slid out. It turned, aiming up at the sky, thick with smoke. Velvet Remedy screamed. I threw her a questioning scowl. I assumed that something about the mysterious missile had set her off, and did a double take of horror. The tree next to her had been set ablaze by the Wonderbolt's fire contrail, licking flames spreading through its branches, burning leaves falling about her. But that wasn't what had horrified her. The tree was one of those wrapped in grotesque, bulging patches of blackish moss. And one of those patches, roughly the size and vaguely the shape of a pony, was ripping itself off of the tree. The moss creature fell to all fours, looking even more pony-like. But the way it moved, twisted and boneless, was like something from a nightmare. At first, I hoped it was just fleeing the fire. But out of the corner of my eye, I saw more dark, misshapen forms pulling themselves from the trees. Calamity drew the magical energy rifle and fired several bursts into the moss creature as it lumbered towards Velvet Remedy. The creature incinerated colorfully. A clicking whine sounded from the missile, and the turret's diamond began to glow, projecting the image of a huge, cybernetic red eye against the smoke. The eye jerked back and forth, seeming to watch us. We all heard Red Eye's voice.
Congratulations, Wonderbolts, on an excellent strategy,
Red Eye said amiably.
Oh, yeah?
One of the Wonderbolt bucks deadpanned.
This ain't super villainy at all.
Red Eye to the rescue? Calamity whispered to me as a burning leaf drifted past us. Red-Eye continued, his voice never straying from a pleasant, conversational tone, as if we were sharing tales over tea and apple slices.
Unfortunately, too good. I'm bored, and frankly, I have my own plans for the little unicorn you are tracking.
Fuck me.
So I decided to even up the playing field a bit.
The missile let out a pulse, and my EFS alerted me that the Hellhound Control broadcast had just been silenced. The Wonderbolt stared from the red eye in the sky to the missile and back. The fiery-maned cloud-white mare shouted, "Jet's not here! Situation's changed! Tactical retreat!" The Wonderbolts began to fly upwards.
Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Red-Eye said calmly, the Wonderbolts stopping as if something had them by the tails.
First rule, no flying.
First rule?
A Wonderbolt buck asked. "Fuck that!" The fiery-maned mare retorted before flapping her wings and shooting up through the smoke, right through the projected red eye in a burst of speed. The other Wonderbolts waited a heartbeat. The moss monsters began to move toward us with twisted, jerking steps. The Wonderbolt's leading mare plunged back down through the smoke, driven downward by a dark green alicorn who slammed her into the ground hard enough to knock her unconscious and nearly kill her. Calamity spun, firing on a moss monster that was getting alarmingly close. It turned to ash in a flash of magical energy. More green alicorns flew down through the smoke, landing in the forest around us. A shimmering red alicorn shield swept overhead, forming between them, trapping us and the Wonderbolts inside. I suddenly felt like I was back in the pit.
I'm not sensing a whole lot of rescue in this rescue,
Calamity muttered as he checked the load on the magical energy rifle. The moss monsters were unlikely to be as vulnerable to bullets. Something fluttered against my thoughts like a bat. I turned about to see one alicorn inside the shield, standing over the fallen body of the Wonderbolt's leader, her eyes burrowing into me. I felt her in my mind. The intrusion was intimate and unwanted. "You are the one Red-Eye wants." Her voice was royal and powerful in my head. Well, I thought back, he can't have me.
We shall see.
In an instant, her voice was joined by a dozen others, all whispering in my head at once, flooding my thoughts with their voices. They were all green. The daughters of Gestalt and Mosaic. As the tide of voices mounted into a tsunami, I wondered if the Greens' natural telepathy made them more stable, more capable of coping with the loss of their tricksy goddess, or less. I fought to hear myself think. What were they doing? And why were they helping Red-Eye? What did the alicorns get out of this? What had he promised them? Males, the voices responded, reading my thoughts. Continuation, survival, mates. Oh, clever stallion. The sea of voices increased. Not just dozens, scores. Red-Eye had coaxed almost half of the green alicorns to serve him in exchange for the male alicorns he would create as their new god. And most of them were here in the Everfree Forest, at the cathedral. I heard Calamity fire the magical rifle again, but I wasn't seeing him. I was getting flashes of what they were seeing, muddled glimpses inside the stone walls of Red-Eye's fortress, all overlapping, too chaotic to make sense of. Velvet Remedy had moved up to us. She said something about Zenith, but I didn't catch it. The minds of the alicorns pressing against my brain were making it hard to keep connected with the real world in front of me. Above us, the Wonderbolts were circling the top of the shield, flying faster and faster, their thundercloud contrails spinning spirals behind them as they drew closer with each pass. Above them, Red-Eye's red eye shifted back and forth across the clouds of smoke, watching the show. The flood of other thought was becoming overwhelming. And then suddenly, it focused. "Float out your gun," the voices demanded in unison. I found myself levitating little Macintosh. It was such a simple request after all, and I really wanted to. The voices in my head told me so. "Aim at the unicorn." Okay, what? Wait, Velvet, no! But the pressure on my mind was like a physical force. The weight of several dozen alicorns pushed me to swing the barrel of little Macintosh towards Velvet. "Aim at the unicorn." I fought back, the revolver shaking in the air as I tried to assert my own will. But the alicorns were determined to consume my will, submerge it in their own until I was cut off from it completely. In my head, my little pony was fighting a losing battle, as dozens of little alicorns swarmed her, piling up around her like a mountain. Little Macintosh swiveled in the air, its barrel pointed at Velvet Remedy's skull. "Little Pip?" Velvet Remedy asked timidly, finally seeing the gun floating in a sheath of my magic, shrinking back from little Macintosh. "Why are you?" "Kill the unicorn!" Overhead, the Wonderbolts suddenly angled towards each other. They expertly missed, colliding in a threesome, their contrails crossing at a focal point perfectly centered above the missile, releasing a star-shaped explosion of electrical energy. Red Eye's projector went dead, his eye disappearing from the sky. At the same moment, my eyes forward sparkle collapsed, my Pip-leg spell matrix crashing. "Be awesome!" "Kill the unicorn!" My little pony was buried under a rising hill of little alicorns, crushing her, stealing her breath. But they weren't the only thoughts pressing on my mind. Be strong. Be unwavering. Be smart. This wasn't the first time I had felt the influence of outside entities. The Black Book, the statuettes. But whether those outside thoughts bore good intentions or ill, I had never let them control me. Influence, yes, but I never lost myself to them. Kill the unicorn! The mountain of little alicorns filling my head blew apart, their influences scattering as my little mental pony gave them all a mighty buck. Nope! I pulled little Macintosh away from Velvet Remedy, firing instead at the alicorn inside the shield. Not gonna happen. Blam, 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 blam! The alicorn was dead by the second shot, but I didn't stop until I had completely unloaded the weapon. Turns out, if you pour enough bullets into a creature's brain, it really is almost like decapitation. Beside me, Velvet Remedy looked shocked. She was trembling. No, wait, that was me. The alicorn's minds were still in my head, but they were quieter now. One by one, they slipped away from me. The very last left a stray thought behind. Tell Red Eye she passed. The intensity of my trembling jumped an order of magnitude, my mind filled with violation, pain, and rage. Lowering my head, spitting at the ground, I let out a primal scream. Movement above caught my eye. Velvet had found Zenith near the edge of the shield, and the three of us had made our way to her before I had buckled from heat exhaustion. The others weren't doing much better. Velvet had given me the last of her water, after pouring most of it gently into Zenith's mouth. I had taken it without argument, but I was regretting it now. I looked up to see Reggie pounding against the alicorn shield. She'd recovered, but was trapped outside. "Reggie, you're okay!" Calamity shouted up to her, his voice cracked and rasping. Most of the trees inside the shield were burning now. The Wonderbolts had rebreathers in their armor, but we were dying of smoke inhalation. "Of course," she called back. "I carry plenty of healing potions. I'm not an idiot." Yeah, what kind of morons would wander the wasteland without each having their own load of them? Before the Griffin could say anything else that made me question my intelligence, I directed her to start killing the statuesque alicorns sitting just outside the shield. "And be careful," Calamity warned between fits of coughing. "When the shield goes down, this fire—" He collapsed in a hacking fit that sounded like he was trying to get rid of his lungs through his muzzle. Reggie nodded sagely and flew off. Life Bloom had crept over to the unconscious leader of the Wonderbolts, shoving the still bleeding corpse of the alicorn off of her. Woomph! The blue-armored form of a Wonderbolt dropped out of the curling smoke in front of us. I recognized her rust-colored mane and red-coated snout. The Wonderbolt's heavy gunner. I swung little Macintosh towards her, trying to focus through the smoke stinging my eyes, trying to remember if I had reloaded or not. "Damn it, this is just too easy," she said, casually batting little Macintosh out of my telekinetic grasp with her wing. Dark, shifting shapes moved out of the smoke, shambling towards her. "Look out!" Calamity rasped as the moss monsters closed in on the Wonderbolt. The Wonderbolt's heavy gunner turned, spraying pink energy across the black moss creatures, dissolving two of them in flashes of pink ash. The third was huge, a giant shadow towering over her. A splash of icy horror trickled down my spine as I realized the moss monster was vaguely manticore-shaped. These plant things had once been living beasts, many of them ponies. This black moss infected them somehow, consumed them, became them. The Wonderbolt dodged as the moss monster lashed out at her with what had once been a manticore's scorpion-like tail. It was aiming for her head, trying to get inside the narrow split in her helmet, which her mane flowed through. The rust-maned mare opened fire, spraying the moss manticore with pink light. Parts of the creature dissolved in flashes of ash, but this one wouldn't die so easily. The moss manticore slashed out with startling alacrity, raking claw-like appendages against her armor, trying to rip off her visor and get at her eyes. The Wonderbolt staggered, blocking the blows with her wings, keeping the creature off of her face. She fired again, a few beams of pink lancing out before her weapons ran dry. The moss manticore exploded into green flame. The Wonderbolt stumbled back, turned towards us, and was hit by Velvet Remedy's anesthetic spell before she could speak, much less reload. She collapsed in front of the burning monster. A gaping pit opened in the black moss where the manticore's mouth should be, and it screamed silently, green fire burning up through the hole to consume its mockery of a head. Firelight landed on Velvet Remedy's head, looking particularly proud of herself.
Sorry about that.
Velvet apologized to the downed Pegasus. Beyond us, Lifebloom was getting back to his hooves. He wobbled slightly, the toll taken by the memory spell mixing with the heat and smoke. The Twilight Society unicorn stumbled away from the Wonderbolt and towards a patch of ferns, looking like he was about to pass out. A bulb-headed stalk rose up out of the ferns as he reached them, spraying its cloud of spores directly into the unicorn's face. I cried out in alarm, the scream tearing at my throat, but the sound was lost in the sudden conflagration as the alicorn's shield dropped and the fire started by Skydive's flaming contrail exploded outward to greet the fresher air. Night was falling in the Everfree forest. We had managed to put at least a mile or two between ourselves and the fires. There was a hellish orange glow in the broiling sky above. The world below became all shadows against deeper darkness. Only the light of our horns, Velvet Remedy's and mine, were truly lighting our way. Lifebloom doubled over again, retching. Bile and filth poured out of his mouth and nose. He had cast a purging spell on himself, trying to get rid of all the spores before they could settle in and begin to slowly kill him. The effects were extremely unpleasant and debilitating, but still far better than the alternative. We pushed through the forest. I floated Zenith next to me. Velvet Remedy was levitating the wounded albino hellhound. The monster had passed out, and Velvet Remedy insisted,
If we leave him, he'll burn alive.
Calamity had insisted he be bound, and Velvet had at least relented on that. I was unsure how much good bindings would do on a huge monster with long armor-slicing claws. The hellhound groaned. Zenith was utterly silent. We had managed to pull off Calamity's plan with 3 of the Wonderbolts: Jet, Skydive, and Strafewise, their heavy gunner. None of them had joined up with us, although Strafewise at least admitted it was a lot to take in and a lot to think about before she and Skydive left us. If there was a truce, it was unspoken. The Wonderbolt's 2 bucks, Lens Flare and Gutshot, were unaccounted for. From what little I knew of each of them, I doubted Calamity's memories would be enough to alter either of their minds. Lens Flare was his eldest brother's friend and lover. The book had yet to engage us directly. Gutshot, on the other hoof.
Whoa!
Calamity whistled, pulling me out of my reverie. Ahead of us, the Everfree forest was filled with beautiful plants, which glowed a bioluminescent green. Firelight flew ahead, dancing amongst the plants, singing merrily. They grew long vines that wrapped around the trees and snaked across the forest floor.
Yes.
Velvet chuckled to the balefire phoenix as Firelight swooped back to her, one of the flowers tucked into her feathers by the stem.
It does go nicely with your plumage.
What'd you figure they are?
Calamity asked as he flew cautiously into the area.
Think they're safe?
Personally, I wasn't ready to count anything in the Everfree forest as safe.
Safe, maybe,
Reggie commented.
I'll tell you what I ain't seeing. Little vines of blue evil.
That's 'cause...
The hellhound rasped, startling us all enough that Velvet's magic imploded, dropping him. He landed on the soft grass without a grunt.
Phantasmal flowers are deadly to Killing Joke.
Deadly how?
Lifebloom asked, the only one of us not focused entirely on the fact that a member of a race of vicious pony slayers had just woken up in our midst. I didn't want to have a conversation with this monster. The little pony in my head was screaming at me to launch it to the moon. Or at least, as high as I sent those of its kind who murdered Steelhooves.
Feed of the same psychic energy, I think.
the hellhound said, then barked as Calamity immediately retreated from the flowers.
They're harmless. To dogs and ponies, I mean. But to Killing Joke, that's like weeds in the worst way.
We looked at each other. Reggie finally shrugged.
Well, if you're willing to take the word of a one-legged slice and dice.
Without further words, she flew into the gently glowing stretch of the ever-free forest. Velvet Remedy wrapped her magic around the hellhound again, lifting him up.
Velvet?
Calamity asked, wondering just what she was doing.
I can see not leaving him in the middle of a fire, but why don't we leave him here?
Velvet gave Calamity a honey-sweet smile, which she slowly turned on the hellhound as she spoke.
Because we should leave him someplace safe, and if in those flowers is as safe as he says, he won't mind coming with us.
Pony!
The hellhound started, addressing Velvet as she floated him back off the ground. He was still bound, but I couldn't help but notice he hadn't really tested his restraints yet. Hell, he hadn't even tried.
Why save me?
Velvet Remedy replied without even having to think.
Because you were hurt.
Ponies don't heal.
The hellhound countered.
Ponies kill, destroy, take.
Strange,
Velvet retorted.
That's what ponies say about hellhounds.
Wonderful. Why don't we just poke the hellhound with a stick?
Hey,
Reggie called back to us, having gotten a bit ahead.
there's something up here.
Moving forward beneath the glowing orange sky, we discovered a hollowed-out tree, almost as gnarled and twisted as Fluttershy, draped in thick vines and glowing with hundreds of phantasmal flowers. At the foot of the tree, littered amongst its contorted roots, were ancient and fearsome wooden masks carved in faces that looked demonic. Strange bottles and flasks hung from the branches, along with a wind chime made of bones. The phantasmal flowers spread out from the tree like ripples from a stone dropped in a lake. Wait. Be smart. I'd seen this before. Places like this. In a dream.
Shelter?
Lifebloom suggested hopefully. Or death trap. Or luck. Could go either way.
Drink.
Velvet Remedy commanded with her usual bedside manner as she lifted the bottle to the albino hellhound's muzzle.
If you're waiting for sparkling water, you'll die of dehydration first.
The hollowed tree was a refuge, a home crafted by zebra magic. The bottled brew had come from the refrigerator. Most of what was in the fridge had succumbed to mold, although not the black and ambulatory kind. Only a few bottles remained unbroken and theoretically safe.
Look, I'll take a sip first, if it helps.
Calamity gazed at the glowing green flowers, whose vines embraced the ancient zebra home almost as much inside as out, snaking about all the decaying furniture hanging from the ceiling. Beautiful and serenely eerie. There was an old terminal long dead, amongst the rotting boards that had once been a desk, or possibly a bureau. The spark battery still had some magic left, and I was hoping I could jury-rig a way to reboot my pip leg from the remains of the Arcanotech device.
So what do you know about these here phantasmal flowers?
Calamity asked. Velvet Remedy hissed at him, eyes narrowed. Talking hellhounds weren't drinking hellhounds.
What?
Zebra plants. Used to make powders to conjure up frightful illusions.
The hellhound told us.
Never could get that to work ourselves, but mash 'em up just right, and they make a fine glowing paste.
He grinned, showing lots of very sharp teeth.
Slather it on an old sawhorse covered in Brahmin skins, and jerk it around on strings like a puppet, and watch the pony scream and run from the headless horse.
Why would you do that?
Velvet Remedy asked.
Why would anyone be scared of that?
Reggie wondered. The hellhound grinned again.
'Cause ponies are stupid.
We all glowered at him, except for Reggie, who was too busy snickering. Calamity muttered something about the stupidity of saving him, earning another dark look from Velvet. Finally, the hellhound offered.
Not all dogs want to kill ponies. Most do. But some of us just want to be left alone.
Scowling, he told us.
Your alphas wanted war with the old ponies and with the new ponies and with the goddesses. So we left Mary Pony, made our own home, made Ghost and the Headless Horse to scare ponies away.
Well, better than having them shoot at us.
That is, till you ponies flew up in one of your big black cloud boats and dropped that damned antenna in your yard. Made us all sit still while you put those damned helmets on us. Make us go where you want. Kill who you want.
My hoof hit my face. Perfect. The one group of hellhounds in the entire damned wasteland that might be friendly, and the Enclave went in and fucked with their heads.
All but Barking Saw. That old dog might have the best eyes in the wasteland, but he's old and senile and, best of all, stone deaf. Took out a mess of you ponies with his sniper rifle already. Meddy's still back at the farm, shooting anything pony-shaped that pokes his head out.
Well, that would be why the Wonderbolts used the Hope Solar Array to hide in rather than the farm itself. Why doesn't he just shoot up the broadcasting array? I asked, as I tried futilely to make the terminal do something useful. The albino hellhound scowled at me.
What part of deaf and senile you don't get?
Ouch,
Reggie whispered. I tossed aside my work with the terminal in frustration, turning instead to a locked chest in the corner of the zebra home. It was metal and looked out of place with the rest of the age-tattered decor. And unlike the terminal, I knew how to make the lock do what I wanted it to. Out of nostalgia, I floated out a bobby pin and my screwdriver. Velvet once again pestered the hellhound to drink. I began to suspect his refusal was more a game of piss off the pony to him than born of any actual concern about the contents.
Velvet,
Lifebloom said, gently putting a hoof on her shoulder.
we need to talk about Zenith. She hasn't woken up yet. The swelling is getting worse. If I'm going to use my trepanation spell, I should do it now.
The lock yielded to me without a fight. I lifted open the chest, looking inside. A stone plate with a carved inscription, an old audio recording, and an oddly hued hunk of pockmarked rock. Everything else in the chest was decayed into slime and dust. The inscription on the stone was in an archaic pony script, like zebra glyphs, but using symbols including horns, lightning bolts, horseshoes, and unicorn busts. I had no idea what it said. Reggie looked over my shoulder, then called back,
Hey, any of you know how to read pretentious?
I snorted, quite sure that wasn't the proper name of the language.
Nope,
Calamity said succinctly. Lifebloom and Velvet Remedy strode up to look.
When the 5 are present, a spark will cause the 6 to be revealed.
Lifebloom read.
It's talking about the elements of harmony,
He said.
a slight variation on a passage from the Elements of Harmony, a reference guide. Probably the original. From the looks of the stone, this plate was part of the Castle of the Sisters. Then what's it doing here?
I took a closer look at the chest, searching it until I found a gear-shaped Stabletech logo stamped onto the bottom corner. Stabletech built a stable under the ruins of that castle, I mused. They must have torn quite a bit of it up to do so. I floated out the audio recording, wishing my pip leg worked, or at least the terminal.
If none of you have a particular need for that stone, the Twilight Society would appreciate the right to claim it.
Lifebloom said before he and Velvet Remedy returned to discussing Zenith. Reggie puffed.
What would I want with a dumb rock?
Too bad there isn't an element of snarkiness, the little pony in my head snarked back.
I prefer decorations I can read myself,
Calamity said, flying away to one of the windows. The memory that had slipped from my mental grasp earlier returned to dance in front of me. Velvet! I spun to face her. I think... I paused. Better slow down. This is by no means a sure thing. I believe there might be, and I stress might, be a way to save Fluttershy. The beautiful unicorn mare's eyes opened wide, glistening with eager hope.
How?
She asked, followed promptly by,
Can we do it now?
There's a book I read, Supernaturals. It's full of old remedies. One of which is to reverse the transformations caused by something called Poison Joke. I said carefully. I still have the book back at Junction R7. Velvet Remedy smiled thankfully, but I was already having serious doubts.
And you think that will turn Fluttershy back into a pony?
No, I admitted. I was sure that Killing Joke was a mutated, vicious cousin of the plant described in Supernaturals. But they were vastly different, even in their magical touch. The book said the transformations caused by Poison Joke occurred overnight, but Killing Joke inflicted its cruelty instantly. In the very least, it was far more potent magic.
not as it is, but I think the recipe is the starting point for creating a cure.
Velvet Remedy nodded, looking grimly determined but still hopeful. And if it could, was this really a good idea? What if the cure turns Fluttershy back into a 2-century-old pony? And even if she was restored physically to her prime, was there any chance her sanity would be intact? I reluctantly voiced my concerns to Velvet Remedy, only to be surprised by her resolve.
If that's the case, then I will do what Fluttershy needs me to,
Velvet Remedy stated flatly.
but one way or another, her torture ends.
The room fell quiet. A realization passed over Velvet's face. She turned to Life Bloom.
Now, it's not just my friend's life you hold in your horn, but the life of the greatest of ponies, too.
She bit her lower lip.
Zenith is the only one who knows enough about herbs and alchemy and magical plants to know how to create a new recipe from Little Pip's old one. Do what you have to do, and may the goddess's hooves guide you.
Having said those words, Velvet Remedy slowly walked over towards where Calamity was standing, watching her. Her last steps faltered, and he moved to support her, holding her close. Calamity nuzzled the weary unicorn lovingly, then turned to stare out the window at this eerily beautiful patch of the Everfree forest. His expression slowly hardened.
Folks, you better take a look at this.
Footnote: maximum level.
That's all, Zipsters! Like and subscribe.